is moving toward the north-northeast near 8 miles an hour, 13 kilometers per hour. On the forecast track.
Alrighty, everybody, what is going on, everyone? And welcome back here to the live coverage of Hurricane Ian. We got ourselves a lot of new information to give you guys. Now, first of all, I want to go ahead and say once again, Proxy with a $40 donation. You are the best, Proxy. Big shout out goes to Proxy for obvious reasons. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. You absolutely rock, my friend. But once again, everybody, welcome back to the coverage. I've rested up a little bit. I've got a little bit of sleep. I actually fell asleep for like 4 hours, so I'm a little bit better energized. I just ate dinner and everything like that too, so I am ready to go in regard to giving you guys more coverage. So we do have some new information that Watch has now just gotten canceled as of 1 o'clock. Okay, currently as of 1 o'clock, the Tornado Watch has now been canceled. Although, I will say, there is still the possibility of a few popped-up tornadoes, in which we are definitely going to need to watch out here for today. So, once again, Proxy, thank you so much for that. Excited to be here until I fall asleep on my keyboard. Time to keep an eye on Ian. Well, Proxy, thank you so much. Yeah, we're going to keep an eye here on Ian in regard to things. So, the latest information, Ian is still a Category 1 hurricane. We actually should have a new update here coming relatively soon. The last update was as of 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time was the last update we did actually have here on this in particular system here. Like I said, literally just what happened a minute ago is we had ourselves the... we literally did just have ourselves the watch get expired. But like I said, it's still definitely going to be possible that we will see a possibility of maybe a few isolated tornadoes. Definitely still being a possibility out of this. Let's go and see. Blondie says, hello, NWW. What's up? Hope you're doing great. Glad to have you here. Let's see. Weather in LO says, will Ian track more further, even stay off the coast? Is there a chance that it dies and makes a second landfall? So you're wanting to know what's going to happen after this. So, the projected path is actually set to track back out into the ocean, obviously here across portions of the eastern Atlantic. The western Atlantic here. Obviously, this thing is also expected to make a second landfall across portions here of like South Carolina. That's currently the cone of uncertainty. Like I said, right now, that is currently what we are seeing here as of now. So we are expecting to see a possible second landfall here in regard to things. There is hurricane watches that is in place, as well as tropical storm warnings. So that is what we are looking at. Let's go and see here. Is there a chance that Ian doesn't make second landfall and keeps moving more east? No. This is definitely going to be making a second landfall. You can see the cone of uncertainty doesn't have it going out into the ocean. The cone of uncertainty, according to every model here, most of the models, does have it impacting portions of South Carolina. Absolutely. Let's go ahead and see here. The Amber Life says, hey, what's up, Amber? Hope you're doing all right. Glad to have you here. John says, those are cool shades. Well, thank you so much there, John. Glad to have you here. Let's see. Good morning. You only have 2 days before my vacation. Yep, that is the case. Like I said, we are heading down, or I'm heading down to Florida, across the impacted areas like Orlando and Lakeland is where I'm going to be heading into over on the 1st. So, my trip is coming up here very, very soon. I am ready to go. We are, ready to go here and everything like that. Which obviously that is obviously good. And like I said, obviously we're going to probably run into some impacts from Ian. Here from the past here. Now, I'll tell you what we're going to do, guys. We're going to go ahead and switch on over here. We're going to play this the last loop in the last half hour, and we're going to turn on the actual radar view. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to look for any areas of possible rotation inside the storm. As of this moment, I am not really seeing much of anything. Like I said, it is still going to be a possibility that we see a few tornadoes, obviously here for tonight, because, like I said, on these systems, on the right-hand side of these systems, they do actually have the potential of spawning tornadoes. So that is kind of what we are talking about. Let's go see. Weather says, I heard some models showing it have more southeast. Have it even more southeast. Back off North Carolina Outer Banks. Is there a chance it could move back off the coast? One question. So, like I said, here's the cone of uncertainty. So this is basically, like I said, obviously this is the region where the eye, or the center of the storm, could track into. Like I said, obviously we are seeing, this thing could go as far west as like Savannah, or it could go up a little bit higher. It just really depends on the, like I said, it really just depends on over the next little bit in regard to this. But like I said, the center of the storm is expected to remake landfall across portions of South Carolina, if not closer to portions of Georgia. Like I said, there is tropical storm warnings all the way actually up into portions of southern North Carolina, actually, towards like Holden Beach and surrounding areas. So those regions are definitely inside of that. So like I said, Holden Beach, you guys are currently under a tropical storm warning. We also do have those tropical storm watches that do actually extend out a little bit more towards the north from the warnings for areas towards like Morehead City and a little bit down here towards the region, kind of just south of Nags Head for the most part. So that is currently what we are talking about in regard to things. Like I said, we still have hurricane warnings that is in place across portions here of the eastern coast of Florida, stretching all the way from Daytona Beach all the way down towards Edgewater. We are seeing this also towards like Cape Canaveral. Is that Cape Canaveral? Yep, Cape Canaveral there. I was going to see Merritt Island all the way down towards areas like near Sebastian. So that's kind of what we are talking about here. So in regard to things, that is indeed what we are seeing. Proxy says, will Ian temporarily strengthen as it hops from Florida to the Carolinas? Then weaken further in the second landfall. So, we can actually look up the models. I can't tell you that without looking at the models right now. So, we're going to go ahead and switch on over here to the models really quickly. So, this is the HWRF model in regard to the latest run here. Obviously, that's where we were currently at. So, as we track way down in time, it kind of shows the pressure really... Yeah, honestly, it kind of just shows the pressure mostly just kind of weakening. Obviously, the storm weakening as it continues on this ascent here. Now, according to this model, it just has it really scraping the coastline. But we're going to take a look at another model. This is the HMON. This one has it going a little bit more out to sea. And honestly, it does have that pressure, once again, just rising, which that means that the storm is expected to just continually weaken as it continues. So no forecasting, no strengthening is forecasted at this time in regard to once this thing makes its way out back into the sea. Obviously, it's like I said, it's going to be very, very close, very close call. Now, I'd say the more further east it goes, the better of a potential it would have of maybe some like quick strengthening, but I don't think it's going to really strengthen into much of anything here. We are talking the possibility upon landfall of nearly, like I said, we are talking an upper to mid-level tropical storm with wind gusting up to possibly around hurricane force. Is definitely a possibility. Now here over the last little bit, we've been gathering a lot of wind reports. Here in Orlando, we've actually measured a 57 mile per hour wind gust. An ASOS station, so basically a weather station at the Orlando airport, measured a wind gust of 57 miles per hour from the northeast. So that is what we're looking at. So obviously the winds are battering down here to the southwest now. And with that being said, we are still seeing some very, very nasty winds in regard to the system overall. North of Palm Coast, we are currently seeing a 64 mile per hour wind gust. So that's actually right there in upper level tropical storm territory. And like I said, the latest update, we're going to go ahead and update this really quickly. The latest update in regard to the Hurricane Center, once this thing decides it wants to load here. The latest Hurricane Center update, okay, still has not came out yet. And the next advisory will be issued at 2 o'clock. So we have ourselves about 50 minutes until the next update here. In regard to things. Like I said, right now it's currently 90 mile per hour sustained. Obviously, higher gusts up to 100 plus miles per hour is possible. Central pressure is now at 972 millibars and rapidly rising. Storm motion still relatively slow at a north-northeast pace at 8 miles per hour. So this system is still definitely moving very, very slow. Now, something I do want to actually go ahead and show you guys is what I'm looking at here. So you see the view top of my head right there? The areas in white here, basically where the landfall occurred, we have reports of nearly up to 20 inches of rain being estimated here. This is directly north of like areas like, let's see, this is north of areas towards like Port Charlotte and surrounding areas. We're seeing that just north. I know you guys can't really see the values here, but we're talking anywhere from 15 to 20 inches has fallen across the areas here in that very bright white. Here towards like areas near Orlando, I mean, we're talking like several inches still currently going on here. But anyway, so in regard to that, that is something we definitely have got to really continue to watch here. And like I said, obviously we are going to continue to give you guys coverage in regard to things. Sorry about the flashing of the radar. It'll go away in a second. It's just trying to load all the tiles and everything. So But anyways, but like I said, I mean, definitely is something that we do really have. Just got to continue watching. Like I said, the reason we are live back here again is because this thing is still continuing to be pushing a lot of impacts in regard to things. So the next thing I do want to go ahead and show you guys, next thing I want to update you guys in regarding to is the power outages. We have a lot more power outages since last stream here. We are literally talking over 2 million people without power across portions of Florida. The latest track here, we just updated this here just a minute ago. We are seeing, this was updated here approximately 10 minutes ago, and we are seeing 2,232,189 people. Now that's obviously an estimate. I really don't think that's gonna be approximate. But anyways, over 2 million people without power, and obviously you can see by the counties here, they're really suffering those power outages here. Pretty much on the southwestern side. So obviously, like I said, these are obviously, I expect them to increase as the system does continue to push its way off here, and that's kind of what we are talking about here. Let's go ahead and see here. Do you think there's going to be another Category 4 landfall this season? There's no way to tell. There is no way to tell. Although I can tell you right now, we are seeing, like I said, the hurricane season is still at a pretty strong pace. And like I said, this is going to continue until December. Hurricane season ends, I believe, a few days before the 1st of December. I think it's like November 30th, if I'm not mistaken, is whenever hurricane season ends. So with that being said, obviously, we still have a little bit to go in regard to the system here. So we'll definitely just continue watching it. So, but yeah, so obviously, like I said, it's not over yet. We can't say that all of the season is done yet, because like I said, we're still in a pretty active period. I mean, obviously. So, we just got to continue watching this here. Now, if you're talking about anything on the table right now, there is one system out here in the Eastern Pacific, the Eastern Atlantic, which is expected to actually track its way to the north here, not expecting to cause any impacts here whatsoever. But like I said, obviously in regard to Ian, I mean, like I said, just because it's moved pretty far inland at this point, and it has weakened substantially, does not mean that there is not any more impacts. I mean, we are still seeing some very nasty impacts in regard to the storm here. Like I said, right now there's total crazy amounts of flooding that's still ongoing. Some damaging winds is still occurring inside of this storm here right now, which in regard to things, let me go ahead and switch on over here to the latest wind reports here from this program I use. So in regard to things, we are having the winds here towards like Orlando. We have had at the international airport a wind gust of 51 miles per hour here with sustained winds of 43 miles per hour. We are seeing much higher gusts here across portions of the coastline. I mean, look at this, 59 miles per hour. We're seeing another one 61. So obviously, yeah, those gusts are definitely quite strong still. And like I said, this thing is still likely to have some pretty nasty gusts on it. So here's in regard to the ECMWF model. So obviously right now it's about 1 o'clock. It's definitely still possible we could see some of these wind gusts still in excess up to 100 plus miles an hour. Like I said, right now, according to the latest vitals of the system, we are seeing, once again, the system is a upper level Category 1 hurricane with sustained winds of 90 miles per hour, obviously with higher gusts being likely. And like I said, in regard to the ECMWF model towards like areas near Lakeland, we potentially could still see about 102 mile per hour gusts. Now, like I said, you can't trust that specifically. You look at here at the GFS model, it shows 62. So we'll just grab a median point. The HRRR does show around 70. So just take that middle ground. Say anywhere from honestly, I'd say from 50 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts is definitely possible here. But for the most part, those regions is mostly, they've likely already seen the worst across the way. But like I said, you've already pulled through the beginning of it. Now you're pulling away from the end of it. And there is still the potential of definitely significant impacts in regard to relation of this. But anyways, yeah, we are seeing a very nasty wind gust happening here directly north of Palm Coast. We're actually talking literally sustained winds here of 52 miles per hour with gusts getting up into the 64 range. This is in Flagler County. This is right here on the northeastern side. That was reported apparently as of 26 minutes ago. So that was in regard to the latest updates here. If we take a look at the latest radar view, guys, in regard to correlation with the system, right now we're not really seeing any areas of rotation. So like I said, just a few minutes ago, about 16 minutes ago, we did have that tornado watch that did actually just get canceled here. But like I said, just because that watch has gotten canceled does not mean that the tornado threat is over. There can still be a few pop-up tornadoes inside of this system, as the center of the storm is kind of located right here around the southwest of Yeehaw Junction for the most part. So obviously we can still have possibility of some tornadoes here across portions of the the eastern coastlines here. It's still definitely going to be a possibility. So here towards Palm Bay, as of 12:10, this was obviously about an hour ago, we have had a report here of 66 mile-per-hour wind gusts. So obviously that's well in the tropical storm force here. Here in Orlando, like I said, we've seen a 57 mile per hour wind gusts here reported at Orlando's airport. So, which obviously that is well up into that tropical storm range. And like I said, the forecast models, does show the possibility of this thing being a upper level tropical storm, if not a lower level hurricane, by the time it tracks back out into the waters. And like I was saying, right now they do have some hurricane warnings that is in effect here. All the way as far down south as areas towards like Palm Bay, and all the way areas here up north, a little bit north here of Daytona Beach is where these hurricane warnings do end. Followed by the tropical storm warnings that actually do extend all the way up through the entirety of coastal Georgia, the entirety of coastal South Carolina, and up half the coast here of North Carolina, with some tropical storm watches extending from the Jacksonville area towards like Beaufort. So that's kind of what we are talking about in regard to the latest warnings and stuff like that. So like I said, plenty of impact is still likely going to happen out of this system. And like I said, obviously areas in South Carolina and Georgia coastline, you guys got to be prepared for this system, because this thing is going to cause some impacts in regard to you guys as well. Now, it was not going to be as significant impacts of what happened towards like Cape Coral area here for today, but it is definitely going to be some impacts, and there can definitely be some localized wind damage and all kinds of tropical concerns. There's even a possibility of some surging actually happening, across portions here of the coastlines, towards Georgia and South Carolina. So that is currently what's going on here. Now, I do want to go ahead and share with you guys the latest information regarding the cone here. I'm going to go ahead and show you guys the latest information regarding the cone here. So this is as of National Hurricane Center update. This was as of the 11 o'clock p.m. update. So as you can see, obviously this is pivoted across portions of Central Florida. Hurricane conditions is still ongoing inside of the system here for right now. Tropical storm conditions extend all the way across portions here of the yellow. That is your tropical storm force wind field. Obviously continuing from both the left and the right side here of the region. Like I said, obviously this is what we are looking at. So obviously hurricane force winds is also pivoted there and continuing to go up here. Now, like I said, right now, according to the forecast, we are expecting this thing to be downgraded into a tropical storm, possibly by later on this morning. We are going to see that possibility and then track its way out here back out to sea. Now, there is some hurricane watches across portions here of South Carolina, as well as the entire coast of Georgia. Obviously, those are the regions where we are seeing the possibility of maybe possible hurricane warnings being issued down in time. Now, right now, there's watches, meaning you got to watch out for the conditions. You got to keep an eye out here for ever-changing conditions in regard to things. So, obviously, areas here towards the South Carolina border, as well as the Georgia and South Carolina border there, you guys do have hurricane watches as well as tropical storm warnings that is in effect here. So, you should be preparing for the system. It's looking like landfall is going to happen here kind of around the afternoon. I'd say a little bit middle afternoon. I'd say probably around 4 o'clock. Here for Friday, and obviously here for today, it is currently now Thursday. So obviously here for tomorrow, in regard to the next day being on Friday, we are going to see another landfall take place across portions of South Carolina, and you bet we are going to be live to give you guys coverage in regard to that. And then the next day for Saturday, I'm actually going to be heading down to Florida myself to check on damages, obviously to hang out with family and stuff like that as well. So we are going to be heading down to Florida, in which I will be giving you guys personal updates in regard to the system here. So that's what I wanted to share with you guys. I also do want to show you guys that storm surge, what I was talking about here in regard to the latest graphic. The graphic has not updated quite yet. Actually, it just now has, the more I look at it. But now we're seeing a lot higher storm surges being possible across portions here of Georgia into South Carolina. Like I said, this is now a new update, and this just popped up a lot more than I thought it was. We're talking now 4 to 6 foot of storm surges being possible across portions of northeastern Florida, kind of right off the coast near towards Jacksonville, relatively just east of Jacksonville for the most part. Once again, Jacksonville is located right in here in relation to the storm. We are going to have a lot of those winds battering entering towards the coastline. A lot of the strong winds are now already starting to kick their way across portions here of the coastline. And like I said, those waves, obviously coastal flooding can get up to about 4 to 6 foot above normal, just in regard to saltwater alone. So with that being said, that is expected to be quite the impactful system here. Now, across portions of central and southern portions of South Carolina along the coastlines, we are seeing the possibility of 3 to 5 feet. Once again, storm surges is still expected. Possibly even mild amounts of coastal erosion could be a possibility. I know we've likely seen coastal erosion happening here towards, Tampa Bay area, which is definitely really, really crazy. Obviously, we do have ourselves, like I said, North Carolina has those also possibilities of some of those storm surges up to 1 to 3 foot. Being possible. So, with that being said, surges are far from done. They are going to continue over the next little bit, guys. So that is, once again, we are talking about. So, once again, guys, please, please, please be safe out there, my friends. And if you have any questions, make sure to definitely let us know here. So, but we are going to go ahead and head on over here, my friends. We are going to go ahead and switch on back here to the main view, guys. We are going to go ahead and take a look at this here at the moment. But like I said, obviously, if you guys have any questions, feel free to let us know. We are going to be here for you guys. I'm going to continue to give you guys updates in regard to the system here. And like I said, in regard to the latest information here on Ian, we currently do have 0 tornado warnings that is in effect here. But like I said, just because that tornado watch has expired does not mean that the tornado threat is completely over. We still do have the possibility of maybe a few brief tornadoes across portions here of the the eastern side here of Florida. Obviously, just east here of the system as well. So, definitely is still going to be a possibility across portions of the way here. We are going to continue to monitor this here very, very closely. So, in regard to, like I said, the latest information from the power outages, my friends, we have a lot of people currently here without power, which is definitely very, very crazy. We're going to go ahead and switch on over here, guys, to my main screen. We're going to take a look here at the overall views. Like I said, as of last update, this was at 1 o'clock. It's now almost 1:30. The last update we looked at had 2.2 million people without power. And now we're seeing 2,240,000 people currently without power. So that is absolutely quite crazy in regard to things. So guys, like I said, there's still lots and lots of power outages that is currently kicking off here at the moment. And like I said, obviously we are seeing this. So like I said, if you guys have, if you guys have any questions, once again, feel free to reach out to us. And like I said, just thank you guys for being here for today. Like I said, obviously it is, getting quite late here on the eastern side of the country. And like I said, there is still impacts that is indeed ongoing here. And like I said, obviously we are going to, really, really watch out for this. So, but once again, guys, like I said, obviously, just thank you all for joining us. Like I said a million times, it's greatly appreciated, guys. And like I said, obviously, we're going to continue to give you guys coverage and make sure to keep you guys as safe as possible here. So, anyways, let's go ahead and take a look here according to the Hurricane Hunters. Like I said, obviously, a little bit ago, we did have several missions that was underway. If we take a look here at the latest information, we currently have no more missions that is going out here towards Ian. The missions of the system is now done because the system has made landfall. They can't do any more drop zones in regard to if they're over land. Now, I would say it's probably not impossible, is once the system moves its way back out to sea, a little bit. Like I said, it's not really supposed to forecast. It's not forecasted to really strengthen much at all. But like I said, it's definitely going to be a possibility that maybe we could have ourselves another mission or two pop up across portions here of the southeastern coastline. Definitely as the system tracks its way down here across the way. I'd say that it's definitely not an impossible scenario. But like I said, for the most part, they're mostly done with the missions here in regard to things. So for the most part, they're definitely, they're mostly done here for right now. So like I said, in regard to the latest satellite imagery, guys, the latest radar imagery that's currently going on here, we have tons and tons of rainfall that's currently being projected across portions here near Orlando and surrounding areas. I mean, we're talking definitely some flash flooding concerns here across a lot of the way. We are currently seeing, let's go take a look at this here. We do actually have a flash flood warning for areas here of Orlando. Look at this. Here's what the information does have to tell us for. We are seeing Doppler radar indicated about 8 to 10 inches of rain has already fallen. Yes, you heard that right. 8 to 10 inches of rain has already fallen across portions of Orlando, with the additional 4 to 6 inches being possible here. So we are going to see, at worst case scenario, anywhere from a foot to 16 inches being possible in regard to this flash flooding. So this expires here in a little bit over an hour. Just goes to show you how extreme the flooding is still a concern in regard to the system here. I mean, hey, it's a pretty slow moving system. Like I said, it's literally only moving at about 9 miles per hour. Here to, actually, I think it's down to 8 miles per hour now. So it's actually losing a little bit of speed. Definitely is moving quite slow, which is going to allow for the storm to sit over an area for a little bit longer, which unfortunately will bring the possibility of some heavy flooding. We do also have some more flash flood warnings across portions near like Titusville, across portions here near the coastline, towards like Edgewater and areas down just north of Merritt Island. This is another pretty nasty flooding concern here. But look at this. We're seeing between 6 and 9 inches of rain has fallen, with an additional amount to 4 to 6. So it really just goes to show you in regard to the correlation of how much rainfall we are expecting to see here. Like I said, it really just goes to show that in regard to things. So once again, my friends, just please continue to monitor the situation very closely. Like I said, we are expecting to have another landfall in regard to Ian across portions here, either in Georgia or South Carolina. It's looking more like a South Carolina landfall as being likely in regard to the projected path from the hurricane models, as well as the cone of uncertainty. Definitely has that middle point going right there towards the coastlines here. Like I said, Charleston, I mean, areas near Charleston, Beaufort, Hilton Head Island, Myrtle Beach, I mean, surrounding areas, Holden Beach, all the way up here just south of Jacksonville. I mean, you guys have tropical storm warnings, which you need to watch out for. This is definitely going to have some more impacts here down the line. Now, like I said, we just looked at the models here just a little bit ago in regard to see this trend and see if it was strengthening at all, in which, like I said, once it moves its way out here into the coastline, back out in the water, it does not appear that any strengthening is forecast. But like I said, we are going to still continue to monitor the progression of this storm. It really depends on how far east it goes. Now, honestly, if this thing goes far enough east, I would say that it would not be impossible if the system does get a little bit better organized. Because like I said, right now the system is definitely struggling to keep up with itself. Because like I said, it's obviously mostly over, or it's all pretty much over land at the moment. And like I said, these systems thrive on the warm ocean water that is given to them across these coastlines. That's why it really strengthened as it pulled off from Cuba, because it had a lot of warm and moisture-filled air across the region there. So that is kind of what we are seeing. So right now it's moved inland. Obviously, it doesn't have that fuel coming into the system. And with that being said, we are seeing overall, I mean, for the most part, overall right now, as this system is definitely on a weakening trend. But like I said, don't let that fool you, because right now this system is still a very powerful Category 1 hurricane with sustained winds here of 90 miles per hour. Obviously, higher gusts up to 100 plus can definitely be expected in regard to things here. Like I said, obviously this thing is forecasted to at least be, if not a Category 1 storm, it'll be a tropical storm, towards the middle to upper range tropical storm as it moves its way off the coast here. So definitely that is going to still be quite the strong storm. I mean, it still is kicking, absolutely. Like I said, the main concern is right now is not just the winds, not just the coastal surges across portions of the eastern coast now, but it's also the rainfall. Tons and tons of rainfall is being projected in regard to the storm here. And like I was mentioning here a minute ago, guys, if you take a look at the view just above me, those areas in white you see, here's the state of Florida. This is right around the landfall area. Like I said, right here, this is a region, obviously, where it did make landfall here. I'm going to show you guys on this map as well, towards like Port Charlotte. Those regions are seeing literally the values here from 15 to 20 inches of rainfall that has occurred across most of the regions there. Now, as you can obviously tell, according to the radar view just above, or just over here, we are seeing a lot of that radar activity, or that precipitation activity, really coming down to a halt. As you can see right now, a lot of it has mostly stopped raining for the most part. Those winds are continuing, though, across portions here of the way, in which what we are going to do here right now is we are going to go ahead and switch on over here back to our wind maps and take a look here at the latest information from the wind gusts. We're going to update the site here. So as of right now, we are currently seeing across portions of the way, we are still currently seeing towards areas here near, let's see, towards the areas of Tampa, we do have a few of these wind gusts reporting up to 66 miles per hour still, some reporting to 55. Obviously, very high gust is currently ongoing in regard to this in particular system here. And like I said, I mean, according to the models, it's still definitely a possibility that we could see some of these wind gusts possibly get up into maybe the range of, according to the worst model, maybe nearly 100 miles per hour, but I don't know if that's really possible. But like I said, right now, we are seeing 90 mile per hour sustained winds according to the latest update, which obviously could indeed pose the possible gusts across portions here of Central Florida, maybe up and even into that 100-plus range. And we see here, according to the ECMWF model, according towards the region near Orlando, we possibly could see around 70, 80 mile per hour wind gusts, especially as we track our way down here in time. It looks like that wind field is going to definitely start to weaken for the most part. But like I said, it's according to one model here. I mean, obviously, you can't trust one model to be exactly very accurate. As you can actually see, the GFS model has that down significantly across the way. Like I said, this thing is definitely losing a lot of its energy right now. You know, this system is definitely losing a lot of its energy since it's now completely centralized across portions here of Central Florida. So, like I said, with that being said, like I said, this thing is still far from over. We still have a lot of impacts in regard to the system here down in time. So, the HRRR model obviously does show a lot of different types of stories here, maybe getting up into the, the plus realm of maybe 70, near 80 miles per hour wind gusts. So we're just going to have to continue to monitor these stations and just see exactly what we are going to be seeing. And like I said, as of right now, we are having some wind gusts here towards Patrick Air Force Base, 45 sustained. So that's constant winds of 45 miles per hour, obviously with higher gusts, nearly, like I said, 60 miles per hour here towards Vero Beach Regional Airport. So we are still seeing well into the tropical storm realm in regard to the latest wind gusts being reported here. Definitely is still very much kicking in regard to the system. Now, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and switch on over here to the composite radar. We're going to turn off the local radar here for 1 second. Like I said, we do actually have, we're going to go ahead and play this for the last 6 hours, just to show you guys here the progress the system has made in the last 6 hours. I mean, this thing has definitely been causing loads and loads of impacts here. If you take a second here for this thing to load here, you're going to notice just how much impacts the system has actually caused here. And something I just now noticed I can actually do, what I am going to do actually right now is we are going to turn on the buoy information, as apparently we can look at the buoys. So let's go ahead and switch on. We're going to turn on buoy information. Maybe we'll have some buoy data points coming through here. Let's go ahead and turn on, okay, we have ship observations on as well. We're going to turn on some more data in regard to things. I'm just trying to get as much data as coming through as possible. That way we can get as much stuff coming in here as possible. So, anyways, let's go ahead and try this. We'll do surface wind gusts according to meso-analysis, and we'll see what's going on here right now. So, according to meso-analysis, like I said, this is according to the meso-analysis page here in regard to estimated conditions of what's currently going on here. If you take a look at this, we are still seeing likely gusts here well into that 50-plus range here across portions of the way. Now, this shows Orlando currently at like 40 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts and near 20. That is obviously, I don't think that's very accurate in regard to things. Because like I said, in regard to the latest updates here, I mean, we literally just got a report here in Orlando, really not that long ago, showing 57 mile per hour wind gusts. This was as of about 2 hours ago. But like I said, obviously at this point, we are still seeing some very strong winds across portions of Orlando. And like I said, for the Orlando area, the major concern that I have for you guys right now is obviously in relation to rainfall. I mean, we are definitely seeing some very constant heavy rain that is still falling across the regions here. And like I said, in regard to things, we are currently seeing, like I said, according to the latest flash flood warning information, between 8 and 10 inches of rain has fallen across portions here of Orlando, with an additional 4 to 6 inches being expected across the Warren area. So with that being said, we could see at max anywhere from a foot to 16 inches of rain being possible across portions here of Orlando. That is plenty enough water. And like I said, I mean, you dig down not too far in general for Florida. You dig down not too far, it's pretty much water. So this is not going to be able to really seep into the ground as say if it was more towards the north, where the soil is obviously, a lot more better and not just really sand. But anyways, in regard to things, yeah, that's going to allow for the flooding to be a major concern in regard to information here. So once again, guys, I mean, seriously, you don't understand the severity of this flooding threat. They even put a considerable tag under the flash flood warnings just to show you, hey, these are bad. These are really, really bad warnings. And obviously they are playing out as such. Like I said, we have tons and tons of flash flood warnings extending all the way from portions of pretty much central Florida all the way up here into the east central coastline, stretching including portions here of Orlando as mentioned before. Once again, we are seeing the possibility of well over a foot of rainfall. Definitely being a possibility. Now, in regard to the latest radar information, as you currently can see, we are seeing, I mean, obviously the eye of the system has relatively depleted. I mean, obviously, as it moved its way inland, it lost a lot of that warm fuel of the ocean water, which is definitely struggling. It's definitely, weakening at this point. But still, very strong storm is still occurring. And like I said, as of the latest update, we're about to get a new update here very soon from the Hurricane Center, giving us new information on the system. But like I said, it is right now considered a Category 1 hurricane, an upper-level Category 1 hurricane with sustained winds here of 90 miles per hour with gusts possibly up to 100-plus miles per hour. So that is what we are actively looking at. Now, in regard to the Hurricane Center, I don't think that they have updated this as of yet. And actually, let's go and see here. The latest update was at 11 o'clock. So that is the latest update in regard to things here. I'll go ahead and show you guys here the latest update from the Hurricane Center themselves. You can see right here, Ian continuing to batter Florida Peninsula with winds, storm surge, and flooding, expected to move into the Atlantic for tomorrow. Now, in regard to things, like I said, once again, this is at the 11 o'clock p.m. update, so literally on today is when this thing's going to be moving out into the Atlantic. Look at this. It's moving to the north-northeast at 8 miles per hour. It's still a very slow-moving storm, and obviously, with that being said, that does allow for the storm to sit over one area for a long time, constantly causing rapid amounts of rainfall to continuously occur across the region here, which is definitely very nuts. In regard to the sustained winds, you can see right here, sustained winds of 90 miles per hour, as well as central pressure has actually increased quite a bit to now 972 millibars, which is up to date. And like I said, we are expecting a 2 o'clock a.m. update to come out here very soon in regard to things. So we're definitely going to get to that here. Let's go and see it. Can there be 12 plus feet of rain impossible in the world if it had 20 foot of rain in a month and a half? Jakey, I have no idea what you're trying to go by with that comment. Let's go ahead and see here. But once again, my friends, like I said, obviously thank you all for joining us here for today. Like I said, it's very unfortunate circumstances, the reason we're, meeting here for today. But like I said, obviously we are going to continue to give you guys coverage here. We've been giving so much coverage in regard to the system. I am absolutely very thankful to be here for you guys. I tell you what, we're going to go ahead and switch on over here, guys, to the latest information in regard to the satellite imagery. Here is the latest satellite imagery coming in here from the GOES 16 satellite here on the eastern United States, or sorry, up east, obviously pointing towards the eastern United States and out and towards the Atlantic. We are obviously seeing this cyclone continuously. I mean, still very strong rotation is still happening here. Tons and tons of thunderstorm activity still happening just off the coastlines in regard to the system. But it looks like the system is getting a lot more closer to moving its way out here across portions of, obviously the eastern coast here of Florida. Definitely is going to continue to push its way through the region as of right now. Like I said, it looks like a lot of that rain has stopped for the initial landfall area, which is definitely good. According to radar and satellite imagery, there's not much activity happening right there in regard to things right now, in regard to precipitation. But we are still likely seeing those winds here. The wind field is still likely definitely kicking off some winds across portions of the way. Definitely not as crazy as what we have seen here over the last, earlier. Like I said, obviously earlier compared to what we did see. Here's the winds actually, definitely the winds are definitely getting very strong. But like I said, obviously in regard to things, like I said, the worst of it is over, obviously, with it making landfall towards Port Charlotte. But for some people, it's just the beginning, obviously towards like these areas near like Marietta Island. Those regions are currently getting the worst of the system that they are going to see themselves. So obviously with that being said, that is what we're looking at. And like I said, in regard to the latest update, guys, the Hurricane Center does have the cone of uncertainty going across most of portions of South Carolina. Like I said, we are expecting another landfall to occur out of Ian. This thing is forecasted to track its way out here, back into the Atlantic sometime here for tomorrow, and obviously make landfall across portions of South Carolina into portions of Georgia, with the possibility of maybe maybe even hurricane conditions being possible. Like I said, right now, according to the Hurricane Center, we do still have some hurricane watches that is in effect across portions here of South Carolina into coastal Georgia. You can actually see the areas here in pink. This is the hurricane watches stretching all the way from portions of northeastern Florida all the way up to the entire coastline here, portions of coastal Georgia, into portions here of South Carolina. We are seeing hurricane watches in effect here, basically showing where hurricane conditions is possible. Basically saying to monitor local conditions as warnings might be needed down in time. Like I said, obviously the cone has it mostly pointed into portions of South Carolina, so as of now, it's more of a likely scenario this thing will track its way into the areas near South Carolina in regard to a landfall here. As of now, it's still projected as a upper-level tropical storm. But if this thing just tracks its way more here to the east, like I said, as of now, there's no really forecasted strengthening with the system as it moves its way off here into the portions of the Atlantic. But like I said, the more east it goes, the more better of a chance it would likely have of maybe getting a little bit of a kick. And like I said, they're kind of uncertain right now what it's going to do. We're just going to have to wait for the system to exit Florida and see how it reacts to the inner waters here in regard to things. So, like I said, we're definitely going to just need to continue watching this. Of course, you guys can rely on us. We are going to be live for more coverage on landfall here in South Carolina. We'll definitely be giving you guys information in regard to the latest information here. So, but like I said, that's in regard to the latest info from the Hurricane Center. You can see this yellow, big old ball of yellow. This is all the tropical storm force winds. This is the tropical storm force wind field where tropical storm force conditions is occurring. The red is showing where the hurricane force winds are occurring. Still definitely really kicking here. Like I said, this was the last update as of 11 p.m. So obviously the update was a little bit out of date here at this point. We should be getting a new update from the Hurricane Center very, very soon. Like I said, the next scheduled update from the Hurricane Center is forecasted to be at 2 o'clock a.m. Eastern, which we are approximately 18 minutes to go here until 2 o'clock a.m. So we're definitely getting a lot more closer. So, in regard to things, guys, in regard to the water vapor scans, if we take a look at it, yeah, it's definitely really starting to pull in, a lot of dry air. It looks like down to the south, as you can actually start to see here. This system is having a very, very hard time, and it's definitely the system is obviously not liking the fact that it's moving over land here because of how quickly it's weakening here. It's definitely really, really dragging at this point. And like I said, obviously though, I mean, this thing is, like I said, don't let this fool you. This is still a very nasty storm. This is still a very, very strong storm. And like I said, right now, it is still a upper-level Category 1 hurricane with sustained winds here of 90 miles per hour with gusts up to 100-plus miles per hour being possible. As of last update, the pressure is at 972 millibars. I only expect that pressure to only increase from here on out. Which obviously, if you know what that means, increasing pressure means weakening of the system. Dropping of the pressure means strengthening. But we're not seeing any dropping. We did see a lot of dropping before the system made landfall here. We got, I believe, to a low of 938. 937, I believe, is the lowest pressure we did record in regard to the system. Now it's at 972. So we've seen rapid weakening has been kicking off here at the moment. So let's go ahead and see here. But that's kind of what we are talking about. Let's go ahead and see here. Proxy says, is there technically still an eye to Ian, or did that fall apart once it reached central part of the state? So right now, as you can obviously tell, there is obviously no visible eye. There is a central location of circulation, in which if you look at the map just over there, you can see kind of where the estimated center of circulation is located. So right here where my cursor's at on the left-hand side, you can see it's right here pivoted in portions of central Florida. Now, obviously, like I said, in regard to the eye being visible on satellite view, no, it's not visible anymore, and this thing will likely never have an eye again. It will never have an eye again. So this is the end of the storm here in regard to the eye formation. But anyways, yeah, so the central low is expected to be kind of across the regions right in here, as you can actually see. So that is currently what we are talking about. So let's go and see. We're going to try to get to some of these questions. If you guys have any questions, like I said, let us know. Definitely going to be here for you. Jiggy says, any webcams? We did have some earlier. We lost information on the webcams. The webcams have unfortunately taken a bad toll. Either the cameras got damaged themselves or the power went out, which the power went out is also pretty likely. And also it's very, very dark right now, so we don't really have any information in regard to that. So a lot of it has actually like I said, a lot of those webcams have actually went down, unfortunately, because of the system. Let's go ahead and see here. Very beautiful area of Blondie. You can see most of, especially state capital. Santa Cruz is beautiful, says Z-Bear. Well, obviously, welcome, Z-Bear. Glad to have you here. I think you're talking to Blondie. No worries. Well, thank you for being here. Greatly appreciated. Let's go and see here. Eddie says, same here, just enjoying the late night weather forecast. We're glad to have you here, Eddie. Thank you so much for joining us. Like I said, every single one of you guys, thank you for joining us here for tonight. Like I said, I know it's very, very late, and like I said, this system still needs the coverage. We still definitely need coverage on this system. This is still a very, very nasty system that is currently ongoing here. So, like I said, we're about to get a new update coming from the Hurricane Center here at any moment. Like I said, obviously it's expected here at 2 o'clock, so in the next 15 minutes we should have an update on this system in regard to strength, as well as new outlooks and stuff like that. So we should have all that information coming out here very, very soon. Now, speaking of the latest information, here's the latest expected rainfall. According to the Weather Prediction Center here over the next few days, obviously areas here towards Orlando here in the red indicating 10 to 15 inches. And like I said, right now, according to those flash flood warnings we are actually looking at towards the areas near Orlando, we are actually seeing, literally, according to such, we are literally seeing here those getting up here to 8 to 10 inches of rain has already fallen. And like I said, obviously 10 to 15 inches is forecast. That is definitely holding up here very, very well in regard to things. And like I said, additional amounts of 4 to 6 inches is possible. So is it possible that areas of Orlando could see more than 10 to 15 inches? Absolutely. And honestly, at this point, I'd say that is pretty decent possibility. Obviously, areas here just north of Orlando, as you can see, in the pink, showing 15 to 20 inches of rainfall expected, and areas here in this purple is showing 20 plus inches of rainfall is forecast for those areas there, which is definitely quite nuts. Anyways, but like I said, across portions here of the coastline as well. Like I said, we're talking here across portions of like coastal South Carolina. We're also talking a lot of rainfall possibilities here. 6 to 10 inches is forecasted towards like Savannah, Charleston, obviously near Hilton Head Island. You guys are included inside of this. Nearly 6 to 10 inches of rain is forecast. For more of the northern and the central interior portions of South Carolina, possibly around 4 to 6 inches. Still a lot of rainfall is forecast in regard to the system here. Peak surges have increased along portions here of the eastern coast. Obviously 4 to 6 foot. Big difference there across portions of northeastern Florida into the entirety of coastal Georgia. We are seeing a possibility of 4 to 6 foot of storm surge. 3 to 5 across a lot here of central and southern South Carolina into portions of Georgia. 2 to 4 feet across portions of northeastern South Carolina. We are seeing the possibility of storm surges. And like I said, what storm surges is basically the push up of all that salt water being pushed inland. So the rising, we could see we could see the sea level rise about 2 to 4 feet in regard to flooding alone. Now the waves are obviously going to be higher themselves, so well over 4 feet in regard to how tall the water level is going to get along the coastlines is obviously expected. So, but that's currently in regard to the latest information. We still have a very large high-risk area of flash flooding potential across portions here of the way. Obviously, at this point is very, very much expected compared to all what we've seen. In regard to the wind history, you can see right here, Florida, the areas in red is showing hurricane force winds. We've seen tons and tons of those hurricane force winds across the way, which is absolutely nuts. And like I said, they're going to continue to move their way across portions of the region. Those hurricane force winds will most likely track their way here across portions of even eastern or more east central portions of Florida. Definitely is a big possibility. Tropical storm wind gusts actually extend all the way out across portions here of the orange or the yellow there, in which the current wind field of the current system right now, as you can actually see, does show this. Like I said, the red is showing the hurricane force winds right now. The yellow is showing those tropical storm force winds as of now as well. So we are still seeing widespread tropical storm force winds still definitely occurring with this storm here, with even a decent area here in central portions of Florida still likely seeing those hurricane force wind probabilities. So once again, guys, in regard to the latest updates, that is what we're talking about here as of now. Here's the latest satellite imagery. Obviously, things are really starting to, really die down really quickly, start to, really lose its strength. But like I said, obviously, don't let that surprise you. This thing is still a very powerful Category 1 hurricane. Like I said, obviously with sustained winds here of up to 90 miles per hour. Obviously, that's constant winds. Sustained means constant winds up to 90 miles per hour. Obviously, higher gusts is expected as well. Possibly 100 plus miles per hour wind gusts could also be expected in regard to that. So, like I said, if you guys are just now joining us, we are about to have a new update from the Hurricane Center coming out here very, very soon as our 2 o'clock a.m. update. This will be initiated, I should say, within the next 11 minutes. So, obviously, we'll be giving you new information in regard to the system. Like I said, the latest info we have right now is still a Category 1 storm. 90 mile per hour sustained winds as well as pressure is 972. honestly, I'm expecting that winds to significantly drop. I'd see either to 80 to 85 miles per hour at this point is definitely a good shot in regard to what we are possibly seeing right now. But like I said, that latest information does come out here in about 10 minutes at this point, so hang tight, you guys, for us to get to the latest info. Now, in regard to the latest radar information, if we take a look here back at the local radar, here in regard to the latest information, we're going to bring down the loop forecast to the last half hour. We're going to switch over here to the level 2 radar in cross portions of Palm Bay. So we are obviously seeing very, very heavy rainfall that is continuously falling across portions of the region. Like I said, here's Orlando. I mean, areas mostly across the region. We're seeing, like I said, anywhere from, I believe it was 8 to 10 inches of rain has already fallen. Yep, 8 to 10 inches of rain has already fallen, with additional amounts up to 4 to 6 being possible in regard to the system in particular. So this is definitely causing an emergency of flooding to occur across portions of these regions. Now, in regard to the velocity spectrum, like I said, this is the view we look at to find possible tornadic activity. As of now, according to the radar view, I am not really seeing much of any strong areas of rotation. That's definitely some good news. The tornado watch did get canceled. This was in effect a little bit ago. If we go and take a look here back for the past, let's go see the past a little bit. We did actually have a tornado watch that was in effect here a while ago. And obviously at this point, this has now obviously been canceled here. This is no longer in effect. It did get canceled about an hour ago as of 1 o'clock a.m. the update. So as of 1 o'clock a.m., the tornado watch has been canceled. But like I said, just because that tornado watch has been canceled does not mean that the overall the overall tornado possibility is completely over. There is still a possibility here for tonight. We could see a few pop-up tornadoes, like I said, relatively to the east of the center. Like I said, here's where the center of the storm is located right now, a little bit more to the east compared to what we did think here for the most part. Obviously, the eye is kind of located here relatively just southwest of Yeehaw Junction for the most part. These are the regions where we are likely seeing, like I said, the center of the storm currently happening, probably where the strongest winds are near as of right now. Now, like I said, in regard to, tornadic activity right now, we're not really seeing much of anything happening. Like I said, relatively to the east of the center is where the most tornadic activity does happen. So, honestly, I'd even say areas near these regions could definitely still see the possibility of maybe a few, an isolated tornado or two definitely could be a possibility across some of these ways. As like I said, you are still east of the cyclone. It's still definitely a possibility of a few isolated tornadoes. As of today, we've already had several tornadoes being reported here in regard to the Storm Prediction Center, which I'm going to go and find the latest information in regard to that. Apparently, as of today, meaning like the last 2 hours, we've already had one report here in regard to yesterday. We're going to go ahead and pull up the latest information in regard to tornadoes here yesterday for being obviously the 28th. We did actually have a total here of, look at this. We've actually had a total of 11 tornadoes being reported. 12 total tornadoes have been reported in regard to Ian, and the obviously the effects from Ian has indeed spawned 11 tornadoes. That has indeed been confirmed across portions of the region here. So, we've also had some of those counties we did see tornadoes in. I'm going to go ahead and list off some of the counties. We did see let's go ahead and show you guys as we read them as well. We've seen a confirmed tornado here from Miami-Dade area. See Broward, Monroe, a lot of Browards here. Palm Beach is there. Broward and Palm Beach. So lots of mostly Palm Beach, Broward, portions here of Monroe and Miami-Dade. Those are where we've seen a lot of our confirmed tornadoes. Here's the map in regard to the latest info. We can dramatically zoom into this if you guys want to. I'm going to move this over here and go down to the south. Like I said, each one of these little red markers, these are all confirmed tornadoes. These are all tornado reports that came in from today. It's obviously the southern tip of Florida has seen a lot of tornadic activity. And like I said, honestly, personally, it would not be impossible if we did have another isolated tornado or two still happen here across portions of eastern Florida. Because like I was saying, across portions of the way, as of the latest update right now, like I said, the center is located southwest of Yeehaw Junction for the most part. Like I said, east of the storm is where the tornado potential is actually located. And like I said, across portions here of the way, we are seeing maybe the possibility of a brief spin-up tornado. Could indeed be also a possibility here for the little bit remainder of today, so we'll definitely keep an eye on it here. So, let's see, the latest information in regard to the update, we still don't have any updates on Ian as of 1 o'clock. The last update is still at 11 o'clock, so we should have a new update on Ian coming here very, very soon, within the next 6 minutes or so is what's expected. So, guys, hang tight here. We'll be getting some new information on the in regard to the system you see right here. Currently, the last update, 90 mile per hour sustained winds with gusts obviously up in 100 plus. We are seeing minimum pressure here of 972 millibars and increasing. Like I said, the higher the pressure goes, the more weaker the storm is becoming. Obviously, the lower the pressure gets, the more stronger the storm is becoming. And like I said, we've seen drastic increase in pressure overall since landfall here. We are seeing the system move its way to the northeast at 8 miles per hour. Definitely quite the slow-moving system here. Like I was talking about, that's obviously allowing for a huge concern in regard to, like I said, in regard to flooding. A huge concern. And here across portions of the pink bracketed area you guys see, this was that tornado watch that was in effect for portions of east central Florida. No longer in effect here as regard to the latest updates. Switching on back here to the satellite imagery here on the infrared scan. But like I said, obviously that is what we are talking about, guys, in regard to the latest info with the system. Like I said, we are still seeing, like I said, due to its a very slow movement, we are seeing, very, extreme concerns in regard to flooding. Like, so we're seeing well over a foot of rain being possible across the areas near Orlando. Over a foot of rainfall is forecast. Now, you obviously got to think about the coastlines here of where the system made landfall. We've already seen 12 to 18 foot of storm surge push its way across portions here towards Port Charlotte, as well as tons and tons of rain. As of what I'm seeing right now, we've seen anywhere from 15 to 20 inches of rain that has been estimated by radar across portions here near Port Charlotte. So tons and tons and tons of rainfall has indeed fallen in regard to the system here, which is absolutely nuts. So once again, everybody, we are seeing seriously some very catastrophic impacts in regard to the system. And like I said, this is still continuing. Even though the system is a Category 1 storm here as of now, like I said, don't let that fool you, because there is still, first of all, lots of wind damage occurring. There is still lots of surging happening here more on the eastern coast now, as well as flooding. Like I said, flooding, surges, winds are a big concern still, even to right at this moment. So that is what we are actively watching here. So we should have our new update coming out here very, very soon. Once again, like I said, the National Hurricane Center is initiating updates here at 2 o'clock a.m. We are going to definitely continue to watch this here very, very closely. But anyway, so let's go see here. Gail says, oh, glad someone is reporting. Thanks. You're very, very welcome. Like I said, I'm here for you guys, here for tonight. We did a lot of coverage earlier on the storm here. Like I said, I got a little bit of rest. We're back here and ready to go once again in regard to the coverage. And like I said, obviously, I am here for you. So, anyways, let's go see. Travis says, I took a brief break, needed a few hours of sleep. Hey, I did the same thing here for today. It's been absolutely a crazy day. In regard to the channel, we've been absolutely active for this last week. Just talking about this guy right here, absolutely been nuts here. So honestly, very, very crazy. Okay, we got some breaking news new information coming in here from you guys. 2 o'clock a.m. update shows the pressure now to 980 millibars with the maximum sustained winds of 75 miles per hour, which that's actually very, very low. Yeah, this thing is drastically weakened. So let me update this. Latest information, guys, just now came through. 75 mile per hour sustained winds. That still makes it it's a low end Category 1 hurricane right now, but it is still a hurricane overall, with a pressure now of 980 millibars. So that's as of the 2 o'clock a.m. update that just now has been initiated here. In regard to the information, in regard to the flooding, I think they still haven't updated all this stuff yet. But anyways, that is the new information coming through here as of right now. We're also going to wait here a few minutes for the cone to update as well. So give it a few minutes, guys, and that cone will also update in regard to things. And like I said, the projected path in regard to Ian is set to make landfall yet again. Expected to pull away from portions here of obviously eastern Florida later on today. Obviously, it is forecasted to take a northerly approach and eventually getting a little bit of a westerly trajectory on it, eventually impacting portions here of South Carolina into portions here of North Carolina as well. And like I said, obviously with that being said, that is currently what we are seeing. So we are definitely going to be watching, obviously the landfall here as well. So areas, you need to be preparing in areas across portions here of coastal Georgia, as well as coastal South Carolina. Even portions here of southern North Carolina, we do actually have a tropical storm warning that is in effect here. Now, in regard to the latest information, in regard to the latest cone and stuff like that, like I said, it still has, it just now has actually updated here. We still have ourselves some hurricane watches that is in effect across portions here of northeastern Florida, as well as portions here across the entire coastline of Georgia and to the majority of the coastline here of South Carolina, central and southern portion. So obviously areas near like Charleston, obviously near areas like I said Charleston, Beaufort, and obviously areas like that, we are seeing, indeed, absolutely, obviously those, like I said, obviously those tropical storm conditions is expected. Obviously, right around those regions where the hurricane watches are also in effect here. So, that is what we are talking about here right now. Like I said, obviously we are expecting secondary landfall to occur across portions of the way. We are seeing this happening kind of around, obviously kind of the early mid-afternoon hours here for later on today. That is when we are expecting, obviously, the secondary landfall to a concern. Actually, not today, for Friday. Got to make that clear. For Friday in the kind of the later afternoon, I'd say kind of around 5 o'clock, maybe a little bit earlier, could be possible in regard to ETA of secondary landfall out of this system. Like I said, in regard to the latest information with this guy here right now, the system is now on the east central side here of Florida. Obviously, in regard to the latest winds, we're going to go ahead and take a look here at regard to the latest updates and all kinds of information like that. We're going to go ahead and switch on over here to our other screen, guys. So this is as of the latest updates in regard to the winds here, obviously coming through. We have tons and tons of very, very strong to definitely damaging wind gusts being reported all across portions here of Florida. The center is expected. The center is obviously estimated to be kind of right around here in relation to where Florida is at. Still definitely causing a lot of problems here along portions, even in the western coast still. I mean, we're still seeing tons and tons of very, very strong winds. That is still currently happening. 40 miles per hour just off the coast here from a buoy here across portions of western Florida. 38 very, very far off, from the center. I mean, it's a couple hundred miles away from the center here. We're still measuring nearly 40 miles per hour, which that's nearly tropical storm force as well. So definitely is quite crazy. Near Orlando, we've actually measured a few of those gusts here as of a little bit ago. Actually getting up here towards, like I said, 61 miles per hour reported here. Another reported 57, according to portions here across Orlando. So like I said, not only is Orlando dealing with this wind concern, but like I said, in relation to what's currently going on across portions of Orlando, we have tons, and I mean tons, of flooding concerns that is currently happening across portions of the way. Like I said, as of now, already 8 to 10 inches of rain has already formed, or has already fallen across portions here of Orlando. We are obviously seeing, in excessive amounts, possibly even up to, more amounts, possibly even up to 4 to 6 inches is what it does actually show here. I'm going to show you guys the latest cone, or the latest polygon here, the update. So you can see between 8 and 10 inches of rain has already fallen. Additional amounts of rain to 4 to 6 inches is expected in regard to areas here towards Orlando. So we're seeing a possibility of overall 12 to 16 inches definitely being a possibility. So 12 to 16 inches of rain being possible across portions near the Orlando area. So definitely flooding is a major, major concern across the way here. Let's go ahead and see here. We have ourselves a question coming in here from Travis. Travis is saying, just curious, once it leaves Florida, do I think it will gain power again before it makes landfall? So a little bit ago in the live stream, we actually did take a look at the models in regard to its future cone and stuff like that, which is just now updated here. So obviously, as of the latest updates and everything like that, we are not really expecting any intensification to occur with this system as it moves way back here into the Atlantic. But obviously, the more east it goes, if it had the possibility in it, like I said, obviously we are seeing a very small chance, maybe a little bit of slightly bigger organization, but honestly, I'm very, very doubtful in regard to that. I don't think much of anything is going to happen once it moves its way into portions of the water again. This system has just been completely, this is very, very damaged. The structure of the storm has been very, very severely damaged since the landfall here, which is obviously not very good. Let's see. Dina says, I live in Lakeland. Wind gusts are still huge. Rain normal for tropical storms. So, here's the thing. My brother actually lives in Lakeland, which is actually really, really crazy. And even the crazier part is, me personally, I'm taking a trip to Lakeland here on the 1st. So, obviously, I'm glad to see that you are okay. I'm glad to see that you are still commenting here from Lakeland. Definitely good news. Have you lost power yet at all? Do you know? Could you let us know if you lost any power? Like I said, in regard to the latest power outages here, in regard to the latest update, the previous update we looked at before is at 2,240,765 people. Now the latest information is now at 2,271,611 people have indeed lost their power. And across portions of Florida, we have about 11 million people. And if you take into account for it, we've lost I'd say nearly about 20% of all power in Florida because of this system here. About 20% of power has been lost in Florida, and obviously the most impacted counties as of now is very, very much obviously across portions of the southwestern quadrant. Obviously due to that's where the direct landfall did occur. But look at this. You're going to start to notice how the eastern sides here in east central Florida are starting to light up here. That's obviously because the system is now impacting those regions, creating lots and lots of power outages as of now. So towards like Orange County, most people in Orlando and surrounding areas, apparently, according to the latest maps, still do mostly have power for the most part, but who knows how long that is going to last. Because like I said, I mean, conditions in Orlando is definitely going downhill very, very quickly. Like I said, in regard to the latest information here, from the flash flood warning we do have in effect here. I mean, look at this. Anywhere from 8 to 10 inches of rain has currently fallen. Anywhere from 8 to 10 inches of rain has currently fallen in areas here towards Orlando. Additional rainfall amounts of 4 to 6 inches is expected across these areas here as of now. Definitely getting very, very crazy. So we are seeing catastrophic flooding likely happening towards areas here in Orlando. So obviously, yeah, you don't want to be out in these conditions. Everyone, please, like I said, I hope you all prepared for this system. Like I said, obviously, I hope you guys prepared for the system. Let's see here. Yes, my mom has lost power at 9 p.m. My house lost power at 1 a.m. So you just recently has lost power. Well, thank you for the updates. Greatly appreciated. Dawn says, Ian, let's go see here. I am in Seminole County. Wind gusting, and I've heard the tree branches hitting the house. Well, Dawn, please stay safe. And if you have any questions to us, hey, let us know. Like I said, we're really here for you guys because I want to keep you guys informed. I want you guys to be safe. Obviously, we're going to do anything. I can do anything in my power. If there's anything you all need help with, if there's anything that I can do, please let me know. Reach in the comments, guys. We got you guys covered. We're obviously going to be here for you. ATR Media says the winds are getting up to 30-mile-per-hour gusts here on South Carolina. And like I said, that's only expected to actually get worse. This system is expected to make landfall across portions now of South Carolina here for tomorrow. Like I was saying, across the way, we do have ourselves some tropical storm warnings that is in place, stretching all the way, I mean, obviously from Florida, but all the way from even Georgia, the entirety coastline of Georgia, to the entirety coastline of South Carolina, and even portions here of southern North Carolina. We actually do have some of those tropical storm warnings that is in effect here. Now, if we take a look here at the latest National Hurricane Center code, as we were just discussing here, we do have a few areas in pink, as you can currently see, across portions of northeastern Florida, into the entire coastline here of Georgia, through portions of South Carolina. We are obviously seeing those regions that has hurricane watches. So obviously what hurricane watches means is that watch out for future conditions, as hurricane conditions could be warranted down in time. Now, if these turn into warnings, watches mean to pay attention for the conditions. Warnings mean to take action. So if a hurricane warning is issued, that means we are expecting hurricane conditions. Watch means keep an eye on it, because it's possible that hurricane conditions could follow and result to the storm here down in time. Like I said, that really just depends on the track of the system. Depends on how strong it moves as it moves off into the water. Like I said, right now, it's barely a hurricane anymore. It's just, I mean, any decrease in wind speed, which obviously is probably going to be expected in the next update, probably around 5 o'clock. In regard to that, we are likely going to see this thing being downgraded into a tropical storm here before sunrise. Absolutely. Kind of what we're talking about. Let's go ahead and see here. I have some more comments coming through here. Positive Light says, Winter Park, we are still having power, still loads of rain and wind gusts. Well, Positive Light, please stay safe there, my friend. And like I said, once again, that goes to everybody. If you have any questions at all, please let us know. We are going to be here for you guys. I'm going to make sure you guys are getting the best coverage as possible in regard to the latest information, in regard to wind gusts, rainfall, in regard to everything regarding the system. So now will be the time, like I said, if you're new to the channel, I mean, consider hitting that subscribe button if you have not yet. Like I said, I don't really ask for much, guys, but if you could, consider hitting that subscribe button, guys. It'll obviously help out the channel, help push YouTube to push it out more, to get obviously more people in here and potentially save more lives. And also, like I said, who knows? I mean, if you could be impacted down in time again, who knows? We might actually just save your life one day with the useful coverage that we do give you guys. Let's go and see here. ATR says it's going to be bad Friday. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts will be possible. Have to go home. It's already shaking the camper really bad. So, ATR, please, just please be safe out there, my friend. And if you have anything, any questions, anything I can personally do to help out, please let me know. We're here for you guys. Let's go and see. Do I know when the wild winds will leave Lakeland? So, obviously, okay, so obviously as each hour does pass here, for the most part, we are actually seeing like I said, as each hour passes, obviously we are seeing those winds get weaker and weaker. Now, in regard to, like I said, you're wanting to know whenever those crazy winds is going to pretty much end for the most part. Like I said, in regard to that, for timing, honestly, it's probably going to continue here for a little bit longer. I'd say that those crazy winds is probably not going to really end until tomorrow afternoon. I mean, obviously, we are going to continue to see tropical storm force winds probably for the next several hours. I mean, well into tomorrow, or I should say today at this point, is definitely expected to occur. Absolutely. Let's go ahead and see here. ATR says it only says straight line winds. Let's go to here. Wind gusts. What's the wind gust for Greenwood, South Carolina, in the Upstate app? Or for Upstate, my app doesn't say anything. So, in regard to the Upstate, like I said, as of now, the latest information, I mean, we could have from the cone, like I said, obviously here towards portions, like I said, for portions of southern South Carolina, maybe some gusts up to 70 miles per hour. But once it moves into the upper state here, we're talking some gusts maybe up to 50. Listen, obviously 50 miles per hour being possible, so just watch out for that. But just know that that can definitely still update here. Like I said, it really just depends on what kind of shape the storm is by the time it moves out of Florida here. Obviously, by the time it moves away from Florida and back into the waters. Like I said, as of now, forecasting, I mean, strengthening is not forecasted to occur once it moves back into the water. But like I said, the more east the system moves, the better potential, I'd say, of that happening. But I'd say it's a very, very unlikely chance that we are currently, currently right now. So that is kind of what we are looking at. Let's go ahead and see. We have some more. Let's see here. Only shows sightline winds. Yep. So let's see. Jacksonville, Jackson Beach expecting surges. So you're talking right here for portions of Jacksonville. So in regard to the latest information from the surges and stuff like that, if we take a look here at the latest Hurricane Center information, we are expecting the possibility of some surges along portions here of the Jacksonville area, especially right here across the coastline. We are seeing the possibility of maybe 4 to 6 foot of storm surges being a possibility across portions of the way. So that's basically saying 4 to 6 feet of salt water is going to be pushed inland. Now, that's not including the wave height either, or the flooding due to rain. Obviously, the coastlines is going to probably be a lot more underwater than that. Like I said, obviously right now, though, you guys are getting battered by these winds that are coming from the east and mostly tracking to the west right now. I mean, you guys are getting those winds battering against the coastline right now. So those surges are already beginning. Absolutely. Those surges have already begun across portions of the way. So that is currently what is going on here. Let's go ahead and see. We have ourselves, let's see, do I have any information for Port St. Lucie? I do not have any information for those regions. Christian says, you're the only independent meteorologist that is live right now. I'm leaving a like. Christian, thank you so much for that. Greatly appreciated, my friend. And like I said, I don't ask for much, guys, but if you have not already, consider hitting that subscribe button, guys. It'll be greatly appreciated. We are almost at 7,000 subscribers, guys. Like I said, we're here for you. We've been live here for a lot of this system here today. We've covered several hours. We just came back here live at 1 o'clock. Obviously, we're going to continue to push as long as absolute possible until I literally can't move on anymore. Like I said, I'm just trying to give as much coverage as absolute possible in regard to the system, because I want you guys to be protected. I want you guys to stay safe. And like I said, if there's anything that I can do to help you out in this crisis, please let me know. Please let us know. And we are obviously going to be here. So let's go ahead and see here. We have ourselves, what about right now for those winds? Seem like they're getting worse here in South Carolina. So, in regard to the latest information coming in from areas of South Carolina, we can go ahead and take a look here at the winds being reported right now. If we take a look at them right here at the moment, I mean, the winds are definitely increasing across portions here of South Carolina. We are seeing these streamline winds tracking relatively to the southwest, coming from the northeast here for the most part. But anyway, so in regard to things, we are currently watching this. Like I said, right now, we are seeing these winds, obviously around the 30-plus range here, with obviously higher gusts being possible. And like I said, right now we're seeing some gusts right here along the coastline, kind of around, obviously near like, 23, which is obviously not too crazy. But like I said, I do expect this obviously to increase as the center, the eye of the system, will track its way here towards portions of the area here in South Carolina. So that is what we're talking about. Let's go ahead and see here. We have ourselves some more comments coming through here. Is my meteorology knowledge self-taught, or do I have to go to school for it? I've been studying meteorology ever since I was 7 years old. I really started kicking into it when I was probably back in 2016. I think that's when I really started diving into it. I mean, like I said, while your average kid would probably be playing video games, I would be looking up weather, and I would be looking at conditions. I would be looking at notes. I'd be talking to meteorologists. I mean, like I said, just because I don't have my actual degree, I'm not just saying this, but I think I'm up there. I'm definitely really, really close to someone actually with it. Because like I said, I definitely understand the ins and outs of what is currently happening with this cyclone. I mean, absolutely. I mean, I know the entire condition which is currently happening here, and obviously, like I said, that's for the best. Let's go ahead and see here. We have ourselves some more comments coming through here. Let's see. Positive Light says, thank you. You're very welcome. Let's go see. Hello, sir. Do I have any information regarding Gainesville? So you talk about Gainesville, Georgia here, if that is what you are asking for. Let's go ahead, guys. We're going to go ahead and switch on over here really quickly. Let me actually look up Gainesville, Georgia, just to get its approximate location. Like I said, is it Gainesville, Georgia, or Gainesville, Florida? Because there's actually two. So let me know. I'm assuming now Florida, because like I said, I mean, obviously Georgia is going to get impacts too. Please let me know if it's Florida or Georgia. I can definitely help you out more if you tell me which state it is. But obviously, yeah, I got you covered. Let's go ahead and see here. I appreciate you being live, watching from Alabama, praying for all being affected. Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for being here. Greatly appreciated, my friends. Thank you all for Georgia. Let's see, Gainesville, Florida, probably. Yeah, it's kind of what I'm thinking here. Let's go and see. ATR says, I appreciate you. Thanks. Very, very welcome. Let's go see. My mom lives in Fort Myers. They are getting smoked, or they got smoked. Well, obviously, prayers goes out to your mom and obviously the surrounding people there. I mean, like I said, the conditions have been absolutely nuts across the way. And it's very, very sad just to see some of the damage and all kinds of stuff that came through here. I mean, it's very, very sad to see. I mean, tons and tons. Like I said, obviously, tons and tons of damage has indeed been reported. Like I said, obviously, this system is not done yet. I mean, like I said, just because the system is a Category 1 does not mean the impacts are over. Like I was talking about, areas in Orlando, I mean, they're seeing a possibility of 15 inches or so. 10 to 15 inches is definitely possible. I mean, already 10 inches has likely already fallen across portions of Orlando, and there's still some more rain to come. I mean, absolutely, it is pouring across portions of Orlando right now. Let's go ahead and see here. Let's go and see. We got ourselves some more questions coming through here. I'm in Orlando. Okay, we just got some crazy winds and stuff. I just read that. Let's see. I've subscribed. You're a keeper. Great info for answering questions. Much appreciated. Hey, you're very, very welcome. It is my honor to be here for you guys. It is my honor to help you guys out and help as much as possible. Let's go ahead and see here. ATR says, what is unsafe winds for camping? I'd say, I mean, honestly, camping in general in high winds is not a good thing. In regard to things, I mean, even or in like trailer home, definitely not good at all. I'd say anything really over 40 miles per hour would be really bad for areas in camping. So anything plus that, definitely not good. Let's go ahead and see here. Okay, so I am in State Park right now. Would it be safe for me to camp in tropical storm wind gusts? No, I would not say camping would be a good idea. I'd say, obviously, because campers, they obviously have the flat walls on the side. A wind gust hits that, it's obviously like hitting literally a wall. So it basically, we're going to go ahead and pull up the radar here really, really quickly. But anyways, in regard to things, like I said, as of right now, we are seeing, obviously, like I said, towards the region, right now we are actively seeing, I mean, obviously there is still some rain that is obviously starting to pull away from the region. It looks like most of it has actually, like I said, most of the rain is mostly over. But like I said, those winds are actually going to continue for quite some time now. Like I said, those winds are definitely not done here yet. So absolutely. So like I said, obviously with that being said, the winds are still going to last here for a little bit longer, but most of the rain has indeed stopped here for the most part. Absolutely. Let's go ahead and see. We have ourselves some more questions coming through here. I'm in Polk County. Let's go and see here. And it's crazy out there. Well, obviously, propane, please stay safe out there. If you have any questions, like I said, please let me know. Let's go and see here. We are seeing... where's Polk County? Are you? I'm in Lakeland. Where in Polk County are you? Okay, talking to ATR. Let's see. JMJ saying, did the 2 o'clock a.m. update give a chance of miles per hour in the storm that is moving? So, as of the latest information, like I said, as of the last update in regard from the Hurricane Center, Ian is still a hurricane. It's still a Category 1 hurricane with sustained winds of 75 miles per hour. Obviously, higher gusts, is definitely anticipated. Definitely is kind of expected across portions here of Florida. Definitely is very, very possible. Now, like I said, obviously, once it moves its way off here, it is expected to be downgraded into a tropical storm here. Obviously, the latest cone does have this kind of around 65 mile per hour sustained winds, which that's only 10 miles shy of hurricane force wind speeds. I mean, constant wind speeds. But like I said, right now for portions of upper tropical storm force, maximum wind gusts. I mean, we're talking here into that hurricane force possibilities. So that is indeed what we are looking at. So possibility maximum wind gusts up to maybe around 75 miles per hour. Wind gusts is possible as this thing moves its way out back into the water. Now, just before landfall here in South Carolina, like I said, obviously we are seeing Once again, kind of hovering in strength, not really expected to weaken, believe it or not, anymore. Once it moves back in the water, we are going to see the tropical storm force winds here in, once again, mid to upper level. I mean, we're seeing definitely around 65 sustained, obviously with wind gusts getting up to 75 plus. So that is something we are also seeing the possibility of. Let's go ahead and see here. I meant, is it still moving at 8 miles per hour? Yes. So in regard to the latest information here from the Hurricane Center, let's see here. The latest info coming through. Actually, it is not moving at 8 miles per hour. It actually has picked up a single mile per hour. It is now moving northeast at 9 miles per hour, which obviously is not big of a difference. It's mostly mostly traveling around the same speed. It has picked up a single mile per hour, but honestly, that's kind of estimated for the most part from the center. Let's go ahead and see. We have ourselves some more comments coming through. I'm going to try to get to as many as absolute possible. Can I tell me the rainfall and wind gusts for Winter Park area of Orlando? So, like I said, obviously towards the region of Orlando right now, we currently do have a flash flood warning that's in effect, first of all. And look at this. So in regard to the latest information here, it is showing anywhere from 8 to 12 inches now, has just now updated actually. Anywhere from 8 to 12 inches of rain has fallen, with additional amounts of 2 to 4 inches is possible. So now what this is saying is anywhere from 10 to 16 inches of rain is possible across some of these regions. Now, you do have a flash flood warning that will remain in effect here for the next 2 or so hours. I mean, obviously for the next 2+ hours, we are seeing this flash flood warning in effect here. I mean, obviously Orlando and surrounding areas is still currently seeing some of these nasty heavy rain bands. Actually, honestly, one of the worst, one of the heaviest rain bands of the system right now across Florida is currently impacting portions here of Orlando. So that is kind of what we are talking about. So definitely, yeah, definitely in regard to rainfall, it's definitely pretty crazy. Let's continue. It's right on top of me in Orlando. It's going crazy. I just picked up a lot. Well, Gant, please stay safe. And if there's anything that I can do to help you out, if there's, because for everyone, if there's anything I can do for you, please let me know. I'm going to be here for you guys. I want you all to be safe. I want you guys to be prepared. And like I said, if you guys are new to the channel, I mean, consider hitting that subscribe button. Like I said, I'm not pushing you guys to do that. Like I said, I don't ask for much, but if you could, please consider hitting that subscribe button and maybe sharing this with your friends and family who's nearby the area to keep them informed as well. We greatly appreciate it. The more the word gets out there, the more potential lives we could save here. And once again, thank you just for being here, guys. It's greatly appreciated. And like I said, thank you for hanging out with us here for tonight. And obviously, like I said, we're going to continue to give you guys coverage as absolute long as possible, as we possibly can here. Let's go ahead and see here. Thank you, sir, for providing information. Really grateful to you. Hey, you're very, very welcome. You guys don't have to thank me for this. This is what I am here for. I want you guys to, like I said, obviously I want to keep you guys informed in regard to the system here as much as absolute possible here. So, like I said, obviously we're going to be here for you guys as long as I possibly can stream for. Let's go ahead and see here. Can I search what Greenwood, South Carolina, and me... see what the winds are. So like I said, obviously right now, like I said, looking at the latest wind information coming through, like I said, as of right now, I mean, towards the coastline, we're starting to see those winds maybe getting up to the 20 mile per hour mark. I mean, obviously more inland, those winds are obviously getting down a little bit more. Right now, it's mostly like I said, mostly across portions here of the, mostly across portions here of the coastlines that's dealing with the heaviest winds right now. I mean, like I said, we're talking 30+ miles an hour is likely happening right now. Let's go ahead and see here. Got some more comments coming through. Obviously, like I said, if you have any questions, I'm glad to see that you guys are active in chat. I'm definitely glad to see this. And obviously, what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep you guys informed. I'm going to keep on giving you guys information here. Let's go ahead and see here. I just got the warning on my phone. It says, Gant, well, please stay safe out there. Arctic or Courtney says, can't sleep, just woke up from the storm. Well, sorry to hear that, Court. Like I said, yeah, I mean, Court's in Orlando, or Arctic is currently in Orlando here at the moment. And like I said, obviously Orlando is currently getting some very, very nasty rain bands here from the system. In regard to, like I said, the latest information from the flash flooding, once again, for the people just now joining us, there is reportedly 8 to 10 inches of rain that has already fallen. Additional amounts of rain up to 4 to 6 inches is definitely very, very possible. So in regard to that, we could see a maximum total of rainfall, possibly anywhere from 12 to 16 inches being possible across portions here of Orlando. Like I said, obviously there is a flash flood warning that is in effect here and will continue to be in effect here until 4:45 a.m. Eastern time, so well over 2 hours. This is still expected to be initiated for the next several hours. So we are definitely going to continue to watch this here. Let's go ahead and see here. ATR says, appreciate you. Hey, you are very, very welcome. Like I said, you guys don't have to thank me. Like I said, it's what I'm here for. I want you all to be safe. Obviously, like I said, I enjoy tracking these storms here. Like I said, obviously, I love keeping you guys safe and helping out as much as I possibly can. It's my honor to be here for you guys. It's my pleasure to be here for you guys. And honestly, you all are very, very welcome for this. Let's go ahead and see here. Gant says, everything's good. Made at my house. Elevated. I appreciate it. Going to start watching you. Well, thank you so much there, Gant. Greatly appreciated, my friend. Like I said, yeah, we got you guys covered. I mean, whether it's a tropical system, whether it's winter weather, I mean, or if it's just a severe weather event, hey, like I said, we're usually covering a lot of the country here. We cover the entire United States in regard to these events here. And like I said, if anything does pop up near a town near you, hey, you might just see us live on your specific area. So we'll definitely be here to give you guys latest coverage. So, we're actually going to go ahead and turn on the actual composite radar here, taking a look at the information over the last 6 hours. So this is the radar going back 6 hours in time. You can obviously see the rapid movement here of the system to the northeast. Like I said, obviously right now this thing is getting pretty close here towards the Atlantic waters yet again. Right now it's on the east central side here of Florida as of now. Let's go ahead and see here. Got ourselves, let's see here. Internet Dame says, thank you for the stream. Once again, you are very, very welcome, my friend. Let's go ahead and see here. Travis says, at least so far, no one has seen Mickey Mouse or Goofy flying in windows. Let's see here. What's the rain total in the Bithlow area? So let me, because obviously straight off the bat, I don't know exactly where this is at, so I can tell you what I'm going to do for you. I'm going to look up this area specifically for you, just to look here. So you said Bithlow, let's see, this is right here across portions of... Yeah, apparently it's not one to pull up here on my side. Do you know where this is? You know where another close area? Do you have a zip code for that area? If you do, let me know. Let's go and see. What about Lake City, Florida, right above Gainesville? So, like I said, obviously, in regard to the latest information for the regions near Gainesville, we are still seeing some rain that is currently ongoing across portions of the region, but the most of it has died down for the most part. However, those winds are still there, and obviously they are going to obviously continue to be there for the next several hours. I am forecasting these winds to continue to be here for the next several hours. I mean, well into tomorrow morning. Absolutely. Let's go and see here. Positive Light says, you are my new weather source. Appreciate you. Once again, thank you. Seriously, so much for that. Greatly appreciated. And like I said, you are very, very welcome once again. Let's go ahead and see here. Christian says, how bad will Ian be when it gets to the Carolinas? Flooding / tornado potential ? So in regard to the latest cone, first of all, we need to see where this system is expected to head into. Like I said, the middle point, the median line of best fit does have the system tracking its way here just relatively between Savannah and Charleston, or the center. But like I said, the cone of uncertainty definitely does stretch out all the way across portions here. I mean, even as far as east central South Carolina, directly south of Myrtle Beach, is still a possibility for obviously possible landfall. Now, like I said, nearly between Charleston and Savannah, like I said, it's kind of what we're expecting in regard to landfall potential. But, like I said, in regard to intensity, it is expected to remain a tropical storm, an upper-level tropical storm, a mid to upper-level range. We are definitely seeing the possibility of maybe 65 mile per hour sustained winds, maybe even gusts up to 75, maybe gusts up to hurricane force. Definitely could be a possibility. Absolutely. Definitely up to hurricane force could be possible. So, in regard to that, I mean, damaging winds is definitely something we need to consider watching here as well. So, like I said, once again, we're going to keep you guys informed on that. You're wanting to know about the flooding concerns. Like I said, in regard to the latest information here from the Hurricane Center, we do have a big flooding potential across portions here of South Carolina as a general. As you can see right in here, I mean, we're literally talking anywhere from, in the orange region, we're talking 6 to 10 inches of rainfall being possible across portions here of the coastline of South Carolina. Obviously, the more interior portions and for the northern coastlines, we're kind of talking maybe a little bit less rain, maybe kind of around 4 to 6 inches being possible. Like I said, definitely is something we got to really watch out here for. Let's go ahead and see here. Rendale has sent me the zip code. Okay, got you covered here, my friend. Once again, thank you for joining us, guys. Greatly appreciated. Glad to have you guys here for some late night coverage. Let's go ahead and see here. So 32828. This is right across portions of. Okay, this is basically in Orlando. So, like I was saying, for the most part, in regarding to near the Orlando region, like I was saying, I mean, you guys are likely seeing the worst of this system right now, if not very, very soon, across portions here of Orlando. Like I said, what has happened here just a little bit ago, guys, if you guys are just now tuning into us, is we do have a very nasty flash flood warning that is currently in place for portions here across portions of the way. Obviously, Orlando, we are currently watching, and across the region, we are currently seeing anywhere from 8 to 12 inches of rain that has already fallen, with additional amounts of 2 to 4 inches definitely being a possibility. So that is, like I said, if you add those totals up, that's anywhere from 10 to 16 inches of rainfall being a possibility across portions here of the Orlando region. So definitely catastrophic flooding is forecast to occur, which is definitely pretty crazy. Let's see. Courtney says, my street OMG. Courtney, is everything okay with you? Is everything good? If you can, try to send me some information. Like I said, if you guys have any footage, any type of photo, video you want to send in regard to relation of Ian, like I said, obviously let us know. Tag us on our Twitter page at NWW1162, and we'll try to get to you as much as possible. Let's go ahead and see here. Let's see, Crypto says Daytona Beach. So, in regard to Daytona, I don't know if you're specifically asking for, like I said, obviously if you guys are, specifically asking for Daytona or any surrounding area here for the most part. But obviously towards areas, like I said, obviously near Daytona and surrounding areas. Like I said, if you go here towards the northeastern side, you can kind of see here, as we get closer towards the way, towards Daytona Beach, I mean, you guys are still seeing some very heavy rainfall that is still currently happening. And like I said, right now we are actually seeing, I mean, obviously just to the south, I mean, lots and lots of flooding. I mean, these areas are going to see several inches of rainfall very, like I said, they're pretty close to Orlando for the most part. And like I said, Orlando right now is getting absolutely plummeted by tons and tons of water. I mean, extreme flooding is currently underway here in Orlando, and that's only expected to continue. Like I said, in regard to the latest information, like I said, we're literally once again seeing currently already 8 to 10 inches of rain that has fallen, with additional amounts of 4 to 6 inches being a big possibility. So that is definitely something that we have really got to watch out here for. Let's go ahead and see. We have ourselves some more information. Courtney said, please, rain, please stop. Obviously, yeah, so hopefully that does stop. But unfortunately, it looks like it's going to be continuing for a while there, Courtney. So please be safe. Let's go and see here. Any info on DeLand, Florida? So across portions of the way, let's go take a look here at DeLand, Florida. DeLand, Florida. This is right here across portions. Okay, this is relatively north. It's actually pretty close to it. It's between Daytona and Orlando. So you're kind of right here near Deltona for the most part. So as of now, once again, kind of a similar situation ongoing for you. I mean, you are definitely seeing tons and tons of, like I said, tons and tons of rainfall that's still currently falling. Rain is going to continue for the next several hours, and obviously flooding potential is only going to, like I said, obviously is only going to increase, with this as time goes down, as more and more rain is being flooded. Absolutely. Let's go ahead and see. We have ourselves some more questions or more information or more comments coming through here. Travis says, isn't it amazing you all, this old boy streaming from Kentucky, no degree in meteorology and delivering more information and content than any other new channel out there. Outstanding job. Travis, thank you so much. Like I said, obviously I want to make an impact on the world. I want to help out as many people as possible. I personally simply love tracking these events and hanging out with you guys. I also enjoy helping save people's lives. I also really want to help people. I want to put an impact on this world and help out as much as I possibly can. And obviously that's what I'm going to be set to do here. Like I said, we're always going to be here for you guys. We are constantly, we're not going anywhere. Not planning on going anywhere ever. Like I said, I'm planning on keeping you guys constantly up to date in regard to weather. I mean, daily update videos and live streams and stuff like that. So, except that's something you guys will be interested in. Like I said, consider hitting that subscribe button. It'll be greatly appreciated. Anyway, so that is what we are talking about here. Let me go ahead and see here. Let's see here. What conditions would be necessary for Ian to continue moving east and dissipate before turning north? Is that even a possibility? So honestly, the chances of that happening is relatively no. Here for the most part. Like I said, as of right now, like I said, the cone of uncertainty definitely does have this thing making landfall yet again. Right now, the cone of uncertainty is aiming right between like Savannah, Georgia, and Charleston, South Carolina. We are expecting a landfall across the region there, and like I was saying, I mean, sustained winds is expected to remain around 65 miles per hour with gusts into hurricane force, maybe up to 75 miles per hour. Definitely is a possibility in regard to that. With the system. So in regard to the chances of this thing dissipating, it's not expected. It's not expected. Now, once it moves more further inland, obviously it's going to dissipate because it's obviously lacking that warm water towards the surface, which is definitely much needed in regard to these systems here. Let's go and see here. So if I skip any of your questions, I'm not trying to, my friends. Like I said, obviously I'm trying to keep up with the comments here, so I'm going to try to do is what I can. Let's go ahead and see here. So my mom's on oxygen. I have 3 large tanks, last 8 hours, 6 small tanks, last 2 hours. Power went out at 9 p.m. Went from let's see here. Concentrated gas. Do I know where I could take here if the power is not restored? That is a very good question. So a good area to go to in regard to that. In regard to that standpoint, it would be the best to go check out near like hospitals. First of all, the hospitals could have spare tanks to obviously help give there to your mom. Also, you got to think, they try to restore power as quickly as possible in these areas near the hospitals because like I said, they're constantly, if the power goes out, they're running on generators, so they have some form of electricity, but they obviously try to get the power up as quick as possible, mostly across the hospital regions first. Absolutely. So if I were you, I would definitely check with the local hospital you have. I mean, maybe they have extra tanks they could give to your mom, or they could just have the power there, and that's kind of like I said. Other than that, I really wouldn't know too much, but that's what I felt. If I was in that situation, that's probably what I would end up doing. Let's go and see here. Could we see more hurricanes tomorrow? So in regard to the system, like I said, there's a possibility this thing could make landfall in South Carolina. Like I said, it still has not been ruled out here in regard to things. From the latest cone we just got here not too long ago. I mean, obviously this has hurricane watches in effect for portions here of South Carolina. Any other hurricanes, like out in the waters right now, we're not really seeing anything. There is one system that's currently out in the far, almost central eastern Atlantic. Right in here, we are actively seeing. I mean, obviously, the system tracking up here to the north. Expected just to kind of eventually get caught in the jet stream. Not expected to cause any impacts anywhere. Not concerned about it. I mean, spaghetti models are all over the place, you can obviously tell. But mostly a northeasterly trajectory is kind of expected. But obviously, Ian is the big one here in the Atlantic right now. And like I said, obviously, that is what we are seeing. Let's go ahead and see here. Dancing K says, hey, thank you. You're very, very welcome. Is Windermere, Florida okay? So I was going to take a look here at the latest information in Windermere. I have to look it up here because obviously I'm not exactly sure where this is at. Let's see, Windermere, Florida. So this is right here. Okay, this is relatively towards Orlando. Okay, so you're getting pretty similar conditions to as near the Orlando region. So across the region, we do have some flash flood warnings that is in place here, relatively just towards the region. Like I said, obviously towards like Oak Ridge and surrounding areas. Like I was saying, I mean, these areas are seeing tons and tons of rainfall that's been occurring across the regions. We've been seeing anywhere from 8 to 12 inches of rainfall, with additional amounts of 2 to 4 inches being likely. So with that being said, we could see a total amount of rainfall of anywhere from 10 to 16 inches, definitely being a possibility across some of the ways here. So that is currently what we are seeing here. In regard to that, like I said, tons and tons of flash flood warnings extend all the way from portions down towards like Meade and pretty much central Florida, all the way to east central Florida, kind of towards the coastlines near like Titusville and Cocoa Beach and surrounding areas, Oak Hill. I mean, a lot of people are currently under flash flood warnings in regard to things here. So absolutely. So I'd say definitely some flooding conditions if you're wondering if they're okay. It depends like who you're tracking. Obviously, for the most part, like I said, obviously, please check on your friends and family and relatives if you have any in across the region, because I'm assuming you do. But anyways, like I said, yeah, tons of flooding. Right now, they're currently getting hit by a pretty nasty band from Ian, and which is causing, I mean, definitely likely some gusty winds, maybe even some damaging wind gusts, as well as, I mean, rapid rainfall. Like I said, it's going to be accumulating or adding to those accumulations as we have been talking about, which is definitely pretty crazy. Let's go ahead and see here. There are local shelters, says Restless Gypsy. Yeah, I'm sure there is, but the question is if they have power or not. That's the thing. Let's go see. Honestly, this cozy right now, chilly in Orlando. Hope Fort Myers and heavily affected areas are okay. Yeah, we've seen some very, very nasty stuff come in here from the region. Very, very unfortunately. Let's go ahead and see here. St. Pete, question mark. My aunt is there, says DD Days. So in regard to the regions, we're going to get you covered here. Let me go ahead and put on St. So turn up here. So St. Pete. Let's see here. St. Pete's, Florida. Let's see. There's St. Petersburg, Florida. St. Pete Beach, Florida. I'm assuming that's where. Okay, so obviously that's towards like Tampa region. Yeah, Tampa. Obviously those areas did get pretty nastily impacted in regard to things. But that is kind of what we are talking about. So obviously, I know the regions there on the West Coast definitely did get impacted quite nastily. Sadly, in those many evac areas, it's late to get an emergency shelter, but they have been up to handle many situations as such. Okay, let's see here. Courtney says, I can't get footage, Drew. Unfortunately, it's way too dark out. Hey, also don't put yourself at risk there, Court. I don't want you getting hurt. Like I said, that goes for all of you guys. If you want to send us anything on our Twitter, like I said, tag us on Twitter at NWW1162. Like I said, we'll definitely try to share, the footage and stuff like that. We'll definitely try to share the footage and everything like that in regard to things on our live stream. And like I said, obviously, make sure it's related to the content of Ian. Absolutely. Let's go ahead and see here. Okay, let's see here. In regard to things, let's see. D-Day says yes. Okay, so yeah, what's going on there, D-Day? So obviously, hopefully they're okay. Let's see here. This afternoon, gives me area be clear. Okay, later on this afternoon, yeah, the system is expected to track its way out here into the Atlantic later on today. That is what's forecast. I mean, the system right now is in East Central Florida. The center of Ian is in East Central Florida as of right now. You can kind of see, I mean, there's no solid eye, but you can kind of see the, somewhat of the shape of the cone. I mean, obviously you can see somewhat, half circular, like not really, honestly, like you see kind of a little bit of, that basically, all right, bottom line, that's where the center of the storm is currently located. Right here towards pretty much the east central side. Which, but by the time later on, eventually, I mean, those winds are still probably going to continue for a lot of today, probably well into the afternoon hours. Honestly, though, it's going to be possible for maybe a little bit of rain for a while. Absolutely. Let's go see it. Could I get no rain in Currituck, North Carolina? If I tracks too far east, I need rain. I mean, really anywhere in North Carolina at this point, a lot of areas in North Carolina is forecast. I mean, really everywhere. I mean, most places in North Carolina is forecasted to see lots of rain across portions of North Carolina. Like I said, at worst, for North Carolina, there's some isolated pockets of maybe... there's some isolated pockets of maybe some areas up to 6 to 10 inches being possible. Just northeast of Raleigh for the most part, relatively west of Charlotte. That's kind of what we're looking at here. Now, obviously, in regard to, other, for the majority of North Carolina, I mean, anywhere from 4 to 6 inches is definitely possible. So, with that being said, I mean, yeah, North Carolina is definitely set to get some nasty rainfall out of the system here. Let's continue. I live in Swainsboro, North Carolina, have lived through several big storms, including losing our home to Florence. Oh, that's not good. Also, let's go see animal rescue for these storms, which helps people as well. Plus, Red Sea. Well, that's really, really cool, Restless. Well, thank you so much for helping out in these situations. Absolutely. And obviously, greatly appreciated. Thank you for being here, my friend. I mean, all of you guys, thank you for joining us here for tonight. Very, very late night stream here for tonight. Obviously, we're going to continue giving you guys coverage as long as I can possibly go here. I want you guys to, obviously, like I said, I want to keep you guys informed and as safe as possible. Like I said, even though the worst of the system has already impacted Western Florida, like I said, the system is still a hurricane. This thing is still a Category 1 hurricane with sustained winds, meaning constant winds of 75 miles per hour. Obviously, higher gusts, possibly up to, kind of in the range of maybe 80 plus miles per hour is kind of expected, maybe up to 90 plus. So obviously, with that being said, still, we need to watch out for this system. And tons and tons of impacts is currently happening. And like I said, with these systems, these systems rotate counterclockwise, kind of in this direction here. So obviously, with that being said, right now across portions here of the eastern coast is getting battered by these winds from east. So they're obviously westerlies, heading to the west here across the coastlines, pointing right directly at the beach lines. And obviously, that's creating the waves to push more inland. Also mixed with high tide, not very good. High tide plus, I don't know if it's high tide right now, but eventually when it turns high tide, and the system is still battering those winds, basically the winds do influence the waters a lot more than you might think. They push the water more inland. Obviously, with that being said, we are seeing that possibility of that storm surges. And like I said, storm surges actually extend all the way up here, which I'm going to go ahead and show you guys here really quickly. Yeah, they just now updated the storm surge map. In regard to the surges and stuff like that, we are obviously still seeing possibility 4 to 6 foot of storm surges, kind of possible between areas of Daytona Beach towards Jacksonville as well, right there on the coastline. Like I said, here's the storm surge forecast. The storm surge just goes as high north as coastal North Carolina, with 1 to 3 foot storm surges being possible. And like I said, once again, this system is expected to make landfall in South Carolina for later on tomorrow. For tomorrow. We are also going to be live here for tomorrow as well, to obviously keep you guys informed as well. Let's go and see here. Good luck and sending lots of positive vibes to all of you in Florida. Florida strong. Absolutely, guys. Like I said, we're going to get through this together. I know it's very, very unfortunate in regard to the circumstances that we are currently under. But like I said, I mean, Florida, yeah, like I said, you guys are strong. We got this. We got this. Like I said, obviously, we are going to be here as long as possible to give as much confirmation, or give as much information, I should say. And like I said, I mean, we can get through this together. Obviously, you guys should have prepared for this system, obviously, beforehand, which if you did, good for you, obviously. But for the people who didn't, obviously, prayers goes out to them. And obviously, for the people who did, that actually did get affected by this here. So it's very, very, it's very, very sad to see what happened, especially earlier today. I mean, we've really seen some nasty conditions across portions here. Like I was saying, it's kind of crazy just showing how the resemblance of this system really resembles Charlie. And honestly, I mean, some people would agree with me on this. This system is worse than Charlie. Easily. Yeah, this hurricane is a lot worse than Charlie. First of all, Charlie was moving a lot faster, not leading to as many accumulation factors in regard to rainfall. This one's dumping a lot more rain because of its more slower movement. Also, the eye wall of the system is literally 2 times or larger, 2 to 3 times, maybe 4 times larger than Charlie was when it did make landfall. So this one is going to basically be replacing Charlie in regard to things. I mean, Charlie was still very bad, don't get me wrong, but this one is also 100% going down in the history books as a very nasty storm that impacted southwestern Florida. Absolutely. I mean, we're making history here tonight, guys. We're making history right now. And like I said, I mean, there's probably going to be people here down in time watching this live stream right now from years in the future, remembering this event that's ongoing. And obviously, you got to think, there's going to be one day where, little Jimmy is going to grow old, and he's going to be like, do you remember Hurricane Ian back in 2022? You know it's going to happen. So obviously, like I said, this one's definitely going to be remembered, definitely not going to be forgotten. And I'm going to tell you now, Ian is going to be retired. Absolutely. After this, Ian is going to definitely be retired here. Let's go ahead and see here. If it gets bad as with Michael, or if it gets bad as with Michael, we have lots of channels where it works. We have websites people who in need could find needing help. Well, that's really, really good. That is really, really good. Absolutely. We had a huge network of channels. As you're aware, we had thousands of us networked through those volunteers around getting to those in need. Well, honestly, thank you, Restless, for obviously the support, on the ground for helping people as the aftermath of these systems. And, that's honestly, you basically are a hero for that. You know that, right? If you're helping people out in regard to the storm, specifically you are a big hero in regarding to, things here. And like I said, obviously, we thank you. We really, really do thank you for all the support. Let's see, even if it's not known, trust me, there's help there on the ground. Absolutely, yeah. Let's go see here. Fiona will retire soon. Names will be retired, 90% sure. Fiona was the one that hit earlier. Are you talking about Ian? Yeah, Fiona was also bad. It hit portions of Canada, absolutely. Let's go ahead and see here. Crypto Hash says, winds are really picking up in Daytona Beach. Let's see. So obviously right here, here's Daytona Beach. You guys are definitely getting some of the nasty rains here across the way right now. But in regarding to the latest wind information, something we haven't done here in a few minutes. First of all, let me update the page here, get the latest info. Oh yeah, you're right. Yep, towards Daytona. Wow, look at this, guys. Daytona Beach recording 64 mile per hour sustained winds. That is well in the tropical storm force with gusts up to 78. That's above the maximum intensity of Ian right now. That is crazy. Yeah, I can definitely see that on my end there, Crypto. Please be safe there, Crypto, in regard to the storm. Like I said, latest information we're now having right off the coast of Daytona Beach from a weather station, Beach Safety Headquarters, reporting, once again, a wind gust of 64 miles per hour. Sorry, I said that wrong. Wind speeds, constant winds of 64 miles per hour. And like I said, wind gusts, obviously the highest peak of winds getting up to 78 miles per hour. That is absolutely very, very crazy. So, like I said, obviously that is definitely very, very crazy. Let's go and see here. So 40 mile per hour gusts and more in the inner portions, 55 nearby, 48. So yeah, obviously the more you go inland, it looks like the winds do die down a little bit. But like I said, right there on the Daytona Beach line, like I said, right here, we are actually seeing that wind report of 78 mile-per-hour winds. Once again, this is gusts. This is not sustained. Sustained winds are 64, but gusts are up to 78, which is gusting into the hurricane force. Right now, sustained of tropical storm force and gusting into hurricane force, which is definitely very, very interesting. Very, very interesting here. And is not very good. So obviously, please stay safe out there, my friend. Who said that they're in Daytona? It was Crypto Hash. Okay, so please be safe in regard to this here, please. And like I said, obviously, if there's anything that I can do to make things better, is for anyone. If there's anything I can do to make things better, anything I can do to help out anyone in any form of way, please let me know. Okay? We're going to be here for y'all. Like I said, obviously, I know this is scary. Like I said, just know that you are not alone during this situation. You are not alone. And like I said, obviously, you know, we're in this together. We can get through this together. I promise you. We got this. Like I said, obviously, Florida has dealt with these situations many, many times before. This is no really, really new information that's, happened in Florida. I mean, they get these systems, you know, obviously quite often. But like I said, regardless, though, we can get through this together. I promise you. We got this. And like I said, obviously no reason to panic. I understand it is pretty scary. Yes, it can be pretty scary and nerve-wracking, but just know that we got you covered, okay? We got you guys. Like I said, don't worry. It'll be okay. Let's continue here. Thank you for all that you're doing, says Restless. You are very, very welcome. Like I said, it's my honor, it's my privilege to be here for you guys and to give you guys the latest info in regard to the system. Like I said, obviously, whenever there's any system like this impacting the states, I mean, sometimes even nearby areas, we did coverage in Cuba as well as up in Canada. I mean, in some events, other countries, we also do coverage, at least in the tropics realm. So if there's any other systems like this, I mean, hey, you guys can seriously trust us to be live. I mean, like I said, we covered a long time here in regard to this system here overall. Let's see, wind gusts are up to 115 meters per hour here in across the region, says Ann. So obviously, please stay safe out there. It's definitely pretty crazy. I have to go cook something while I have power. I can't sleep, says Molly. Well, Molly, please stay safe. Molly also says, best channel I have found in hours of searching. Thank you. You are very, very, very welcome. Super, super welcome. And like I said, I don't really ask for much, guys, but if you can, like I said, consider hitting that subscribe button, y'all. It'd be greatly appreciated, my friends. And like I said, I mean, if you could, also share this to your friends and family. Like I said, obviously, the more we get the word out there, the more potential lives we could save here in this situation. So obviously, the more info we can get out there, the better. And like I said, we got you guys covered. We're going to be here for you. Let's see. It's a very loud brick house flood zone. We are safe here. Crypto, I'm glad to see that. Well, definitely continue to give me updates on that, okay? If you can. Have you lost power yet, Crypto? If you could let me know, that'd be great. Like I said, if you guys are in Florida right now, which I'm sure a lot of you guys are in Florida right now, if you are in Florida, tell me your location and if you have lost power or not, and we could kind of map things out here. Speaking of power outages here in regard to things, we're actually going to switch on over here to the latest power outage map. Last time we updated this was at 2 o'clock, so we're actually exactly an hour ago we updated this here. And as of an hour ago, we had 2,271,000 people without power here. Like I said, obviously with that, so we are seeing 2,271,000 people without power. Now, the latest update here, that went up a lot. 2,375,771. Now, obviously, approximately to that exact number is, I don't know how accurate that really is. I mean, obviously, there's probably more than that, or maybe a little bit less than that. I don't know. Regardless, though, we are in the 2+ million range of people without power. And you can really see the counties here in the southwest where Ian made direct landfall. I mean, obviously, that's where they got the most impacts in regard to the strongest winds, the surges, and all kinds of flooding. And obviously, here across the east central side, we're starting to see these colors turn a lot more dark here. So absolutely. So yeah, that's definitely increasing in regard to the power outages. So we'll check back up on that here in a minute. Since we are getting close to 3 a.m., I don't know if we're going to get an update here on Ian. I think the next big update will be here at 5 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken. 5 o'clock Eastern, I think, is the next advisory being issued from the National Hurricane Center. I think that's the latest. I think that's the next one here. Let's go see. Why do hurricanes have constant winds and severe thunderstorms don't have constant winds? Says Jakey Buddy. So obviously, okay. So these systems are developed really well on the surface. These are surface-developed storms. Obviously, the winds come from the ground levels. So with that being said, because of that pressure difference, now with thunderstorms and such, those winds are generated in the downdrafts of the storm. So obviously, you have the updrafts, the winds, the warm air that goes up into the colder environment, and the downdrafts, the cold air that sinks. Hot air rises, so it goes up. Cold air sinks. So what goes up must come down. So whatever comes out in the cold air smacks the surface, and depending on how strong it is, that's how it shows it. So, and obviously it can last in certain duration. So these systems are developed on the surface. Those systems are obviously a little bit interesting. Like I said, there's more details into that. I'm not going to get into right now because I'm sure I'm sure these people don't want to deal with any science lessons or anything going on right now. But obviously they want to stay up to date with the latest information. But yeah. Let's go ahead and see here. But that is currently what's going on here. Let's go see. Dana says, can I see what's going on in Marion County? Let me first see if I can find Marion County. And first of all, thank you so much for being here. Greatly appreciated, my friend. I'm going to try to find... There we go. Marion County, right here. Okay. So, in regard to Marion County, the big county right up here, this guy right here towards Oslo. So across the region right there, we are actively seeing, obviously, some of those rains, continuing to battle across the region. It looks like those rains are actually relatively quite moderate to heavy right now, which can lead to possible flooding of some roadways and obviously back roads and stuff like that. But that is what we are seeing. So as of now, obviously we are seeing that in regard to the winds currently. In regard to reported winds, we're seeing here towards the region. I'm going to pull up here really quickly and show you. Like I said, this is relatively just south of Gainesville for the most part. We're seeing winds at most up to 23 gusts. I don't know how accurate that is because that does also heavily rely on, if this is a scientific grade weather station, if it's calibrated correctly. Honestly, those are. I'm going to say those winds are probably a little bit higher than what that is actually reporting. Honestly, I'd be pretty shocked if it was that what it's actually reading there. Let's see, Dana says, thank you. You are absolutely very welcome. Let's see, Don says we are getting hammered now in Seminole County. Hey, Don, please stay safe here. And if you can, let us know. If you have any questions, like I said, let us know. We'll be here for y'all. But like I said, thank you guys so much for joining us tonight. It's greatly, greatly appreciated. You guys absolutely rock here. And like I said, I don't ask for much, guys, but if you can... consider hitting that subscribe button, my friends. We are literally very, very close to 7,000 subscribers. At the moment, we are getting very, very close. Currently, right now, we are at... Let's go and see. I'm getting information here on the latest subscriber count. Like I said, we're getting very close to 7,000. We are so close, you guys. And like I said, I don't ask for much, but if you could, consider hitting that subscribe button. Courtney says, how fast is it moving now? So the storm right now has sustained winds, meaning the strength of the storm right now has constant winds here of 75 miles per hour. Yeah, we are seeing these winds here of, like I said, sustained, constant 75 miles an hour. Gusts, obviously getting up here plus, I'd say 85 to 90 plus miles per hour. Obviously, like I said here a little bit ago, we had those wind gusts getting above 75 here across portions of Daytona Beach just a little bit ago. But if you're wondering in regard to how fast the storm is moving in forward speed, it is moving northeast at 9 miles per hour. It actually did get upgraded a single mile per hour here. I have friends without power throughout, I can't even pronounce that county. Been flickering on and off every couple minutes. My grid is underground power lines. Well, that's good. Underground power lines are obviously better than above ground. Courtney, I think, like I said, I think Arctic or Courtney has said that Orlando, they're mostly above ground power lines, which is not good. Which can obviously lead to more power outages. What if Hurricane has one humongous gust of 250 miles per hour? Well, Jakey, that's obviously not happening, so we don't got to worry about that. Don says, I have power. Well, that's good. That's definitely good here. Ann says, since still Cat 1, how about tornadoes? In county, I can't sleep, only thinking. So you're talking about, let's see, Valisa. If I'm saying that correctly, let me see. Valisa County. I got to figure out where this is at. Oh, here we go. Valisa County. Okay. Valisa, I think I'm saying that right. I could be wrong. But regions, okay, so obviously your county is right here. You were under a tornado watch a little bit ago. Right now that has been canceled. The eye is just relatively due, or the center of the storm is relatively due south. So I think your tornado potential is done. I don't think you're going to get a tornado here. Like I said, it is possible, maybe for areas more just to the east. pretty low chance I'd give it. I mean, nothing really big. Here's a little bit of fun fact for you guys. So right here is obviously the center of the storm. That's where the low pressure is located right there. These systems rotate counterclockwise, first of all. I do want to actually mention, but only on the right-hand side of the storm is where tornadoes are possible. That is where your winds are the strongest. That is where the mixing layer is. Basically, the warm and cold air interacting is mostly on the right-hand side. The left-hand side does not favor tornadoes. Although it does have its own impacts, like flooding concerns and stuff like that. That's where a lot of the rainfall is. It's usually in the northern section of the storms. But yeah, but in regard to tornadoes, you are fine. All you got to watch out for now is, I mean, obviously, depending on how close you are to the coastline, is obviously storm surges across the way. Obviously, heavy rainfall, which is currently continuing to ongo, and even some really crazy gusty winds that is still happening here with this system. Absolutely. So in regard to that, yeah, so just please keep an eye on it. Definitely keep an eye on it here. Let's go ahead and see here. Okay, got another question coming in here from Jesus Loves You, saying, will it reorganize once over water? Will it gain strength again? So according to forecast models, we looked at those earlier in the live stream. We determined that strengthening of the cyclone is not anticipated. Not expected to happen here once it moves out. Like I said, once it moves out back in the ocean. Now, honestly, the more east, say if this really hugs up against that eastern cone of uncertainty, the more it does that, the more better chance it would have of maybe getting slightly better together. But I think the surface low has been too much damaged by Florida, which that would require it to be over water for a elongated period of time, in which it's just not going to have too much longer to be over the ocean water. Like I said, it is expected to make landfall here for portions tomorrow. And like I said, we actually do currently, as of the latest information coming in here from the latest cone and the warnings and stuff like that, we do have, first of all, tropical storm warnings all the way from portions of eastern Florida, all the way up here into portions of southern North Carolina. New tropical storm watch has just been issued for portions here, obviously just relatively south here of like regions near Jacksonville, North Carolina, relatively just south of that region. We are seeing, like I said, obviously the pink is showing the possibility of maybe the possible hurricane conditions. Like I said, hurricane watches are in effect for the areas here in pink. Obviously, we're going to watch out for possible hurricane conditions. Now, if these turn to warnings, warnings mean take action. Watches mean pay attention. You should obviously know that, guys. So obviously, right now, there are watches for hurricane conditions and warnings for tropical storm conditions. So basically saying, right now, we are seeing tropical storm conditions being expected, and we are seeing hurricane conditions being possible. So obviously, it really just depends on what the shape of the storm is by the time it kicks its way out to the ocean here, as well as if it does a little bit of strengthening. Like I said, according to latest models we looked at, it's not anticipated, it's not really forecasted to do really any rapid development any rapid development in regard to the system. Not expected. It's supposed to honestly just kind of sustain itself here. Like I said, obviously towards landfall. We're kind of talking the possibility of around 65 mile per hour sustained winds. Like I said, as of this point, seeming most likely we are going to see a between Savannah and Charleston landfall, but a cone of uncertainty goes between towards Savannah and Georgetown. But it does look like the targeted area here of landfall of Ian for a second time is going to be across portions here in southern to central portions of South Carolina. Those are the regions where we are definitely seeing that here. Let's go ahead and see here. Ann says, thank you. You are absolutely very welcome, my friends. Like I said, I'm here for you guys. I want you all to be prepared. I want you guys to stay safe with this system. Like I said, if you guys are new to the channel, I don't ask for much. Consider hitting that subscribe button, my friends. We are getting very, very close to 7,000 subscribers. Once again, share this with your friends and family, guys. It'll be greatly, greatly appreciated. Definitely just please stay safe out there. But yeah, so once again, like I said, this thing is expected to be a tropical storm here. Obviously, once it moves its way back into the waters, according to the latest information. But this thing, accordingly now, the latest update has actually just came out here. This is actually, it looks like, okay. Well, I think that this program is wonky or something. This is wrong. This is showing it at a 40 mile per hour sustained system on landfall, making it basically right there at a tropical depression, or sorry, 35 to 40 mile per hour sustained, which if you look here at the official 2 o'clock a.m. Hurricane Center update, it still has tropical storm. So don't trust that one. Don't trust the cone here on this one here. Don't trust that to be precise in regard to intensity. The cone is still dead on, but the intensity is obviously very, very off. So, but that's currently what is what's going on there. Now, according to areas near Charleston, we are seeing winds here. This is obviously constantly wind speeds here of 34 miles per hour. So yeah, those winds are definitely really starting to increase across portions here of the coastline here of South Carolina. And like I said, we are expecting those conditions to actually get a little bit worse here. So we're definitely going to watch out for it. Let's go and see here. Let's go and see here. I just saw a picture of Tampa Bay. The water was sucked out. Yeah, especially once the system... obviously, Tampa Bay, like I said, the system is now... the eye is just east of Tampa. And like I said, these systems, they rotate counterclockwise, as you mentioned before, obviously pushing that water more out. Now, in the beginning of the system, so obviously, it's kind of pushing out towards back into the ocean. But in the beginning of the system, obviously, like I said, you have the very strong winds here in this fashion, kind of pushing it more to the north. So it started really pushing to the north, and then it changed now to the west. And eventually, as the storm continues up here, it's eventually going to change its way to the south and eventually to the east. So eventually, yeah, this is definitely be changing in motion quite rapidly. Absolutely. Let's go ahead and see here. It's nasty Winter Springs area right now. What are the winds currently? I feel they are worse right now. Isn't that towards Orlando? Like I said, yeah, Orlando, you guys are currently getting a very nasty, very nasty band right now across portions of the way. We are currently seeing winds. Like I said, obviously, we had some reports near the Orlando region in the last little bit, kind of showing those winds maybe around, kind of around 57 miles per hour. So, honestly, I would say right now, across the Orlando region, we are likely seeing well in the tropical storm force winds here. Obviously, there is the possibility of some of those winds getting up to, so we're actually seeing the possibility of some of those winds getting maybe near hurricane force and some of the gusts at its maximum high. Now, there is a station here. This is outdated, though. Very, very outdated. This is actually 2 hours ago, showing 35 mile per hour sustained winds with gusts up to 52. And honestly, I do believe that this actually has increased since then, just due to the fact that the center of the storm has tracked a lot closer. And as of an hour and 56 minutes ago, this system was still a Category 1 here. So in regard to that, I think those winds have probably increased for the most part here. Let's go ahead and see here. But that is currently what we are seeing here right now. Let's go ahead and see here. We're watching from DeBerry. Listen to you, County. Appreciate you being live. Absolutely. Hearing that we may have some problems with flooding in the St. Johns River. It would honestly not be surprising. And like I said, you're not the only region that's supposed to see a lot of flooding. Like I said, Orlando as a little update for you guys. I mean, look at this. Anywhere from 8 to 10 inches of rain has already fallen, with additional amounts of 4 to 6 inches being a big possibility. Can you believe that? 4 to 6 inches of rain also being expected here over the next little bit, which is definitely very, very crazy. So with that being said, I mean, we've already seen a lot of rainfall. I mean, this at worst case scenario could be anywhere from 12 to 16 inches of rainfall definitely being expected here. So that is kind of what we are seeing here. Let's go ahead and see here. We got ourselves, I'm in Lake Mario, we are getting lots more gusts, yeah. So obviously, so it's probably going to continue for a while there. Dawn says, I'm right next to I-4. I'm sorry to hear that. Anyways, good to see here. Dina says, just reporting that the wild winds and rain have subsided in Lakeland. Well, that is good. Yeah, obviously it looks like I said towards Lakeland. I mean, we still have a little bit of rain activity that's going here. But yeah, it does appear the worst of it is now east of you. But you are still going to continue to see gusty winds and such like that for the next while. Definitely is going to really continue to see this. But yeah, for the next little bit. Let me go ahead and see here. Well, that's definitely good news for the most part. Let's go and see here. What app is this? This is a program called WSV3. Like I said, it's not free, by the way. The one over here, this one's called AWIPS. This is the official one they use actually on. They actually use this at the Weather Service and at the Hurricane Center. This is the program they use. Sorry for the flashing, guys. It's the radar that's trying to update here. Which I tell you what, I'm going to do that for obviously people with that type of problem of flashing lights and stuff. But yeah, like I said, obviously, this is from AWIPS over here, the one with the radar and everything. This one is WSB3, and this one's a website called Windy. Let's go and see here. I'm more worried about the rain, says Molly. Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of at that point here as well. Like I said, according to radar, near areas near Orlando, I mean, we've already apparently had 10 plus inches of rain, or 8 to 10 inches of rain. That's also what radar has said for the most part. And honestly, so that was kind of what was forecasted too. Like I said, we've already seen anywhere from 8. This is now saying 8 to 12 inches of rainfall has already fallen, with additional amounts here of obviously 2 to 4 inches being possible here. So that is kind of what we are talking about. Let's see. Proxy says, sorry everyone, I can't keep my eyes open. Need to go back to bed. When is the next stream? So tomorrow, we are going to be doing updates on Ian. Probably, like I said, probably sometime. I want to say probably the afternoon tomorrow. We're probably not going to be live here for much of the, after. I'm sorry, I'd say probably evening tomorrow is what I meant to say, across the way. Yeah, definitely. So, Proxy, like I said, go get yourself some sleep. Once again, everyone, please give a big thanks to Proxy for, for the donations and helping out with the stream earlier today. Definitely very, very greatly appreciated. It really helps us out, guys. Proxy is an absolute legend, and obviously, like I said, continuously, like I said, if it wasn't for Proxy support, it would be really, really difficult to continue to do what we do. Like I said, unfortunately, a lot of these programs are not free, and they do cost money. And like I said, if you would personally want to support the channel, like I said, I'm not saying you have to. Like I said, I don't ask for much of anything. If you would like to, this is totally up to you. Don't worry about it. If you would like to donate to us, if you guys would like to help us out, check out that pinned link in the description there. In the description as well as in the chat where it says consider donating. Click on that, guys. It'll have a link there, as well as that little $ icon or that little ribbon icon. If you do want to support us, you guys can take a look at that here as well. Like I said, just you guys being here is way more than enough, and thank you so much for being here, guys. Big thanks to you. But yeah, like I said, latest information here. Like I said, we are seeing some nasty rain bands continuing in portions of Orlando. Like I said, obviously, these are going to continue for probably the next several hours across portions of Orlando. I mean, like I said, the system is still definitely moving quite slow here for the most part. I am now getting some confirmation that we are now seeing some winds. Let's see, magnitude of 67. So that's obviously 67 mile per hour wind gusts at Cocoa Beach. Courtney, if you're listening to this, you know Cocoa Beach, where you go. They just reported nearly 70 mile per hour winds across the way, which is obviously not very good. So I just wanted to let you know on that, Courtney, in regard to what's happening here. Like I said, it's nearly 70 miles per hour has actually been reported across the way here, which is definitely really, really interesting. So, but that's currently what's going on here, guys. I do want to give you all an update in regard to the power situation, the current power outages across portions here of Florida. Like I said, as of last update here a little bit ago, we have actually seen, basically, as of a little bit ago, we've seen 2,375,000 people without power. This was obviously a little bit ago, about a half hour ago is when we looked at this. So let's go and do an update. Once again, 2,375,000, now up to 2,427,000 people. So obviously we're losing a lot more power across portions here of the east. Like I said, I mean, areas, especially towards like Orlando and surrounding areas. I mean, I bet you guys are drastically really starting to, listen, I bet you guys are seriously really starting to lose a lot of the power there. Not just from the winds, but also the water. Like I said, there's tons of flooding that's currently ongoing across a lot of these places here, obviously in Florida, which is definitely really, really interesting here. So definitely watching out for this, my friends. We're going to continue to give you guys information on this as of right now. So here's what we're gonna do. We're actually gonna go ahead and switch on over here, guys, to the view here. We're going to go ahead and take a look here at the moment. We're going to take a look here towards the radar view, relatively near Palm Bay for the most part. I do want to take a look and see if there's any rotation, because like I said, east of these cyclones, there is that possibility of maybe some rotation that's happening. But right now, we're kind of clear on the radar in regard to areas of rotation, so there's no immediate tornado danger. That's good news. Definitely want to hear. Let's go and see. Positive Light says, thank you so much. You're very welcome. Let's go and see here. I don't know if you're talking to me or if you're talking to Proxy or anything like that. Let's go and see here. Hi, everyone. Hope you're having a great night. You too, Haley. Thank you for being here. Cordy says, Drew, anything I should let my grandpa know? The condo is right on the beach, second floor. Okay, so in regard to him, like I said, obviously towards Cocoa Beach, in which obviously, okay, so here's what you need to let him know. In regard to storm surges, I mean, yeah, obviously we are going to see some surges across the way there. We are seeing the possibility of maybe, let's see, relatively, this is actually, well, that's actually kind of towards the region. let me see where in relation to where Cocoa Beach is at right now. So give me 1 second. So Cocoa Beach is, okay, right here to the north. Okay, so honestly, I'd say anywhere from 1 to 3 foot of storm surges is possible, which that shouldn't get up to the condo, which is good. But those winds is kind of what I'm concerned about, I should say. Like I was saying, we did have a wind gust reporting here not long ago, 67 miles per hour. This was as of 1:57, so this is obviously about an hour ago, which is really not too long ago. Probably with this band that just went through across the region. But yeah, so that's definitely well into tropical storm. I mean, upper level tropical storm force. You literally give that speed about 8 more miles per hour, and that'll be classified as hurricane winds. But anyways, but that is kind of what we are seeing here. Let's see here. Other than that, storm waking me up. I'm good. How are you? Okay, let's see. Talking to Haley. Hunter the Parmesan. Let's see. Is that Parmesan? Hold on. Is that Parmesan cheese expert? Hunter the Parmesan cheese expert. That is perfect. I love your name so much. Well, obviously, welcome. Glad to have you here. That name is golden. That is absolutely awesome. Let's see. So in regarding to latest updates, I don't know if we have. Okay, so in regarding to this system right now, we are still talking a 75 mile per hour sustained wind storm here. Once again, constant winds with this guy at 75 miles per hour. Obviously, higher gusts up to I'd say 80 plus easily. Is a possibility. Like I said, we just had a wind gust being reported here an hour ago towards Cocoa Beach here. Obviously pretty populated area. We are talking, definitely towards the region here. We are seeing from a mesonet, basically a fancy weather station, we are actually seeing magnitude, basically meaning how strong it was, up to 67 miles per hour. So that's obviously quite gusty winds. I mean, we're talking upper level tropical storm force. Obviously, they're into lower level hurricane force. Like I said, not quite in hurricane force, but very close to lower level hurricane force. Not quite. About 8 miles an hour off. But anyways, that is what we are talking about. And like I said, hey, if there's anything that I specifically can do for you guys, please let me know. I'm going to be here for you guys. Like I said, obviously, in regard to the system, I got you guys covered here. Like I said, if you are new to the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button, my friends. We are very, very close here to, like I said, we're very, very close to 7,000 subscribers. Guys, we are approximately 47 subscribers off. So if you're new here, like I said, consider hitting that subscribe button. Like I said, I'm not forcing anyone to do anything, but like I said, it'll be greatly, greatly appreciated. It'll really help us out, and obviously it'll keep the word, get the word out there, which is obviously what we want. We want to protect as many people as absolutely possible. So once again, I'm here for you guys, and I'm going to continue giving you all support here. So. But that is currently what is happening here, guys, as of right now. So here's in regard to the latest information. Like I said, the hurricane hunters, they're done flying in the storm here. Here is as of the latest update. There's no active missions that is ongoing. They did do a mission just before it made landfall. Like I said, it made landfall right around in here. Obviously around the region towards like we were talking about Port Charlotte and Cape Coral area is where the system did actually make landfall. It did cut its way through here, now passing into pretty much east central Florida now in regard to things. Now, obviously, like I said, down in time, this system is expected to actually cause some impacts here across portions of South Carolina. This system is actually expected to make its way down there. And eventually, like I said, there is actually tropical storm warnings that is in place for areas here along portions of South Carolina. So that is what we are looking at here. So once again, we also do have some hurricane watches that is also in place here for areas near the entire coastline of Georgia, as well as a lot here of central and southern portions of South Carolina. That is what we're talking about here. Let's go ahead and see here. Subscribe, like button, smash. Thank you so much, Hunter. Greatly appreciate it, my friend. Thank you for being here. Absolutely. Let's go ahead and see here. We have ourselves. Okay, Travis saying the wind doesn't bother me. Been through several tornadoes. Flooding does, however, bother me, and that's where the real damage is. And the fact I can't swim. That is not good, Travis. So, obviously, I hope you prepared ahead of time for this. And please stay safe out there. Once again, I mean, specifically for any of you guys watching right now, if there's anything I can do to help you out, please let us know. Please let us know here. Let's see. Auntie Travel says, I'm just north of Cocoa Beach, and my emergency phone alert just woke me up. What's up on the East Coast? So, like I said, obviously, okay, so Auntie, right now, like I said, towards Cocoa Beach, we did get a report here at Cocoa Beach of winds reaching up to 67 miles per hour here. Once again, this is gusts, wind gusts of 67 miles an hour, which that is upper level tropical storm force. For the most part, it looks like a lot of the rain is mostly done for these areas. I mean, I wouldn't say it's completely done, but it's at least on a break for the most part, looking relatively not as crazy as it was earlier. But with that being said, those winds are still going to continue. We are seeing some very heavy rain just to your northwest. I mean, obviously including Orlando here. I mean, Orlando is currently getting plummeted. I mean, by tons and tons of heavy rainfall that is currently happening across the way here. So definitely what we got to watch out here for. Is lots and lots of flooding, but for you specifically, like I said, those winds are definitely cranking. They're definitely cranking. Like I said, it's possible it's going to continue to do so. As actually the eye does get closer to you. The eye is actually forecasted to track its way relatively just over you for the most part. So that's kind of what we are talking about. Auntie says, thank you. You are absolutely welcome. Like I said, what I'm here for, guys, it's my privilege. It's my honor to be here for you guys. Like I said, I want to help out the world. I want to impact the world and help out as many people as much as possible. And like I said, if it means me not sleeping at nighttime and giving coverage to you guys, hey, you bet I'm going to be live for you. And you bet that I am going to not stop and continue giving you coverage until we can't go anymore. And like I said, we've been doing a lot of coverage, guys, on Ian ever since it made landfall, too. We actually... like I said, obviously we actually did some pretty crazy stuff here. Like I said, we've been streaming for this event here for a long time. At one point we did get off and we did take a little bit of a break there and stuff. But yeah, absolutely. Absolutely here. But that is, like I said, that is currently what is ongoing there. So, like I said, guys, latest information coming in here from the, coming in from the Hurricane Center. This thing is still a Category 1 hurricane with sustained winds here of 75. I almost said 175. No, 75. Like I said, 75 miles per hour here. Obviously, with higher gusts definitely being expected. Like I said, the main concern right now, guys, in regard to things is the flooding. We're seeing tons and tons of flooding ongoing across the Orlando region. I mean, look at this. Law enforcement reported 8 to 12 inches of rain that has currently... so obviously, 8 to 12 inches of rain has currently fallen here, with additional amounts of 2 to 4 inches being expected, which is really, really crazy. So we were seeing a total here of maybe 10 to 16 inches being possible across the Orlando region. So definitely is quite nasty in regard to things here. Really, really nasty. Let's go and see here. Okay, let's see. You are a hero to many. Thank you, says what a friend we have. Well, obviously, you're very, very welcome. Like I said, you guys don't have to thank me for this. Like I said, it's my honor to be here for you guys. It's my privilege to be here for you all. It's my pleasure to be here for, I should say it's my pleasure to be here for you guys. Like I said, obviously I am going to continue to be here in regard to these events. Like I said, hey, I don't care if it's winter systems that's causing drastic snowfall somewhere, or if it's a big, obviously, like I said, I don't even know if it's a big hurricane, or if there's some type of big severe weather event that's going on. We are usually live during these systems. We usually have got you guys covered in regard to things. Like I said, we obviously are here for you all. We want you to be prepared. We want you guys to be safe. That is the goal of this channel, is to help save as many lives as absolute possible. And I want you guys to know that. And like I said, if there's anything that I specifically do as an individual to help you out, please let me know. Let me know in the comments. I'm gonna be answering as many comments as possible. I'm answering as many questions as we possibly can here. But like I said, let's go and see here. Okay, so Cordy says her porch is flooding. That's not good. Cordy, can you send us... Is it too dark out to look, or can you actually send us images on that? Let's go and see here. I want y'all to know I live in Tennessee. I'm out harm's way, but in similar situations to this one, I do have friends that live close to Orlando. Can't get a hold of them. It's very, very unfortunate there. So, like I said, obviously, Travis, I mean, please keep on checking up with them, and hopefully that they are doing okay. Like I said, right now, Orlando is really having a hard time right now with all this rain. Like I said, right now, we are seeing a very, very strong rain band that is currently moving through Orlando. It has been for the last hour or so, probably a little bit longer. And like I said, it's probably going to continue to be so across the way. Let's see. I'm in St. Cloud protecting 3 children and my elderly mother. I can't sleep yet. So you're in St. Cloud, you said, Clark? So let's go and pull up St. Cloud. I'll give you the latest information on that. Obviously, thank you for watching them. Obviously, thank you for keeping a lookout for them, obviously. So definitely, a lot of respect goes to you for that. Obviously, I know that could be quite the stressful thing to deal with. So you want to know about St. Cloud in regards to the regions here, St. Cloud, Florida. You are right here just south of Orlando for the most part. Now, I will say, you're right around in here. Here's St. Cloud. For the most part, okay, so you are still seeing some pretty crazy rain that is currently happening here at the moment. You are under a flash flood warning in which, look at this, 7 to 10 inches of rain has already fallen with additional amounts of 2 to 4 inches being possible. So obviously, flash flooding is a big possibility. Definitely please be safe and continually watch the surrounding area. As flooding can definitely be a possibility. In regard to those winds, for the most part, yes, they are still going to be quite gusty at times. But in regard to things, I mean, honestly, in regard to things, I think that it's just, you're probably experiencing the worst, if not you've already experienced it before right now. So obviously, just hang in there. Like I said, obviously the system is moving pretty slowly to the northeast at 9 miles per hour. And obviously, like I said, we're definitely going to really watch out for this here. So let's go ahead and see. Courtney is sending me some information here of Orlando. Wow. Okay, so here's actually some footage or some image coming in here from Courtney or my girlfriend here. This is from my girlfriend here in Orlando. We are seeing obviously lots and lots of flooding already starting to happen here near the porchway that she has there. I know it's kind of hard to see, but there is a lot of water that is currently across those regions. And like I said, Orlando, once again, this is coming straight from Orlando. Like I said, Orlando is definitely getting impacted quite nastily by this flooding. I mean, seriously, it's been absolutely crazy. Let's see, my house is far upland too, says Courtney. And honestly, like I said, I know that you're right there next to that canal. Obviously, that is probably flooded quite a bit. I wonder how your boat is doing with all this going on there. But anyways, like I said, guys, if there's anything that I can do to help you guys out, please let us know. I'm in Orlando and got no power right now. Okay. So that's obviously not good. Courtney, Courtney's also in Orlando. We just got the images from. Courtney, do you still have your power or no? Are you out of power or what's going on in the situation there with you? Like I said, I know a lot of people are continuously starting to lose a lot of their power. But anyways, let's go and see here. Lights starting to flicker at my house. So please stay safe there. Like I said, we are expecting widespread power outages, which obviously I said right now we are seeing that. Courtney says I'm more worried about the jet ski. Yeah, honestly, at that point, yeah, I agree with you on that. That is not very good. Now, in regard to the latest power outages, since we are kind of on that subject, we're just on that subject here. Like I said, here's the latest information we got as of 3 o'clock. We're about to update this. Obviously, the number is going to rise here. But the previous update we looked at here, like I said, obviously, we've been seeing, like I said, obviously, 2,427,505. Like I said, obviously, that's a lot of people, nearly 2.5 million nearly. Now, the new update has it a little bit higher, actually not as much as I was thinking here, but this obviously is in a half hour, and obviously reports still have time to come in here. We're now at 2,442,781 people without power. This was the update as of about 4 minutes ago. About 4 minutes ago here as of now. But that is definitely crazy. So yeah, Courtney says that she is without power. Yeah, so as of now, like I said, towards Orange County, they tracked latest updates here. Let's see. In regarding to the energy, or obviously the power here towards Orange County, there's a total of 633,000 people they track, and 127,000 of them are without power right now. Now, obviously, areas down here towards the south. Wow, look at this. Yeah, towards Charlotte County here, there's 127,000 tracked, and 118,000 of them are currently out without power. Not good. Really, really not good. And like I said, I only expect those conditions to actually... obviously, I do expect those conditions to actually only increase here. Really, really crazy. Let's go ahead and see here. I still have power in St. Cloud, but my streets are flooded. Storm drains are overfilled. Clark, like I said, please stay safe. If there's anything we can do, let us know. Let's go and see here. Don says Florida population 25 million since I moved here in the past 2 years. Yeah, Florida population is quite high. Like I said, we're tracking 2.5 million without power. So there's at least 20% of the Yeah, there's at least 20% of Florida without power, if that's correct. Let's go ahead and see here. Where am I located from, or where am I located? So I live. I'm from Virginia. I was born and raised in northeastern Virginia in Prince William County. A little bit about me. Right now, I'm in Louisville, Kentucky. I am actually in the region here of Louisville, Kentucky, relatively nearby to some of these areas. Near Crestwood, around those regions. Not saying exactly where, but obviously around those regions here near Louisville. Yeah, absolutely. So I'm relatively close to the Louisville area here. And obviously, yeah, this is pretty far away from my area for the most part. But like I said, regardless of distance, hey, we still have the tools and everything that's necessary to keep you all safe. And that's what we're going to do. No matter where we are on the earth, I'm still going to keep you guys informed here. But yeah, that's definitely not good. Yeah, so I'm getting reports here from 2 people in chat. Like I said, my girlfriend as well as, I forgot who else said it. Saying that in Orlando, power is out. And honestly, it's not surprising. Like I said, there's a lot of, nearly, I don't know how accurate this is, but like I said, they tracked 633,000 people in the county of Orange. I believe that's where Orlando's at. I think it's Orange County, Orlando. We tracked 633,000 people, and 127,000 of them are indeed without power, which is definitely not good at all here. Let's see. I'm in Lake County. So in regard to Lake County here, let's see if we can find Lake County. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure where Lake County is located for the most part. I know where Lee County is at, but here we go, Lake County. Okay, that's just north. It's just north of Orange County. So right now, like I said, in regard to power outages, we tracked 169,000 people, and 21,000 are apparently reported without power. In regard to that, here's the map, guys. If you want to see that again, here's the Florida map that's currently without power. Like I said, you see where the red is? That's where the more of the impacts is. I mean, it's showing the percentages. I mean, you can obviously tell. I mean, nearly 100% of people without power, right where the landfall area was. And obviously, like I said, towards the areas here, anywhere from like 30 to 60% of people. I'd say more like 30 to 40% of the people are out without power on the east central side. But like I said, the system is still here and still is causing impacts. And obviously, with that being said, this is likely going to, this is going to definitely go increase in outages widespread. Definitely really, really crazy. Let's see, I'm just happy my porch faces the west, so the entire thing is bone dry when I go out for a smoke. It's definitely pretty funny. Let's go see. Haley says, is Hurricane Ian over or no? No. Hurricane Ian is done, far from being over. Now, the hurricane part of it, that part's narrowing down the hurricane part of Ian. However, tropical storm conditions is expected for the next several days. Like I said, obviously, we are expecting a secondary landfall here across portions of South Carolina's coast. We are expecting a secondary landfall to occur. Like I said, somewhere between Savannah and Charleston, South Carolina is kind of the main impact areas as of now from what it looks like, but obviously that's still interesting. Travis is still a hurricane category 1. It's dying. Yeah, it's currently on its way. It's I wouldn't say it's dying. I mean, it's definitely not liking the fact that it's over land, because like I said, these systems thrive off of the warm ocean waters. That lower level wind field has been disrupted quite a bit, obviously, by making landfall. It's definitely weakening very, very rapidly, but I would say it's not really dying as of yet. But like I said, obviously this has a little bit of life left in it. Once again, here from the latest Hurricane Center outlook here, in regard to things, that last update still has a 75 for one. But also in this cone, like I was telling you guys about, the latest cone coming through here right now. Like I said, obviously we have tropical storm warnings. I mean, all the way from portions of the Bahamas, stretching all the way through eastern Florida and up into as far north as places here in southern North Carolina, where the tropical storm warnings are in place. Obviously, those are the regions where tropical storm conditions is expected to occur. That is where tropical storm conditions is imminent, and kind of where we are expecting this. Now, if you see the pink here overlaying portions here of the entire coastline of Georgia, northeastern Florida, as well as portions of central and southern South Carolina's coast here, these are hurricane watches. As you can see, hurricane watches. Now, as of now, this system is still set to be a tropical storm as it makes landfall here sometime, I'd say maybe around 5 o'clock p.m. on Friday, maybe a little bit before. I'd say like probably early to mid-afternoon here on Friday. Is expected to remain a tropical storm here, sustained winds here of 65 miles per hour. Obviously, we could have higher gusts, up to 75 being possible. So that's currently what is forecasted here as of right now. But like I said, I mean, we also have some we also have some tropical storm watches in effect here for places even towards like the Jacksonville area. Relatively near the Jacksonville area here. But that's currently what is going on here, guys. Like I said, here's the latest info on the radar. Like I said, we're really watching out in Orlando right now. I mean, they are getting dumped by tons and tons of rainfall. And like I said, we are now seeing across portions of Orlando. I mean, we're literally talking the potential of 6 to 8 inches of rain has already fallen, with additional amounts of 4 to 6 inches. Definitely very, very possible. Let's go ahead and see here. Great, I'm in Charleston, Foley Beach, South Carolina, and the wind is ripping. Well, stay safe there, my friend. Let's go ahead and see here. But that is kind of what we're looking at. Let's go and see. Seems to have accelerated through Florida. What the timeline to be clear of, or what is the timeline to be clear of Orlando? So obviously, so this is going to continue on for a while. The rain is going to continue for the next several hours here. Also, the winds are going to also continue into later on tomorrow. So it's obviously going to be a while before they do push out across the way. So obviously at 8 o'clock here, obviously around 8 o'clock here for tomorrow, we are kind of forecasting the system to be relatively, like I said, relatively around in here. Where my cursor is at, this is around 8 o'clock. This is where the system's going to be. I mean, obviously still will be causing some breezy and definitely some gusty conditions across the Orlando region. I'd say really it's not until like Friday until the tropical storm wind gusts and stuff like that really start to subside. It's going to be probably around sometime here in Friday. Kind of what we're looking at there. Let's go and see here. I'm in southeastern North Carolina. Says Sherry. Well, please stay safe. Like I said, obviously areas here, even in North Carolina. You said southeastern North Carolina. I mean, there is some areas that is definitely, there is some areas that's definitely going to get some impacts by that. Absolutely. Like I said, we are expecting secondary landfall to occur. Once again, it's kind of looking like near Charleston landfall is expected as of now. The cone of uncertainty goes a little bit south of Savannah, Georgia. And obviously up here as far north is like, pretty much the east central side here of South Carolina towards like Georgetown. So between Georgetown and Savannah, that's kind of where the landfall is expected to occur. Like I said, once again, this thing is expected to remain a 65 mile per hour tropical storm sustained. Once again, sustained winds here of that. And like I said, obviously with that being said, maybe even some higher gusts up into the hurricane force realm. Yeah, absolutely. So that's kind of what we are talking about here. Let's go and see here. Legend saying, is Manatee County okay? So in regard to Manatee County, let's go and try to find, let me first of all find Manatee County. Here we go. So Manatee County apparently has, so in regard to power outages, if this puts anything into perspective, we tracked a total of 235,000 people, and 171,000 out of those is currently without power in Manatee County. So, yeah, about 80% of the county is mostly out of power, which obviously they are, they definitely did get impacted quite nastily across the way. I mean, we did see some very nasty conditions, and I'm sure that there is damage near Manatee County. Absolutely. So, but like I said, we just got to pray. We obviously just got to pray for the impacts and for the, obviously, the potential lives we lost today, unfortunately. I guess I hate to say that, but, I mean, it'll be very, very unlikely to see no fatalities of an event like this. I mean, this is quite nasty. So, prayers obviously goes to everybody. Prayers goes to everybody out there. And like I said, once again, if there's anything that I personally can do to help you out, guys, in regard to the system, please let me know. Like I said, I'm obviously going to be here for y'all. I'm going to make sure to give you guys the latest information here. Speaking of, like I said, here's the power outage map I was just looking at here for Florida. Customers track was 11 million people. And here we go. Customers out as of a little bit ago was at 2,442,781 people currently were without that. Now here we go. So 442,000, now up to 453,000. So we gained 11,000 more power outages in the last 10 minutes. which is not good. So now we're at almost nearly 2.5 million people without power across Florida, which that's not good at all. Let's go see. Oh, wow, that sounds pretty bad. Thanks for the info. You're very, very welcome. Like I said, once again, if there's anything I can do for you guys, please let us know. Like I said, I want to keep you guys informed. I want you guys to, obviously stay up to date in regard to this. I mean, like I said, yeah, this is a pretty nasty system. Like I said, we can get through this together. I know we can. Like I said, just know that you are not going through this alone. You're definitely not going through this alone here. And like I said, hey, we got you covered, guys. Like I said, I understand it's quite worrisome. It's quite nerve-wracking. But like I said, obviously, you're not alone. We can do this. But anyway, so the center of the storm is now located west of Palm Bay. Let's see here. 86 miles an hour? I heard 86 mile per hour winds reported somewhere. I don't know exactly where that's from, but no other radio just said it. Interesting. But anyways, like I said, guys, I mean, towards Orlando, if you know anyone in Orlando, it would be the good thing to do to check up on them and see how they're doing. First of all, a lot of people have lost their power in Orlando. But look at this. Latest flash flood warning. We do have a flash flood warning statement that's been issued from the National Weather Service here. Life-threatening flash flooding is ongoing here. Anywhere from 8 to 12 inches of rain has already fallen across portions here of Orlando and the surrounding areas here. And obviously additional amounts, so obviously more amounts of rain, up to 2 to 4 inches is possible across the Warren area. Now, obviously, that's not just Orlando that's having these issues as well. I mean, we have lots and lots of regions here across the way that is currently obviously having a lot of these problems here. Like I said, anywhere in these green little polygons, these are all flash flood warnings. These are we are seeing flash flooding that is imminently ongoing here. But like I said, if you guys have any questions, like I said, once again, feel free to let us know. We are going to be here for you guys, and obviously we're going to continue to keep you guys. Remember, it's late in Orlando. If you can't reach someone, they might just be asleep. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a good way to put that there. Yeah, it's definitely really, really early for a lot of these people. Like I said, obviously right now it's almost 4 in the morning Eastern time, so obviously, like I said, it's very, very early. But I'm going to be here for a while, guys. Like I said, we've been live here for over, I believe, 2 hours at this point. We've been live here for quite some time. It's an honor to be here. It's like I said, it's my pleasure to be here for you guys. And obviously, like I said, we're going to continue to give you all coverage here. And once again, we're getting very close to 7,000 subscribers, guys. We are literally, let's see here how close we are now. Yeah, we are literally just 26 subscribers away from reaching our 7,000 goal here for tonight. That's our goal, is to reach 7,000 for tonight. So guys, if you are not already, please consider hitting that subscribe button, my friends. Not just for me, but to help YouTube push out our content, obviously potentially saving more lives. Like I said, you guys can make an impact. Like I said, consider hitting that subscribe button, y'all. Be greatly appreciated. Like I said, I'm not telling you guys to, like I said, I'm not forcing you guys to do it, but just I'm saying consider it, y'all. Definitely consider the definitely consider that here. So, I tell you what, we're going to go ahead and move on over here to the winds in regard to things. We're going to take a look here at the latest information coming through. We are seeing some pretty nasty winds being reported here towards, like I said, yeah, Daytona Beach. We're having wind gusts. Wow, that is nuts. Uh-oh. That's a problem. So, apparently, we're still having some wind gusts as of a half hour ago. Literally within the hour just now, reaching up to 86 miles per hour. That's once again towards Daytona Beach. That is not good. That is actually really, really crazy. So, we are seeing reported winds here of 61 sustained. So that's constant winds, guys, of 61 miles per hour. And once again, gusts getting up to 86. That's actually really, really crazy. Surrounding stations showing up to 45 sustained, 67 gusts. Here another one across the coastline, 28 sustained, 53 gusts. So, yeah, we're definitely seeing tons and tons of impacts here. I mean, even towards the regions like, Cape Coral, I mean, we're still talking tropical storm wind gusts. Absolutely. Dennis Clay says, just subscribe. Thank you so much, Dennis. Greatly appreciate it, my friends. It's greatly appreciate my friend. Like I said, thank you all so much for being here. It's an honor to be here for you guys. And like I said, we're going to continue, guys. We're going to continue giving you all updates on the system here. Once again, latest advisory on Ian is expected to be issued here at 5 o'clock. So we should have a new update coming in about, let's see, about an hour and 17 minutes. So an hour and 17 minutes, we should have a new update in regarding to Ian's strength, intensity, and track. But as of the latest track here, yeah, the pressure, in regard to the latest information here, once again, Hurricane Ian is still a hurricane. Still is a Category 1 storm with sustained winds of 75 miles per hour with higher gusts, as we just mentioned. 86 mile per hour wind gusts was reported there towards Daytona. So that's obviously quite nasty in regard to things. But anyway, so here's currently, guys, here's the latest cone coming in here from the Hurricane Center. Like I said, we are watching the system track its way away from Florida. I mean, it's still definitely impacting Florida. It's now, the center of the storm is now east central Florida. But anyways, we are watching this system continually move its way up here to the northeast for the most part. Like I said, for right now, we are currently seeing, like I said, another landfall is expected to occur here for tomorrow, being Friday. We do have tropical storm warnings stretching all the way from the northern Bahamas all the way up into portions here of southern North Carolina. And if you look closely, we do have the areas here in the pink showing hurricane watches. That is in effect across portions of the way here. So hurricane watches is in effect. So basically saying hurricane watches means is that, okay, hurricane conditions is not imminently expected. It means hurricane conditions are possible down in time. Watches mean to pay attention. Warnings mean to take action. So if these turn into warnings, you need to take action. Now we do have tropical storm warnings indicated in the dark blue. We are expecting tropical storm conditions. Those are imminent to occur. And like I said, the pink there, like I said, we just looked at, that was obviously hurricane watches that is in effect here, basically showing the possibility. So if those turn into warnings, obviously that's when you need to take action based off of it. Any interest here across portions of the way. I mean, any interest here towards the Georgia coastlines, as well as portions here in South Carolina coastline, as well as southern portions of North Carolina. Hey, across the entire coastline here, we have tropical storm warnings that is in effect here. Let's see. Thame says, "How about North Carolina?" So we have a tropical storm warning here towards like Holden Beach here. We zoom into it, Holden Beach right in there. Tropical storm warnings in effect for portions here around the region. Now, just south and east of Jacksonville, these lighter blue colors you can see here, these are actually tropical storm watches. So basically watching out for possible tropical storm conditions. But as of now, there's no warnings in effect for those areas. But obviously we have from southern North Carolina all the way down here, even into Florida, with tropical storm warnings in effect here. That is the latest information on that, my friends. Let's see. Though the power outages are household business, not amount of customers in the state, some households may have 4 people in it. That is very, very, very good. Actually, yeah, very, very, very true. Let's see. We're getting a flood report here. Several roads were flooded with water entering at least one home. Wow. Public reported from Twitter here. So this was as of 2:30, obviously a little bit ago. Just now coming through for some reason. This is just this is between portions of Kissimmee as well as Orlando. We are seeing, yeah, we're literally seeing this being reported here. This is relatively just south of Orlando. That's pretty crazy. Like I said, Orlando continuously still seeing this nasty rain band. You can actually see here in the red. And like I said, what's going on here, guys, is the fact that we are seeing, I mean, tons and tons of heavy rainfall that's currently falling. And once again, like I said, guys, I mean, we are literally seeing anywhere from 6 to 10 inches of rain that has fallen. Obviously, with more possibly additional rainfall of 2 to 5 inches being possible here. So anywhere from, at this point, 8 to 15 inches is possible near those regions. Like I said here for Orlando, areas here relatively just north of Orlando, yeah, we're talking 8 to 12 inches in regard to that here. So Travis says, is Jacksonville in trouble? I don't know if you're talking about Jacksonville, Florida. If you're talking about Jacksonville, Florida, we have a tropical storm warning in effect. If you're talking about Jacksonville, North Carolina, we have a tropical storm watch in effect here. Depends on which Jacksonville you're talking about. There's more than one. And like I said, they're both expected to have some impacts. Because Jackson, I'm assuming you're talking about Florida. Consider that's what we're talking about for the most part. But Jacksonville, yes, is going to have some impacts here. Along the coastlines, we are expecting some surges, possibly in the realm of maybe 4 to 6 feet above sea level. Basically, salt water rising alone 4 to 6 feet. Obviously, higher waves and freshwater flooding as well, which is going to allow for, obviously, those higher totals. So, yeah, so the water is definitely much, much above sea level here. But Jacksonville, yeah, you're going to continue to see these tropical storm conditions. Right now, in regard to the winds, like I said, in regard to the latest reports here, right as of now, we are getting some very, very nasty winds here. We have a wind gust report as of an hour ago, and Naval Station Mayport reporting sustained winds here of 45 miles per hour with gusts up to 54. So definitely, yeah, you're definitely getting some pretty nasty conditions here. Yeah, you're kind of right there in that tropical storm realm as of right now. Which, yeah, things are definitely kicking off here, guys. But yeah, that's currently what's going on here, guys, in regard to things. Once again, like I said, if you guys are just now joining us, Hurricane Ian is still a hurricane, still a Category 1 hurricane with sustained winds of 75 miles per hour. Obviously, the intensity has drastically dropped since landfall because obvious reasons. It's been taken, like I said, all of that, because all of that, all the warm water has been removed from these systems' underbelly, basically. Because, again, obviously, these systems really need that warm water to thrive. And, like I said, obviously, for the most part, definitely is pretty crazy. So, once again, 75 mile per hour sustained hurricane force. As a Category 1, we are seeing these gusts, like I was saying. The gusts are indeed up into the realm of, probably 85 or higher. Because, like I said, right here towards portions of, like, Daytona Beach, we did actually get a report here, which we'll go ahead and switch on back here really quickly. We did actually get a report from our station here, obviously showing towards Daytona. Let's see if we can pull this back up here again. I think it actually updated, but we did have an 86 mile per hour wind gust that was actually being reported there, which is crazy. Let's go and see. Lakeland still has heavy winds. Rain seems to be normal for tropical. Okay, so that's definitely, it's probably going to continue for Lex a little bit. Well, thank you for the update there. Greatly appreciated. And like I said, if you guys have anything you want me to look at, obviously let us know. We are going to be here for you guys. Which is, like I said, we're going to be here for you guys. And, yeah. So we're going to be here for you guys. We're going to make sure you guys are staying up to date here. So anyways, in the latest reports, guys, we are continuously seeing, tons and tons of flooding. Like I said, anywhere from 6 to 10 inches of rain, guys, is currently, has already fallen out of the system towards Orlando. Additional amounts of rain up to 2 to 5 inches is actually expected in regard to things. So you're going to see a total here of some pretty nasty totals here. Like, so once again, nearly maybe 8 to 15 inches of rain being expected for Orlando. Like I said, we've already had some reports of severe flooding that is ongoing across portions of the city there. Like I said, my girlfriend even sent, because my girlfriend's from Orlando, she lives in Orlando. We actually have some reports here. This is images from her as of a little bit ago. Obviously her porch is starting to be flooded here. Once again, this is in Orlando, and she's on pretty high elevation too. So you got to think about those people who are in those low elevations. So once again, this was from my girlfriend here. So Courtney, thank you so much once again. You can barely see it there, but that is definitely covered up there with lots and lots of water that is ongoing. Once again, she is relatively she's actually relatively high up there too, which is interesting. Let's see, is that in Kissimmee? That is right there in Orlando. She is literally here in Orlando, which is not far from Kissimmee. Now, if you're wondering about the flooding concerns, yes, Kissimmee is actually still included with these areas as well. Right there in the middle point between 3 of these warnings. Let's see, about 8 to 12 inches of rain has fallen. 2 to 4 inches is expected. So, yeah, Kissimmee and Orlando, they're getting drenched right now. And like I said, from the latest radar perspective, you can actually see here, like I said, what we were talking about. We are obviously telling, this area in here, obviously showing some very moderate to heavy rainfall, which is occurring. Honestly, this has been, like I said, this storm is very slow moving. This storm's forward motion is moving at, like I said, 9 miles per hour, which is really not that fast. Definitely moving quite slow, which obviously the more slower a system remains over a specific area, obviously the more rainfall they are definitely going to be getting here. So definitely is very, very interesting there. So we'll watch it. Let's go and see. Amber Life says, that town is just outside of Disney World. I know people all over the skirts of Disney World. Yeah, that's what I've actually heard, that Disney World did actually close because of this. It's probably a good thing that they did. Once again, guys, we have a report coming in here from Cocoa Beach, actually showing literally 67-mile-per-hour winds being reported in Cocoa Beach here, which that is obviously really, really crazy. Let's go and see. Lakeland still has semi-high winds. Rain is minimal. Yeah, obviously, like I said, I expect that rain to relatively stop here within the next hour or so. Obviously, you can tell right here on the radar view, we are still currently seeing some of that rain that's currently going on there for the most part. Like I said, right now we are seeing, like I said, towards Lakeland. It's actually where my brother's at. My brother lives in Lakeland, by the way. If you're just now, like I said, if you didn't know that, I don't know if I mentioned that or not. Yeah, my brother actually lives in Lakeland, and the crazy part is I'm heading down to Lakeland here on the 1st of next month. So here in the next 2 days, I'll be down here, take a look at the damage, obviously helping out as much as I possibly can. I'm going to try to anyways. And but anyways, regardless though, but like I was saying, I mean, and regardless though, we are literally seeing, once again, I mean, we're literally seeing a heavy, decent amount of moderate rainfall falling across portions of Lakeland. Like I said, those winds are the crazy part right now for you. But as you can see here, obviously the system is tracking its way away from you. It looks like, I mean, that the rain is probably going to continue for the next few hours, honestly, because you're basically getting jetted down to the south. The rain is coming from the north for you, kind of in this direction, because the system is like well over here, and they rotate counterclockwise, by the way. So with that being said, yeah, so you're getting that rain here. It's coming down. You're getting a big old jet, but that shouldn't last more than, I'd say, any more than 2 hours, because the motion of the storm is tracking northeast, pretty much well away from you, obviously. So, but yeah, so definitely watch out for that, guys. Definitely watch out for it. Let's go ahead and see, guys. We're getting very, very close here to 7,000 subscribers, guys. We are now 15 subscribers away from our goal of 7,000 subscribers here for tonight, guys. If you are here, like I said, if you guys are new to the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button, guys. It'll be greatly appreciated. Thank you all so much. Like I said, obviously we're going to be here for you guys. Like I said, if I didn't care, I would not be here at 4 in the morning with you guys, doing the coverage. Like I said, it just goes to show you how much I care about you all, and how much I really just enjoy tracking the weather. First of all, I enjoy hanging out with you guys and having a conversation with you all, and obviously, keeping you guys informed. But I love also, helping people out as much as possible. I really help out. I really, really enjoy doing this, and like I said, it's my pleasure to be here. Hey, honestly, I don't care about any of any of the donations or anything like that. I get that they're really nice and stuff like that, but personally, I mean, just being here is the best experience here. And once again, like I said, just you guys being here is more than awesome. So thank you so much here. Let's see here. What a friend we have. Let's go see here. Praying for your girlfriend in all of Florida. Well, thank you so much there. Really appreciate it. Let's go ahead and see here. Travis says you'll cross the 7,000 mark real soon. Hopefully. We're getting very, very close. Like I said, we're 15 subscribers away. We're definitely getting very, very close here. We can do this. Let's go ahead and see here. The water is up to my ankles. My driveway is starting to flood as well. Well, Court, please stay safe. The rain is actually far from over from you, too. And you're possibly going to see some more rain of 4 to 6 inches more being possible. Selling Booth says, will Gainesville get it bad? Are you talking about Gainesville, Georgia, or Gainesville, Florida? I said Gainesville, Florida. Right here is, like I said, you're starting to kind of pull away from portions here of the, like I said, you're starting to pull away for the most part, from this, from the heavy rain and stuff like that. The wind is, like I said, obviously the wind is going to continue, across the region for the next little bit. But in regard to the rain, most of the heavy rain is over for you guys. Yeah, most of the heavy rain is mostly over in that sense. But that is kind of what we're talking about here. Let's see. Dina says... See, yeah, Dina says that there is no power in northern Lakeland. Like I said, Lakeland's where my brother's at, actually. Which, yeah, they got hit pretty hard. You guys got hit pretty good. Yeah, there's Lakeland right here. Like I said, right now, the areas we're mostly concerned about is, you see this big red band here? That is where I'm actually concerned about here right now. John saying, great job, awesome effort. Thank you so much, John. Greatly appreciated, my friend. yeah, like I said, guys, I could not do this without you all, so thank you all for being here. Let's see. We're getting more flooding reports coming through here near Kissimmee. Let's see. Broadcast media via Twitter, 2 to 3 feet of water in an outlet mall parking lot. Holy cow. So listen, 2 to 3 foot of water in an outlet mall parking lot. Water appears to be entering businesses. Also reports that Orange Blossom Trail that has area, something is impassable. Let's go and redo this really quickly. Reset the Largo. That is, yeah, that is really, really nasty. Did those power outages add up yet? So in regard to the latest updates here, I'm going to go ahead and pull this up for you guys, for the Florida power outages updates. As of our last update we looked at here a little bit ago, we were looking at 2,453,000 people without power here. Now the latest update, once again, 2.453. We're not 2 million or 2.467. So we're not 2,467,000 people without power here in Florida. You obviously see the heaviest impacted counties here in the bottom left-hand corner, or in the bottom left of Florida, I should say. Obviously, that's where landfall did occur. And like I said, those are obviously going to increase. Like I said, obviously, those are going to increase across portions here of the east central side, currently where the storm is at right now. Let's go ahead and see here. But yeah, so the power just did actually add up quite a bit here. Once again, almost 2.5 million people without power, which is absolutely catastrophic. That's nuts. I posted your channel on my chat, not many on at the moment, but we'll keep posting. Well, thank you so much for supporting the channel, guys. Big thanks goes to y'all. Big shout out goes to everybody. Let's go and see how far we are now from 7,000. Guys, we are now 4 subscribers away here from 7,000, my friends. We are getting very close here. So if you're not already, guys, consider hitting that subscribe button. Courtney says my garage is completely flooded. Courtney, send me pictures if you can. If you want to. That's not good. Yeah, my girlfriend is Arctic, by the way, and she's in Orlando. I'm actually heading down to see her here soon, which that's quite crazy. Wow. Yeah, Courtney, if you can, send me some images on that. Here was actually images coming in from my girlfriend a little bit ago. Obviously, the outside is flooding. And Courtney, like I said, 4 to 6 more inches is expected. Yeah, 4 to 6 more inches is expected here. As you can see right here, which is quite crazy. Let's go see here. The people that are watching this live stream lost power, I believe. I would say not all of them. I mean, obviously a lot of people who lost power and can't see the TV and such. The next best option is to use their cell phones, because obviously they're probably charged, which is good, because that's what we're here for. Obviously, we're here on the YouTube platform if anyone has any questions on it. But wow, that's crazy. But yeah, Courtney, if you can, send me some of those. Let's go and see here. Guys, we have officially reached 7,000 subscribers. Thank you all so much for that. Greatly appreciate it. You guys absolutely rock here. It's kind of hard to see, but I'll send photos. Okay. Courtney, I don't think you don't have power. I was about to say you could turn on the light, but I guess that would not be really good. Whoops. Yeah, I guess it's not that simple, huh? If you have a flashlight, Courtney, you could try to take a picture. And like I was saying, the areas here in the red, like I said, Orlando is smack dab in the middle of this, relatively towards like Kissimmee as well. You can barely see that, but we are seeing, like I said, the heavy band still moving through, and like I said, it's just really kind of hovering there for the most part. If you take a look at the last little bit here across the Orlando region, I mean, it's just kind of sitting there for the most part, which is definitely very crazy. You know, it definitely is quite nuts here. Let's see. Michael says, "Congratulations! Thank you guys so much." Like I said, I could not do it without you guys. So big thanks goes to you guys. Thank you all so much for all your kind support. You guys are the best here. Courtney saying, "LOL." Yeah, it's not as easy as flipping on a switch. Let's see. People can use their fully charged wireless charging device to charge their phones also. Yeah, and I'm sure a lot of people have those portable chargers. Absolutely. I know my brother and Courtney. My brother's, like I said, my brother's here in Lakeland, which, like I said, Lakeland's right here, and my girlfriend's here up in Orlando, so they're about an hour apart from each other. But yeah, they both have these portable chargers. Yep. which is, I bet a lot of people are doing that. Obviously, they prepared, they stored the energy as much as possible, which is what you got to do in a situation like this. Let's do a little update, guys. I do want to look at the latest info in regarding to the winds, which I'm going to go ahead and switch on over here, guys. We're going to go ahead and take a look at this. Let's go ahead and move on back here to my main screen. So as of now, okay, once again, this is the latest update coming through here. The center of the storm, Courtney, this center of the storm is just relatively southeast of you now. Yeah, the center is now like towards Palm Bay. Towards like Cocoa Beach. Very, very close to those regions. Anyways, we're seeing wind. Wow. Oh my gosh. Daytona Beach reporting sustained winds of 77 miles per hour as of 25 minutes ago. Wind gusts up to 87 miles per hour. That is actually really nuts. So this thing is still kicking in some areas. Wow, that's not good at all. Let's go ahead and see here. Thank you for your work. You're very welcome, says Karen Williams. Let's see here. Any thoughts on Brunswick, Georgia? So here's the thing. Like I said, I don't know exactly where Brunswick, Georgia is at. I'm sure I could look it up, but I do want to show you something. Like I said, in regard to the in regard to the overall rainfall potential, like I said, Georgia, depending on where you are, is honestly really not, I mean, not going to get as much craziness in regard to rainfall as, like, obviously Florida and surrounding areas. But like I said, the eastern side of Georgia is mostly going to get impacted by this. Now, I can pull you up really quickly. I can take a look and see where you are located in regard to the reason here. Courtney said it's sent. Okay, I'll get to it in a second. Let's see here. So, Brunswick. So, let's go and pull up Brunswick really quickly. Brunswick, Georgia. Okay, so this is, okay, you're actually right, yeah, you're on the right coastline. Wow, actually, okay, you actually might have some pretty nasty conditions. Yeah, here's Brunswick. Okay, so, we're going to switch on over here, guys. So, in regard to Brunswick, for you, yeah, I mean, you're under a tropical storm warning. You are expecting possible tropical storm conditions. The main of the storm is supposed to pass its way to the north of you. The eye is supposed to keep to the right and to the north of you. But anyways, but that is definitely quite crazy here. Let me see. Oh, wow. Okay, so here comes some images coming through from, yeah, this is some images actually coming in here from Courtney, or my girlfriend here, from Orlando. Here is, okay, so it's hard to tell, but you see how shiny the ground is? That's obviously water getting into the garage. That looks like a paper towel or something that's floating, which that's not good. It looks like a washing machine. You can really see that there. I was going to open this here actually. There you go. Yeah, you can really see the thickness of that. So this is actually at my girlfriend's house right now. Wow, this is not good. Yeah, look at that. Look at that right there. That's like I can't tell measurements obviously by looking at this, but I'd say probably a ½ inch of water is in her garage. And like I said, Courtney, the crazy part is like I was saying, I mean, obviously we are seeing the possibility of 4 to 6 more inches for you. Like I said, this rain is not over yet. And it's, like I said, you're located right here, and we still have all this to go through, which is crazy. But Courtney, thank you for sending those images. Greatly appreciated. And yeah, obviously, Courtney, please stay safe out there. This is the Earth Gal says, I lost contact with family when they lost power. Well, Earth Gal, I hope everyone, like I said, prayers goes out to them. Hopefully they're okay. Like I said, a lot of people, a lot of people here have lost power in regard to things, which really sucks. And like I said, speaking of, in regard to the last update with the power outages we looked at here a few minutes ago, I think it updates every 10 minutes or so. But anyways, so that's kind of what we are seeing. So obviously, as of last update, we are at 2,467,000. In regard to 2,467,000 people without power. The latest update now, okay, just went up 1,000, so 2,468,000. So, but anyways, but that is quite nuts. Yeah, we're definitely getting a lot of more reports here of power outages. Like I said, I mean, by the time this is over, I would not be surprised if 3+ million people are without power. That would honestly not be surprising. Vegas says, is there any confirmed tornadoes today? We have had 11 confirmed tornadoes. Yeah, there has been a lot of confirmed tornadoes from the system as well, too. By chance, what time is sunrise there? My parents have a winter home in Punta Gorda, so not good. So obviously, so I'm actually in the Eastern Coast as well. Sunrise, I believe it's like 7 o'clock or so. I can look this up. Hold on. Or we're gonna go off of Orlando for sunrise. Yeah, we're gonna go off of Orlando. Give me a second. I'm waiting for my thing to load here. My phone's being a little slow. I don't know why. I don't know if it has anything to do with the hurricane or not. Like I said, I'm not impacted, but I don't know if the bandwidth is having issues or something. But let me see. I don't know. I want to say anywhere. Here we go. Yep, sunrise is at 7:17 along Orlando. So, yeah, most of Florida is around 7 o'clock. Listen to you. Can I check can I check winds and rainfall for West Orange? Thanks, says Joel. Yeah, absolutely. We can look at that here. So in regarding to things, first of all, in regard to rainfall, we've already seen, I can show you really quickly, in regard to reports here from flash flooding guidance and all kinds of fun stuff like that, we have already seen 8 to 12 inches of rain that's fallen for Orlando. 2 to 4 inches is also more. 2 to 4 more inches is also possible. Like I said, right now we've seen 8 to 12 inches of rainfall so far. So total of yeah, hold on. Once again, total of about, let's see here. So 12 to 16 inches. 12 to 16 inches of rainfall is expected across portions of Orlando. Now, in regard, like I said, obviously Orlando's right there towards like orange there. Now, in regarding to the information of the wind, like I said, I don't know exactly how accurate these winds are. I mean, it depends on the station. I don't know if their station's like calibrated or not. But nearby, I mean, honestly, we are having a pretty nasty wind report coming through Windmere, showing like I said, showing 32 sustained with gusts up to 40. Now, obviously, like I said, in regard to things, though, yeah, in regard to things, though, like I said, though, I mean, obviously, these gusts could get up a lot higher according to some of these models. ECMWF showing about 53 miles per hour gusts, 47 to GFS, and 71. So I'd say anywhere from like 50, probably 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts is kind of expected for Orange County here over the next little bit. But like I said, it's not the winds that's the concern for Orlando right now. I mean, obviously, yeah, that is concerning on its own. But like I said, obviously, another concern is the fact of all this rain that's currently falling across these regions. I mean, like I said, currently we are seeing tons and tons of rainfall. Now, it does appear that towards Orlando, it's gone from heavy to more moderate rainfall, which is good. It is obviously letting down an intensity, rainfall rate, I should say, as of right now. But this rain is likely going to stay here for a while. Yeah, definitely going to stay here for a while. Let's see, Punta Gorda got here, or Punta Gorda here got direct hit, but okay. Glad to hear that there. Let's see, Boomer says, prayers from Ireland to Florida and all of southern U.S. states whom are affected by this horrific storm. Well, thank you so much. It's definitely really cool to have you from Ireland. Wow, congratulations. I don't know why I said congratulations. Not what I meant to say. Hey, it's late, guys. Like I said, you're going to hear me say some probably weird stuff here at 4 in the morning. Not congratulations. Like I said, what I meant to say is it's really cool to have you from Ireland. It's definitely really cool to see people from other countries here. I didn't mean congratulations. That sounded really rude. That's not how it meant to be at all. But anyways, that's, like I said, that's kind of what we are seeing here. I'm so sorry. I feel bad now. I really feel bad for that. I am terribly sorry. Sometimes I crack myself up from stupid things. But, like I said, that's what happens whenever, like I said, my sanity level from being live for 12 plus hours on this storm is crazy. Boomer says, it's all good, my friend. Once again, it's definitely really cool to have people across the pond. Like I was saying, we have people from all around, like Canada, Australia. You're actually the first, I believe, from Ireland, which is really cool. So, yeah, it's actually really cool. So, thank you. Thank you for joining us. Absolutely. Greatly appreciate it, my friends. Let's see. So, next, like I said, the next hurricane update, next cone update, next advisory being issued by the Hurricane Center will be in less than an hour. So we should have information coming through here in a little bit. Let's see. Yeah. As per of National Hurricane Center guidance, or guidelines, I should say, or I should say updates, right now, we are still seeing minimum pressure of 980 with sustained of 75 miles per hour, which that's what we have above. So yeah, it is still classified as a Category 1 hurricane. But you know what? Like I said, I would not be surprised within the hour this thing is downgraded to a tropical storm. I want to at least be live here until this thing reaches tropical storm. That's my goal. If it even does, which I think it will. It should. Let's see here. Will there be another hurricane, says Jaggy, or after this one? As of now, there's nothing forecasted in the models or really anything like that. We do have a system that's way out here. Like I said, we have a system that's way out here, but it's projected to go north here, and obviously is like I said, obviously expected to go out into the Atlantic. I'm not concerned about it. Like I said, obviously though, I mean, Ian is still a concern. Ian is still a big concern right now, and like I said, this is going to need very, very much. This is still going to need a lot of watching. Absolutely. Well, here's some good news. I mean, at least the tornado threat is mostly minimized for the most part. Like I said, a lot of the worst conditions are mostly over in this system, and we've dealt with a lot of the worst conditions as of now. Most people at this point, I'd say if you're in the path of this, you've likely already seen the worst. This goes for everyone, I believe, for the most part. If not, most people have already seen the worst that they're going to get here. Now, obviously, if this track is way here further towards other areas, then obviously those regions would get the worst. But like I said, right now, honestly, I would not be surprised if this next update has this thing at a tropical storm. It's right there on that boundary. Once again, like I said, the latest update has this thing at a 75 mile per hour hurricane. So it's a Category 1 hurricane with 75 mile per hour sustained winds here. And like I said, obviously higher gusts. We did see a wind gust here about 30 to 45 minutes ago. And it was showing about 80, I think it was 86 miles per hour, if I'm not mistaken. Which was, that's actually crazy. Really, really crazy. But anyways, my friends, like I said, if you have any questions, once again, if you have any questions at all, like I said, please let us know. If there's anything that I can specifically do for you guys, let us know. Like I said, we're going to be here for you. We got you guys covered in regard to things. So, honestly, like I said, just please be safe out there, and thank you so much for joining us here today. It's greatly, greatly appreciated. Jakey says, feel bad for Florida. Yeah, I think we all do, unfortunately. Very, very sad. Very, very sad to see what's happened across the way. It really, really is. We've been live here for quite a while. I'm actually really, really thankful. Like I said, we've covered so much of this live stream, or in these live streams. I think this is our third live stream we did on coverage of Ian, or at least on Landfall. We probably did like 6+ live streams of Ian-related content, which is crazy. We've gotten, I'd say, over a day worth of information out for you guys, which is really, really good. Definitely glad to be here for you guys. And like I said, if you guys are new to the channel, like I said, consider hitting that subscribe button, my friends. It'll be greatly appreciated. Once again, we did just pass 7,000 subscribers. So once again, big thanks goes to you all. You guys absolutely rock. John wants to know, will it strengthen over the Atlantic and run up the coast? So we looked at projected models earlier. This system is not expected to strengthen as it moves over here to the coast. Now, I'd say the more east the system goes, the better probability of a chance it would have, but relatively overall, the chances are very, very unlikely. This thing's actually supposed to kind of hold its strength once it moves out here. According to the latest cone from the Hurricane Center, this thing's expected to remain a 65 mile per hour sustained tropical storm right here upon landfall in South Carolina. That's kind of what's expected here. We're expecting a landfall between Lake Charleston and Beaufort. As of now, it's kind of right there, the center of the cone of uncertainty is right there. But obviously, the cone goes out further. The center could still track in any of those areas there. But yeah, so that's currently what we are actively seeing here. So as of right now, it's not supposed to strengthen. Like I said, 65 mile per hour sustained winds upon landfall here in South Carolina. And obviously, we are seeing, obviously gusts up to 75 as well. But that is, obviously, that is kind of crazy. I asked this earlier. I don't claim to know weather at your level, but I really think this is going to build up again. Just my opinion, says Travis. You mean in regard to strengthening here off the coastline? That lower level, okay, the lower level wind field is quite disrupted, obviously from landfall in Florida. Hurricane Ian is hurt very badly. It is hurt very, very badly right now. Like I said, it went through a lot of trouble. You know, obviously going through land here. It did not like it. It's not liking it right now. It's definitely really dragging at this point. Like I said, a lot of it's used up a lot of its energy right now. But here's the latest information in regard to the models. Here is Hurricane Ian. It's the HWRF model. Time's up here. Like I said, first of all, before you run the models, I want to go ahead and tell you. First of all, models are not perfect straight off the bat. So don't trust them to be precise. Also, I do want to say, if you notice the pressure in here, the center pressure you see, right now at 947 on the first stage, which is obviously not where it's at right now. Right now it's at 980 according to the last update. But like I said, if the pressure drops, it means it's possibly strengthening. If the pressure rises, it means it's weakening, okay? If the pressure stays the same, containing its same strength here. All right, we're tracking our way down here in time. So this thing now moves off the coast as 980 millibars, which right now is kind of what it's at here. Pressure actually increases. It goes from 981 millibars off the coast to, yeah, just getting higher. So that is showing it actually still weakening, even though it moves out in the ocean. But like I said, it really depends on track here. We're going to take a look at the HMON model. This is a different model. Once again, same thing. Pressure at right as it leaves, 984 millibars. Going up to 985, 986 before landfall. So yeah, a lot of the models are not supporting any of the strengthening here. HAFS is a new model to 2022. Just now been, this is a brand new fresh model that just came out this year. 990 upon leaving. Now this one, on the other hand, does show the pressure dropping a little bit. But as you know, and statistically, that's only 1 out of 3 models. And 2 out of 3 models obviously has a better chance, which is what we're looking at. Now, in regard to GFS, last update here, pressure, according to GFS, it could strengthen, honestly, according to the GFS model. But like I said, that just severely matters on if it moves east or not. Because the more east it moves, the more further away from land it moves, the better chance it's going to have of strengthening again. But it's not going to get anything, like I said, it's not supposed to really get into anything extremely crazy as it was, like I said, when it hit Florida. Like I said, there is hurricane watches that is in effect for portions of the entire coastline of Georgia into the middle coastline in south for South Carolina. Which hurricane watches obviously means that, you know, we're paying attention, we're watching the conditions. Warnings mean we're expecting those, but there's tropical storm warnings because we are expecting tropical storm impacts, and obviously we are seeing those hurricane watches because, like I said, still kind of unknown. It really depends on how far east it does track. Absolutely, that does have a lot to do with it. Has oops, didn't mean to do that. Has a lot to do with it. And like I said, we should have new information coming through here in about a half hour or so. Yeah, this thing's definitely going to be in the tropical storm realm next update. Let's see here. Wind seems to have to dive down here. I don't even know. I was going based off of the trees moving. Vector based. I got you. Based off of the vectors. But anyways, so it looks like, okay, here's the thing. Look at this. Have you noticed how the red showing the heavy precipitations actually starting to die down? It looks like, yeah, it looks like, honestly, even in this view, it looks like it's weakening quite a bit. Yeah, there's a center right here. That you see right there, that's now the center over Palm Bay. That is making a direct landfall over Coca. Which, that's quite interesting. That's actually quite nasty. But yeah. So, as mentioned before, guys, like I said, it depends on how far east the system does track. The more east it goes, the more better chance it has of maybe picking up a little bit of strength out there in the Atlantic. But we'll see. Let's see what happens here. But once again, guys, if you have any more questions, feel free to let us know here. Like I said, I think I'm going to end the live stream here relatively soon. I'm going to try to push until the next update, and once that new update comes out, then we're going to head off here for tonight. Because like I said, it's almost 4:30, guys. I have some coverage to do tomorrow, too, on this system. So, obviously, we have a little bit of stuff to talk about. Like I said, if you guys are new to the channel, I don't really ask for much. Like I said, if you guys are new, consider hitting that subscribe button. Once again, my friends, greatly appreciated. And like I said, if you guys would like to support the channel, support the cause and what we do, like I said, if you guys want to, this is totally up to you. Like I said, don't worry about it. But if you want to support our cause, obviously, help us out in order to keep on going and stuff like that. Like I said, consider donating. Like I said, we have our link there pinned in the chat. So you see that little thing where it says consider donating. Obviously, take a look at that if you do want to. Like I said, obviously, if you want to look at that and consider donating, that's up to you guys. Like I said, don't worry about it. If you can't, don't worry about that. Like I said, obviously, that's just if you want to. Just you guys being here is greatly appreciated. Like I said, my friends, thank you all for being here. It's greatly appreciated. You all absolutely rock. Like I said, if there's anything I can do to help you guys, please let us know. We're gonna be here for you. But that's what we're seeing. Saying it will strengthen and flood Washington, D.C. I don't think so. Because, the cone goes west. Actually, yeah, so the cone, obviously this will possibly have impacts here down the line, but we'll see. Let's see here. In the latest information here coming through from... Yeah, we're still at that 2 o'clock a.m. update, which, like I said, the next update will be here at 5, or near 5. They usually issue it a few minutes before 5 o'clock, before the turn of the hour. Which, we should have the new update here soon. Speaking of, since we're on updates, as of about a half hour ago, last power update we did was that 2,468,000 people without power. Now we are clocking up here to 2,476,000 people without power. A lot more people are without power here. So obviously right now it's very crazy. So yeah, we are now without power here. But we're definitely gonna watch out for it. Like I said, obviously you're towards like Orlando. Like I said, those power outages are increasing. Let's see. SC Crow says you're telling the truth. I don't believe everyone has been telling the truth about this hurricane, although it has destroyed Florida. Thanks. Well, obviously, like I said, that's what we're here for. We're as honest as possible. Like I said, I'm giving you guys serious updates here for the most part. Like I said, I want you guys to, be up. I want this to be as reliable as possible. But anyways, let's see here. Jake says you might grow in your basement. Yeah, Florida residents don't have basements, by the way. Yeah, Florida, they really can't because of the sand. You dig down. Me and my brother were talking about this the other day. You dig down about 6 feet underground in Florida, you hit water. There's no way you can really build a basement. Without it constantly being flooded all the time. That scared me to death. I don't know if I jumped or not, but that literally that got really wow. I'm worried about the boat and the jet ski. To be honest, I can't see much outside unless I go outside, which I'm not gonna risk it. Yeah, Cordy, don't go outside right now. Wait till the system is passed. Wait till this storm has indeed passed through the regions here. Absolutely. But anyways, yeah, we're about 30 minutes, guys, away from the update here. And I tell you what we're going to do. I tell you what, guys, I think I'm going to head off the break here for about 10 minutes. So, guys, give me 10 minutes here. We'll be back here at around, let's see, about 4:40. And we'll wait until the next update. And then once we get the update, then we're going to head off for tonight. Sound good? So, like I said, if you guys are new to the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button, guys. Like I said, we'll give you guys coverage no matter if it's rain, snow, or shine. We give you guys coverage in regard to everything like that, whether it be in a winter storm, a tropical system, or a severe weather event. Like I said, we got you guys covered here, so please consider subscribing. Be greatly appreciated. Like I said, if you do want to pull the extra mile, if you do want to help us out in regard to support with the channels and stuff like that, like I said, obviously, consider donating. Take a look at that link in their description. That's totally up to you guys. But once again, we'll be back here in about 10 minutes or so. So, all right. Thank you all for being here. Greatly appreciate it. We're going to go ahead and switch the timer here over to 10 minutes here. And once again, we'll be back here at around 4:40. So we'll be giving you guys some new information here relatively soon. All right, my friends, hang tight. Go grab yourself a snack, something to eat, and we'll be back here in a little bit. Peace out, you guys. Be back here soon.
Isolated showers and thunderstorms in the late evening and early morning. Saturday, northwest winds 5 to 10 knots. Seas around 2 feet. Saturday night, west winds around 10 knots. Seas 1 foot or less. Sunday, west winds around 10 knots. Seas 1 foot or less, then around 2 feet in the afternoon. Sunday night, northwest winds around 10 knots. Seas around 2 feet. Monday, northwest winds around 10 knots. Seas around 2 feet. Winds and seas higher and near thunderstorms. Flood watch remains in effect through late Thursday night. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. Where? Portions of southwest Florida and west central Florida, including the following areas: in southwest Florida, coastal Charlotte, coastal Lee, inland Charlotte and inland Lee. In west central Florida, coastal Citrus, coastal Hernando, coastal Hillsborough, coastal Levy, coastal Manatee, coastal Pasco, coastal Sarasota, DeSoto, Hardee, Highlands, inland Citrus, inland Hernando, inland Hillsborough, inland Levy, inland Manatee, inland Pasco, inland Sarasota, Pinellas, Polk and Sumter. When? Through late Thursday night. Impacts: excessive runoff may result in flooding of rivers, creeks, streams, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Creeks and streams may rise out of their banks. Flooding may occur in poor drainage and urban areas. Low water crossings may be flooded. Storm drains and ditches may become clogged with debris. Extensive street flooding and flooding of creeks and rivers are possible. Area creeks and streams are running high and could flood with more heavy rain. Additional details: https://www.weather.gov/safety/ flood. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. The current time is 4:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. A hurricane warning remains in effect for the following counties: in Florida, DeSoto, Hardee, Highlands, inland Charlotte, inland Hillsborough, inland Manatee, inland Sarasota and Polk. A tropical storm warning remains in effect for the following counties: in Florida, inland Citrus, inland Hernando, inland Levy, inland Pasco and Sumter. Tide forecast. At St. Petersburg, high tide Thursday at 3:45 a.m. Low tide Thursday at 11:06 a.m. High tide Thursday at 5:51 p.m. Low tide Thursday at 10:14 p.m. A storm surge warning remains in effect and a tropical storm warning remains in effect for the following counties: in Florida, coastal Citrus, coastal Hernando, coastal Levy and coastal Pasco. A storm surge warning remains in effect and a hurricane warning remains in effect for the following counties: in Florida, coastal Charlotte, coastal Hillsborough, coastal Lee, coastal Manatee, coastal Sarasota, inland Lee and Pinellas. The tropical weather outlook issued by the National Hurricane Center in Miami. Issued at 1:09 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. For the North Atlantic, Caribbean Sea and the Gulf of Mexico, active systems, the National Hurricane Center is issuing advisories on Hurricane Ian, located inland over central Florida, and on Tropical Depression 11, located several hundred miles west of the Cabo Verde Islands. Tropical cyclone formation is not expected during the next 5 days. Marine reports along the coast and offshore buoys. At the Seaman site at Cedar Key. Winds were north, at 16 knots. Air temperature 68 degrees. At the Seaman site at Venice. Winds were northwest, at 39 knots. Sea temperature 76 degrees. Air temperature 74 degrees. 100 miles west of Bayport, winds were from the north at 29 knots. Sea temperature 83 degrees. Air temperature 75. Wave heights 10 feet. Wave period 8 seconds. The report from 210 miles west of Captiva was not available. Your coastal waters forecast for the following marine location: Tampa Bay waters. Issued at 11:48 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Hurricane warning in effect. Overnight, tropical storm conditions with hurricane conditions possible. North winds 40 to 50 knots with gusts up to 70 knots. Waves 2 to 4 feet. Bay and inland waters extremely rough. Isolated thunderstorms. Numerous showers late this evening, then scattered showers late. Thursday, tropical storm conditions expected with hurricane conditions possible. Northwest winds 25 to 35 knots. Gusts up to 60 knots in the morning. Waves 2 to 4 feet. Bay and inland waters extremely rough. Isolated thunderstorms. Numerous showers, mainly in the morning. Thursday night, tropical storm conditions possible with hurricane conditions also possible. Northwest winds 25 to 30 knots, diminishing to 20 to 25 knots after midnight. Waves 2 to 3 feet. Bay and inland waters very rough. Scattered showers with isolated thunderstorms. Friday, northwest winds 15 to 20 knots, diminishing to 10 to 15 knots in the afternoon. Gusts up to 30 knots. Bay and inland waters choppy. Scattered showers with isolated thunderstorms. Friday night, northwest winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 20 knots, becoming north 5 to 10 knots after midnight. Bay and inland waters a moderate chop. Scattered showers with isolated thunderstorms early in the evening, then isolated showers and thunderstorms in the late evening and early morning. Saturday, north winds around 5 knots, becoming west in the afternoon. Bay and inland waters light chop. Saturday night, northwest winds around 5 knots. Bay and inland waters smooth. Sunday, west winds 5 to 10 knots. Bay and inland waters light chop. Sunday night, northwest winds 5 to 10 knots, becoming west after midnight. Bay and inland waters light chop. Monday, west winds 5 to 10 knots. Bay and inland waters light chop. Winds and waves higher and near thunderstorms. Your coastal waters forecast for the following marine location: coastal waters from Englewood to Tarpon Springs out 20 nautical miles. Issued at 11:48 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Hurricane warning in effect. Overnight, tropical storm conditions with hurricane conditions possible. North winds 40 to 45 knots, becoming northwest 30 to 40 knots. Gusts up to 65 knots, decreasing to 60 knots. Seas 10 to 15 feet. Bay and inland waters extremely rough. Isolated thunderstorms. Numerous showers late this evening, then scattered showers late. Thursday, tropical storm conditions expected with hurricane conditions possible. Northwest winds 25 to 35 knots. Gusts up to 55 knots in the morning. Seas 8 to 11 feet. Bay and inland waters extremely rough. Isolated thunderstorms. Scattered showers until late afternoon, then isolated showers late. Thursday night, tropical storm conditions possible with hurricane conditions also possible. Northwest winds 25 to 30 knots with gusts up to 40 knots. Seas 7 to 10 feet. Bay and inland waters very rough. Scattered showers with isolated thunderstorms. Friday, tropical storm conditions possible with hurricane conditions also possible. Northwest winds 20 to 25 knots, diminishing to 15 to 20 knots in the afternoon. Gusts up to 35 knots. Seas 5 to 7 feet. Bay and inland waters rough. Scattered showers with isolated thunderstorms. Friday night, northwest winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 25 knots, becoming north 5 to 10 knots after midnight. Seas 2 to 4 feet. Bay and inland waters a moderate chop. Scattered showers with isolated thunderstorms early in the evening, then isolated showers and thunderstorms in the late evening and early morning. Saturday, northwest winds 5 to 10 knots. Seas around 2 feet. Bay and inland waters light chop. Saturday night, northwest winds 5 to 10 knots. Seas around 2 feet in the evening, then 1 foot or less. Bay and inland waters light chop. Sunday, west winds 5 to 10 knots. Seas 1 foot or less. Bay and inland waters light chop. Sunday night, northwest winds 5 to 10 knots. Seas around 2 feet in the evening, then 1 foot or less. Bay and inland waters light chop. Monday, northwest winds 5 to 10 knots. Seas 1 foot or less, then around 2 feet in the afternoon. Bay and inland waters light sharp.
Alrighty, everybody, we are now back here resuming the coverage, my friends. Hope y'all are doing great. Glad to have you guys here really early in the morning. Like I said, we have ourselves the new Hurricane Center update coming out here very soon. We are expecting this to actually come out here sometime in around the next 20 minutes or so. So with that being said, that'll give us the latest information regarding Ian and its current status. Obviously, its current path, its current strength and intensity. Or I guess strength and intensity is the same thing. But anyways, you get the point, guys. So we're going to go ahead and move on back into this. Like I said, obviously we are going to be monitoring these conditions for a little bit longer. We've been live here for quite a bit today. And obviously, like I said, we've already covered. I was just looking here before the live stream, or before I came back here. We literally did ourselves coverage today. We did Ian coverage. We did it today. We did 4 hours. Obviously, yesterday here. Sorry, the day before, I should say. So, day before, we did we did 4 hours. 2.5 hours earlier, and then 9 hours earlier, and now, of course, this live stream. So we've been doing this for quite a while, my friends. So obviously, it's my privilege to be here. It's obviously, my pleasure to be here, my friends. And obviously, like I said, I'm going to do anything I can to help keep you guys as safe as possible. We do have ourselves some more coverage we are planning to do here tomorrow. Or at least some more updates in regard to the system. Like I said, tomorrow the system, or later on today, I should say, this system is expecting to track its way, obviously, out here towards the Atlantic side. Now, as we actually found out, according to some of the models, like I said, it depends on how far east it really goes. There is a possible chance that this thing could maybe pick up a little bit of strength, maybe strengthen just a little bit. Before it causes, some impacts here across portion, or some significant impacts across portions of like the Carolinas here. Like I was saying, I mean, South Carolina, you guys are currently all, no matter where you're at on the coastline, we do have a tropical storm warning that is in effect for portions here of the way. So obviously we are seeing that currently going on here at the moment. Like I said, we're expecting a landfall between Beaufort and Charleston. In regard to the system, now obviously the cone of uncertainty does go out a lot further to the west and to the east, so obviously the center of the storm can end up somewhere between these. But that is kind of what we are seeing here in the regard to the latest track. Like I said, depends on how far east it goes will determine its intensity. But like I said, with this being said, we are, as of now, expecting this system to be a 65-mile-per-hour tropical storm here, sustained. Once again, 65-mile-per-hour sustained winds upon landfall here, or upon landfall across portions of South Carolina. Obviously, possibly even with... like I said, possibly even with the possibility of those hurricane force wind gusts, possibly up to 75 miles per hour. So that's kind of what's expected upon South Carolina landfall. Now, like I said, what's going on currently inside the storm here right now? Like I said, at the moment here right now, we are currently watching. At the moment, like I said, at the moment right now, we are currently seeing. Ian as a Category 1 hurricane with sustained winds of 75 miles per hour. Like so, obviously higher gusts can be possible. Central pressure has up to 980 millibars. Now, that was as of the 2 o'clock update. We should have another update coming in here around 5 o'clock. So they usually update every 3 hours. So we should have one coming out here in the next 18 minutes or so. So with that being said, obviously we have ourselves, not too much longer before you get an update here. It'll obviously update in pressure, sustained winds as well. So we'll be getting new vitals in regard to the storm and stuff like that. But yeah, with that being said, we're going to get new updates coming here relatively soon for the most part. We'll get a new cone, everything like that, all the new forecast cone and everything like that. So they're in the works here right now. Like I said, what I personally believe is that we're probably going to see the storm down into maybe around 65 miles per hour sustained. Like I said, obviously, here, take my word for it. All right, I'm just going to do a guess. This is just for fun. Like I said, without looking at any information, like I said, if I was being really serious about this, I would really do analysis in it. Just for fun on a new update. I think, okay, so I'm just going to be guessing, an educated guessing, straight off the top. Let's say, like I said, this is obviously not what's going to, it's obviously not for sure. Remember, this is just my personal little guess out there. Tropical storm. 65 mile per hour sustained winds with a pressure of 984 millibars. So, like I said, 984 millibars. That's what I'm going to guess. Let me actually write this down so I don't forget. 984 millibars. Once again, this is a total. It's just for fun. It's just a guess here. 94 millibars and 65 miles per hour sustained. That's my guess. We're gonna see how that's done. We're gonna see how this plays out here. I'm under flash flood warning and just got a notification. Like I said, Courtney, I've been talking to you guys, or I've been talking to you about that for a while now. In regard to the flash flood warning, right now for, like I said, obviously Orlando, 8 to 10 inches of rain has already fallen with additional amounts of 4 to 6. So once again, remember guys, just to show you that this is my official guess here. Latest update has not came out yet. Once again, has not came out yet. 75 sustained, 980 millibars current pressure. Here we go. I have my guess right there. You see 65, 984 millibars, and 65 mile per hour sustained winds. That is my guess, but we'll see how that does play out here. We'll see. But yeah. So once again, update comes out in about 16 minutes, not too much longer. Like I said, right now it will be a good time. Like I said, right now it will be a good time to say if you guys are new to the channel, obviously, consider subscribing. But I wanted to go ahead and say, guys, like I said, obviously, I want to go ahead and say, guys, if you have any questions at all, please let me know. We're going to be here for you guys. I'm going to be giving you guys information and stuff like that. Because, like I said, obviously, we're going to be here to give you guys, coverage and stuff like that, which we have been. We are planning. We are definitely going to plan here to do some updates tomorrow in regard to the system here. But that is what we're looking at here. Let's see. Postal says I got that notification like 45 minutes ago. Got up to find my house. Sorry, it's starting to flood. More flooding I've seen here in 33 years. Thankfully, it's receding a bit. Let's hope it continues to. Yeah, absolutely. So obviously, very, very crazy. Yeah, I mean, this, like I said, this is a very nasty storm, and this is going to be causing, or has caused lots and lots of damage. Unfortunately, it's really going to be interesting to see how. What kind of reports we get in here tomorrow once the sun comes down, whenever the sun goes up, I should say. And obviously, once we start to see, the damage reports, really start to flood in here, which is pretty crazy. But that is kind of what we're talking about here. Let's see, Travis, to the people here from Florida, I have a question. Do you all just know this can happen and keep prepared for it? I come from Tornado Alley. I guess we got used to it. Is that the same way there? Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, pretty much for the most part. I mean, a lot of, you got to think of it this way. A lot of the houses and stuff like that are built here in Florida, they're built with hurricanes in mind. I mean, they always have hurricanes in mind no matter where you are in Florida. I mean, kind of the same with Tornado Alley. I mean, you have tornadoes in mind, obviously, for severe storms, look out. So yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they know about it. Now, obviously, just because they, like I said, just because they are usually more prepared about it, does not mean that they can't have any impacts from it. Because like I said, they definitely could. There's always bags of ice in our fridge, says Courtney. We have bags of ice in your fridge for what? But yeah, so that's currently what's going on there, guys. That is what we are actively seeing here in regard to the latest information. Let's go and see. Sherry wants me to look here. Information on Ormond Beach. Okay, first of all, I need to figure out where Ormond Beach is at, but yeah, I can look that up for you. Absolutely. I got you covered here. Let's go ahead and take a look at this here really quickly. So you said Ormond Beach, Florida. Okay, so this is Daytona Beach. Okay, so Ormond Beach, like I said, right here next to Daytona, we did have. Oh, here we go. They're starting to initiate this updates. We did actually have we had wind gusts up there at 86 miles per hour like an hour ago, which is quite crazy. So yeah, about an hour ago, we had an 86 mile per hour wind gust that was reported up there towards Daytona Beach. And like I said, right now you are currently, you're currently getting ready to get some pretty nasty rains if you haven't started already. Like I said, there's a big old band. You see this right here. This big old band is heading in your general direction. This is obviously going to be, delivering lots of heavy rainfall, possibly some strong winds, a bunch of things, a bunch of conditions here. But that is, that's kind of what we're seeing here. Got friends in Naples. Fort Myers, one in Naples expected not to have a house anymore. They evacuated yesterday morning. Oh, wow. That's not good at all. Yeah, Fort Myers, Naples. Yeah, Naples got hit pretty hard. Same as Fort Myers, I think, did too. That is not good at all. And hopefully they're okay. You said they evacuated, right? Yeah, you said they evacuated. So that's good they evacuated, obviously. I mean, that's what you got to do, at least on the coastline here. If you're more inland, it's a little bit more better because, I mean, trust me, it still get very, very crazy. But if you're more inland, obviously, you don't have those coastal concerns like storm surge or anything like that. But flooding, and a good example is this storm right here, can also still occur. I mean, even just from freshwater flooding, from rainfall. My mother-in-law is in the Melrose area. Would I be able to see what is going on there, says Kayla? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I can pull this up here really quickly, so give me one. So Kayla, I got you covered here. Let me actually go ahead and pull this up here right now. So you want me to look at Melrose, Florida. Okay, this is right here towards Gainesville. Okay. So, Gainesville, okay, let's see here. Melrose is east of Gainesville. Okay, so for the most part, what's going on here towards, like, Melrose, it didn't really show it anywhere. My map's not willing to show Melrose. But anyways, regardless, across the way, we are currently seeing, I mean, obviously that rain is, not too heavy. It's honestly kind of went down a little bit in regard to, in regard to precipitation intensity. It's definitely changed quite a bit here. So really, I'd say light rain. I mean, obviously, it's currently happening right now. Those winds are still there. Those winds are going to continue to be there for several hours. For several hours here, well into tomorrow, or I should say at this point today. Absolutely. Let's see here. Self-care says my aunt is in Lake Helen. Let's see here. So you said from Lake Helen. Let me take a look here. Any chance of that area? My aunt's there. Yeah, I can pull this up here really quickly. So let's see, Lake Helen, Florida. Oh yeah, that's right there next to Daytona Beach as well. Yeah, currently under hurricane warning still. Really crazy. Yeah, northeast this is basically between Daytona and Orlando, which, like I said, Daytona, Orlando. There's Daytona, there's Orlando. So you're kind of right around towards Deltona for the most part. So Lake Helen is like right. Oh, there you go, Lake Helen. Okay. Now there's a flash flood warning in effect for just areas near you. Between 6 and 8 inches have already fallen, apparently. So I'd say that's pretty similar to areas near you as well, or near there as well. Yeah, winds are going to continue for the next several hours. Yeah, for the next several hours. You'll see. Awaiting update, guys, on the hurricane. We should have a new update coming through here. Once again, like I said, here in about 8 minutes, we should have this thing be posted in 8 minutes. So maybe even earlier. We'll see. But yeah. So we'll see here. We'll definitely see here. Let's see. Kayla says thank you. You're very awesome. Thanks. You're very welcome. Like I said, you're very, very welcome, my friend. Let's see. Okay, we're gonna do a little update since we're waiting on. Yeah, we're gonna do a little update, or we're gonna do an update on the power here since we're actually waiting on the latest info coming in from the Hurricane Center here. So this will be the moment deciding if this thing's a tropical storm or a hurricane now, which I think it's gonna be tropical storm. Remember my prediction. Once again, my prediction. I'm gonna bring it back up. 984 millibars, 65 mile per hour sustained winds. That's my guess. Remember, that's my estimate. Like I said, that's literally just my guess. Like I said, it's just a throw out there. Like, it's kind of just for fun here. But we'll see how that happens. But anyways, in regard to the power situation, like I was talking about here, we are seeing, like I said, obviously Florida here, 2,476,000 people currently without power right now, which is crazy. That was as of 4/12. Now, the latest update is now at 2,484,000 people. So nearly 2.5 million people is currently without power here. Let's see, update. Yeah, nope, no update. Okay, we're going to wait here. Yeah, the map is updated, but it's not up to date here. Yeah, this was initiated at 2 a.m. So any minute now, any minute we should have a new information coming through here. And like I said, right now, guys, like I said, once this information comes through, we are going to head off here for tonight. It's getting very, very late, or really early, I should say. It's kind of late. Yeah, guys, I'm getting really, really sleepy here. I've been, like I said, I've been doing coverage with you guys for a lot today. And obviously, like I said, I wish I could be here during the whole entire event. I wish I could be here during the whole entire event here. But unfortunately, unfortunately, I have to get some sleep too. I'm actually getting very, very tired. So, but like I said, we're gonna head off here at 5. We're gonna wait for the update to come through first, and once it does, we'll update you on the information. And once that goes through, then that'll wrap it up here for tonight. And tomorrow, we will be back, or later on today, I should say. We'll be back for probably an update live stream. I don't think we're going to do too much coverage tomorrow, but we will do yeah, we're just going to do an update live stream tomorrow or later today, but we will do coverage for Landfall here in South Carolina, because like I said, this thing isn't supposed to make landfall in South Carolina. Let's see here. Nope, still no update yet. Okay, we're waiting on it. 5 minutes to go until 5 o'clock, so we should have it here very, very soon. Why am I getting... Wait, let's see here. Why am I getting Hurricane Hunter aircraft? This is at 5 o'clock p.m. Eastern. Why is this... This is like 12 hours ago. Literally, like, exactly like 12 hours ago. Let's see. I heard Kissimmee is getting flooded. Yeah, hammered with flooding. Absolutely, yeah. Orlando, too. Yeah, Courtney, even, like I said, my girlfriend's even getting a lot of... flooding too. We actually can look at what she was sending into us. This was a photo she sent into us. Obviously, you can see how shiny it is over there. But look at this. There's obviously her. There's her dryer or washer, one of the two, and you can see how the water level is actually up. You can see where it's at. So there is obviously a little bit of bad conditions happening there. Let's see. All right, 2 a.m. update still. Still is the latest one here, so we should wait here a few minutes. Like I said, right now would be a good time to say if you have any further questions, make sure to let us know, and we will get you guys covered. Like I said, relatively soon we're gonna head off here because I'm losing it. Like I said, my mental capacity is getting quite tired. Mentally, I'm getting tired, not mental capacity. Let's go see. Remember those 2.5 million power customers? Yep, absolutely, Lamar. Yep. So that's the houses without power. 2.5 million buildings or houses or homes without power. But like I said, yeah, there is definitely more than. Yeah, usually there's definitely more than one person per house. Yep. So absolutely, yeah, definitely. So like I said, it's definitely impacting millions more. Really, really is impacting millions more. No update yet. So we're 3 minutes out. We should wait here. We did get updates on this other system, though. They just initiated updates on Tropical Storm 11. Which I'm keep on updating the page here. We'll give it a second. We still have 3 minutes, though. Will Florida be without power for a few days? Some places will probably be without power for even maybe a few weeks. Yeah, especially on the west side here. Because, like I said, we just had a big Category 4 landfall just today, or yesterday, which is nuts. But, yep, no updates yet. We're getting there. Like I said, this will be the update that'll tell us the pressure, the wind speed again. And, like I said, my personal predictions, once again, like I said, I believe like I said, I believe it's, like I said, my guess is going to be 65 miles per hour with a pressure of, like I said, what was it? 984 was my guess. Like I said, I'm just doing this for fun. John wants to know when's the ETA of when I'll restart stream today and PM. So if you're wondering about the coverage, I'm probably going to do an update probably around 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern later on today. This is the last several days I've been constantly busy with this cyclone. I need a little bit of time to my day. Because I've been live all day the last several days. I'm going to have a little bit tomorrow to, just do my own thing. But, yeah, we're going to do that around 8 o'clock. Let's see what's going on here. 2 o'clock. Hold on a second. What? Okay, I got a little bit. Questionable. There was a little questionable for a second when it went down to 40 mile per hour sustained. But no, that's for Orlean apparently. Depression strengthens to a tropical storm, Orlean. But of course, Ian is still out of date here. Why is okay? Well, it's now 4:59. But that is, that's what we're seeing here. Like I said, guys, it should be here relatively soon. We need to get our updates here very, very quickly. Like I said, right now would be a great time to say, if you have not already, consider hitting that subscribe button, guys. It'll be greatly appreciated. Like I said, seriously, thank you all so much for all the support. I mean, like I said, we have reached 7,000 subscribers today. Like I said, I could not do that without you guys. Right now, we are currently at, let's see here, 7,017. So thank you seriously so much for that. Greatly appreciated. Here we go. Yep, just got information. Ian is now a tropical storm. Here we go. Let's see. 65 miles per hour and 986. I was so close. I was so close. Here is my guess. You can barely see that. My guess was 984 millibars and 65. I got 65 right, but it's 986. 2 millibars off. Are you kidding me? So, well, that's news for you. Just going to remove that little text there. There you go. Ian is now 986. All right. I think that's going to do it for tonight, y'all. Yep. So Ian is now a tropical storm. No longer is a hurricane. Which that's good. That's definitely some good news. Alrighty, guys. I think that is going to wrap it up here for tonight. Once again, thank you all so much for being here. You guys absolutely rock. You guys are the best. Just always know that. Once again, thank you guys seriously so much for us being able to reach 7,000 subscribers. Absolutely very, very crazy. You guys absolutely rock. Big shout out goes to all of you here. And like I said, obviously, if you have any more questions, feel free to reach out to our Discord. Like I said, obviously, we have Discord down below, everything like that. Like I said, if you guys would like to, if you guys haven't already, consider hitting that subscribe button. And like I said, if you guys would like to, like I said, consider donating to us. Like I said, obviously, we have our thing up here in the top right near the chat. Like I said, if you guys want to, like I said, if you guys want to donate to us, obviously, like I said, you guys can, do that. But like I said, don't worry about it if you can't. Like I said, totally understandable. And like I said, that's just basically, like I said, if you want to support on what we do and stuff like that, and if you do enjoy what we do and stuff like that. Let's go and see. Do I think Ian will be the last hurricane to hit U.S. this season? There's no way of telling. There really is no way of telling. Hurricane season lasts until November 30th, I think. Yeah, November 30th, I think that's the last. Let's see here. Thank you for keeping me company through this, man. You're very, very welcome, Postal. Like I said, we're here for you guys. You better know it. No matter if it's a hurricane, no matter if it's a snowstorm, or if it's a severe weather outbreak or something along those standards, hey, we got you guys covered. We're going to be here for you guys 100% of the way. Once again, thank you guys so much for being here. Greatly appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and head off here for now. Let's go and see here. Let's go see Courtney with the $1 super chat. Thank you so much, Court. You didn't have to do that. Of course, you put the rainbow, of course. Well, thank you so much. Greatly appreciated, Courtney. Thank you seriously so much for that. You did not have to do that, seriously. I got to update this. Tropical storm. There we go. All right. Alrighty, I think it's going to say thank you for letting me stay up for your live streams. That's up to you, man. It's totally up to you. But once again, well, thank you all so much for being here. Hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your night. We're going to go ahead and switch on over here to the ending screen, my friends. Obviously, this is, we're having the ending, set up the timer here in approximately 5 minutes. The stream will end, okay? So the stream's going to end here, guys, in 5 minutes. That way you guys can say your final, you guys can say your final goodbyes and stuff like that. So timer's now counting down. Billy Boy says, okay, thank you. Hope you have a great night, and thanks again for all you do. You're very, very welcome. John says, catch some Z's. Absolutely, I will. Let's see. The Amber Life says, thank you. You are very, very welcome. And, all right, my friends. I think that's going to do it here for right now. Like I said, we are planning on going live here later on. We are going to do a live stream here probably around 8 o'clock Eastern time, so look out for that. We'll be doing a little update on now Tropical Storm Ian. Yep, now on Tropical Storm Ian. So we'll be giving you guys more information in regard to things there. So once again, my friends, thank you all so much for being here. I just now noticed they actually increased the strength. They increased the strength here to 70 miles per hour on landfall with gusts up to 86. Wow, this thing could become a hurricane again before it hits South Carolina. Okay, we're going to have to watch out for that tomorrow. If any new update pops up, I'll definitely let you guys know. All right, my friends, thank you so much for being here. Greatly appreciate it. You guys absolutely rock. Let's see, you're doing great. Thank you for your time, and yay on 7K, or yay on 7K. That rhymes. Well, thank you so much there, Amber Life. Thank you so much. You guys are the best. All right, my friends, that's going to do it for tonight. Peace out, you guys. See you later on today.
Coastal Sarasota, Inland Lee and Pinellas.
Okay, so we're back. So Appalachian wants to know, am I going to do damage reports tomorrow or later on today? We probably will. Okay, yeah, we'll probably do that later on tomorrow. But okay, for real this time, guys, thank you so much for being here. Greatly appreciated. And we'll catch you guys later on. Peace out, you guys. Catch you then.
Located several hundred miles west of the Cabo Verde Islands. Tropical cyclone formation is not expected during the next 5 days. Marine reports along the coast and offshore buoys. At the sea man site at Cedar Key. Winds were north at 16 knots. Air temperature 68 degrees. At the sea man site at Venice. Winds were northwest at 39 knots. Sea temperature 76 degrees. Air temperature 74 degrees. 100 miles west of Bayport, winds were from the north at 29 knots. Sea temperature 83 degrees. Air temperature 75. Wave heights 10 feet. Wave period 8 seconds. The report from 210 miles west of Captiva was not available. Your coastal waters forecast for the following marine location, Tampa Bay waters. Issued at 11:48 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Hurricane warning in effect. Overnight, tropical storm conditions with hurricane conditions possible. North winds 40 to 50 knots with gusts up to 70 knots. Waves 2 to 4 feet. Bay and inland waters extremely rough. Isolated thunderstorms. Numerous showers late this evening, then scattered showers late. Thursday, tropical storm conditions expected with hurricane conditions possible. Northwest winds 25 to 35 knots. Gusts up to 60 knots in the morning. Waves 2 to 4 feet. Bay and inland waters extremely rough. Isolated thunderstorms. Numerous showers, mainly in the morning. Thursday night, tropical storm conditions possible with hurricane conditions also possible. Northwest winds 25 to 30 knots, diminishing to 20 to 25 knots after midnight. Waves 2 to 3 feet. Bay and inland waters very rough. Scattered showers with isolated thunderstorms. Friday, northwest winds 15 to 20 knots, diminishing to 10 to 15 knots in the afternoon. Gusts up to 30 knots. Bay and inland waters choppy. Scattered showers with isolated thunderstorms. Friday night, northwest winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 20 knots, becoming north 5 to 10 knots after midnight. Bay and inland waters a moderate chop. Scattered showers with isolated thunderstorms early in the evening, then isolated showers and thunderstorms in the late evening and early morning. Saturday, north winds around 5 knots, becoming west in the afternoon. Bay and inland waters light chop. Saturday night, northwest winds around 5 knots. Bay and inland waters smooth. Sunday, west winds 5 to 10 knots. Bay and inland waters light chop. Sunday night, northwest winds 5 to 10 knots, becoming west after midnight. Bay and inland waters light chop. Monday, west winds 5 to 10 knots. Bay and inland waters light chop. Winds and waves higher in